Hello everyone, I'm Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will motivate me to create more quality videos. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. In her dream, True Hugh Vi had a very strange dream. A figure of a boy holding a teddy bear was approaching her. The boy's voice echoed in the darkness. I will definitely get revenge on you. As the boy got closer, she suddenly woke up. True Hugh Vi was very worried about the dream she just had. She wondered why she had such a dream. Then she sat up holding her head. My head hurts. I shouldn't watch movies too late at night. But what was that dream about? It feels so familiar. As she was confused, trying to recall the dream, her mother's voice called from downstairs. True Hugh Vi, it's time for breakfast. Her mother called again. Can you hear me? Hearing her mother call repeatedly, True Hugh Vi shouted, I heard you. Don't call out my full name like that. Then the girl slowly got up. As she went downstairs, she said to her mother, Mom, I want to change my name. Her mother immediately dismissed the idea. What are you talking about? Your grandfather has already performed the naming ceremony. You're not allowed to change it. True Hugh Vi immediately said, Then please don't call my full name anymore. It's embarrassing. Then her mother set the breakfast table. All right, eat your breakfast quickly. You have a 2-hour journey to school. After sitting down at the table, her mother reminded her, Do you remember the Luong family who used to live in the villa next door? They moved abroad, you know. True Hugh Vi replied, The Luong family. Sounds familiar, but what about them, Mom? Her mother answered, I heard they've returned. Yesterday, I saw many people attending a party there. True Hugh Vi was surprised. What? They left a long time ago, and now they're back. That's strange. Then her mother covered her mouth and smiled, saying, That's not important. The thing is, their son said he wants to meet you. Do you remember the little boy who always followed you around? As soon as True Hugh Vi heard this, she choked on a mouthful of rice and said, The little boy who always followed me around. Then she suddenly remembered her recent dream. The boy hugging the teddy bear and the voice echoing, Get revenge on you. Then she quickly said, I remember now, that boy. After that, her mother gave her the contact number of that boy and said, Actually, he asked if he could meet you on your way to school. She held her phone while walking. She wondered why her mother agreed so easily. They haven't met for over 15 years. She didn't even know what he looked like anymore. And they're meeting at a coffee shop. She wasn't sure how long the conversation would be. Let's see. If she remembered correctly, his name was Luong Duvu. She recalled that when she was about 7 years old, he moved into the newly built villa next door. She heard that his health wasn't good and his family was quite superstitious. They knew his astrological chart lacked the water element, so they named him Liang Yaoyu. Back then, we lived in the suburbs, but there were many villages around. Because of that, I used to play in the fields like a boy when I was little. I even remember inviting him to play. She even recalls that back then, she used to invite the boy to play. Yaoyu, let's go catch birds. At that time, there were only a few kids our age, so he always liked to follow me. But I was a mischievous child. I snatched his teddy bear the first time we met. Then I said to the little boy, I want to play with the teddy bear too. Then she remembered, I often caught caterpillars or bugs to scare him. I even scared him many times to make him cry. Or I tricked him into climbing trees and made him too scared to come down. He would sit up there crying, It's so scary. While I stood below, laughing, Come down quickly. Even though I always bullied him, he still played with me. Back then, nothing could separate us. Until his family went on a trip and lost contact. She sighed to herself. Now, looking back on it, I want to go back and teach my younger self a lesson. Then she suddenly remembered, wait, does he want to meet me? Because I always bullied him. In that case, she told herself, I must apologize to him. After arriving at the agreed cafe, the waiter approached and asked her, Hello, how many people? Zhao Yue replied, Hello, I'm looking for my friend at table 16. Then the waiter gave her directions. Yes, go straight and turn left. Zhao Yue smiled cheerfully and nodded. Thank you. Then she thought to herself, I heard the desserts here are delicious. I'll try them with Lin by next time. Then she followed the directions to see. Go straight and turn left. She spotted a white-haired man looking very elegant, sitting and drinking coffee. She wondered to herself, is this him? This man was just sitting drinking coffee, but looked very attractive. His face was very handsome. Zhao Yue thought to herself, wow, so handsome. He looks like a celebrity. His gloomy face with dark circles is clearly visible. The atmosphere around him is gloomy, and he looks like he's about to get angry. He's so scary. This is what people usually say when handsome guys get angry. They're scarier than normal people, right? Then she thought to herself, he's even dressed formally. Is he waiting for someone important? She told herself, the person behind seems to be Yaoyu. She went towards the person behind, past the handsome man, and greeted, Hello, are you Liang Yaoyu? The man behind him immediately shook his head. No, it's not me. She replied, oh, it's not you. Then the man behind said, you've got the wrong person. Suddenly, a voice behind her said, hello, I'm Liang Yiku. She suddenly turned back, silently sighing in her heart. No way. Luong Jiu Vu turned back to look at her and said in a deep voice, are you looking for me? Her heart felt shattered. Oh my goodness, is he that small crybaby kid? How did he become so handsome now? What happened to him during all those years? Then Luong Jiu Vu asked further, are you True Hu Vai's friend? Hasn't he arrived yet? True Hu Vai was surprised and thought to herself, he doesn't recognize me. Wait, maybe he thinks I'm a boy, right? After all, my name was mistakenly given to a boy, and I was a tomboy when I was little. Seeing her lost in thought, he repeated the question once more. May I ask if you know True Hu Vai? Hu Vai pondered. Then she stammered, I'm his sister. She thought to herself, why am I lying right now? Lung Ziu Vu not dead, so he hasn't arrived yet. Tu Hu Vi instant Gito Thiplit. He's on his way. In her heart, she was scolding herself. Oh my big mouth. How can I create a male version of myself? She said a bit embarrassedly, oh, he's a bit tied up today. He might be late. Luong Jiu Vu smiled and said, it's okay. I can wait. True Hu Vai said to herself, no one will come, no matter how long you wait. Then she asked him, speaking of that, why do you want to find Hu Vai? Luong Jiu Vu hesitated and said, it's nothing much. I just want to catch up. Please have a seat. Tu Hu Vi not that? Okay. Looking at his demeanor, she thought to herself, damn it. If I admit I lied, he'll get angry. After she sat down, she put her bag beside her and told herself, I'll improvise as I go. Luong Jiu Vu asked, how has Hu Vai been lately? She stammered, he's fine and just started his final year. Luong Jiu Vu looked at her silently and replied, I see. True Hu Vai looked at his eyes, thinking to herself, is he thinking? She imagined his angry expression when he discovers that she lied. True Hu Vai used to bully me when we were young. How can you enjoy life like that? It's not fair. I must take revenge. Things were getting worse. The more she thought, the more dejected she became. Luong Jiu Vu looked at her expression and was very confused. He then asked, what's wrong? True Hu Vai immediately replied, nothing. I'll call Hu Vai and ask when he'll arrive. Then she took out her phone and pretended to dial. I'll pretend to be scrolling, turn the volume down low, and call the customer service hotline. She picked up the phone and said realistically, hello Hu Vai. Where are you? We've been waiting for a long time. What? Something came up at school and you can't come. Okay, I'll let him know. Goodbye. After hanging up, Luong Jiu Vu asked her, he's not coming. She smiled and said to him, yeah, I'm sorry. Since it's the final year, there are many things to do. Luong Jiu Vu rested his chin on his hand and said softly, what a coincidence. Does he not want to see me? Hu Vai immediately waved her hands. No, how could that be, Mr. Luong? That's impossible. True Hu Vai sighed inwardly. He guessed correctly. Then she quickly packed her bag. Anyway, since Hu Vai isn't coming, I'll go first. Goodbye. See you next time. She immediately ran away quickly. Luong Jiu Vu looked at her behavior and thought to himself, why is she leaving in such a hurry? Suddenly, her phone, which had fallen at her seat, rang. Luong Jiu Vu saw this and thought to himself, her phone, how did it fall out of her bag? The caller was her mother. True Hu Vai ran while kicking pebbles, reminding herself, I'm such an idiot. How could I drop my phone? I hope it's still there. Then she saw Luong Jiu Vu's figure holding her phone. She inwardly sighed with relief. Great, the boy picked it up. She called out loudly, Mr. Luong, then ran towards him, panting heavily. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I found my phone. Thank you very much. She was about to reach out for the phone when Luong Jiu Vu said, your mother just called. True Hu Vai was surprised. My mother. How? Luong Jiu Vu continued, because the phone kept vibrating. I answered it. Your mother said her daughter forgot her jacket again. She said the weather has been getting colder lately. True Hu Vai heard this and felt extremely worried. She trembled slightly and inwardly exclaimed, oh no. He looked at her and continued, take some time to go home and get your jacket. Hearing your mother say Hu Vai, so you're actually her. He looked at her with a slight smirk. Do you have any excuses, Miss True Hu Vai? She felt like collapsing inside and cursed inwardly, oh shit. He handed her the phone and said in a deep voice, goodbye. See you later, True Hugh Vi the liar. Hearing him say that, she became very angry. After the tense conversation with Luong Ju-vu, she turned to complain to Lam Bok. It was like hell. I don't want to see him again. Only thought I was a boy. I was startled by his gloomy appearance, so I lied without thinking. Lam Bok looked at True Hugh Vi's angry expression and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. She then asked, but isn't he your childhood friend, right? Did he chase after you when you got your phone back? Hugh Vi immediately replied, no. I don't understand what that gloomy guy is thinking, so I just left. Maybe he's looking for me, because he resents me. I used to treat him badly. I made him fall into a ditch while playing hide and seek. Gave him snacks that looked like grasshoppers and cicadas. Made him cry a lot. I often made him wear floral dresses and dance, even though he didn't want to wear them anymore. Lam Bok, hearing her recount these childhood mischief stories, was also surprised. Because you're really beautiful. If he's still looking for you with that intention, what should we do? True Hugh Vi sighed. If that's the case, then I can only apologize and make it up to him. Her mind was in complete turmoil. She didn't know what to do. Later, when the two of them went outside, they happened to run into Liang Yaowu standing outside. Lin Bai noticed Liang Yaowu's overwhelming beauty standing out in the crowd. She silently exclaimed, wow, that guy is so handsome. Zhao Yue glanced and saw his figure. She immediately hid behind Lin Bai. Lin Bai found it strange and asked Yue, what's wrong? Zhao Yue said softly, stand still so I can hide behind you. Then she stood behind Lin Bai and whispered, that's him, Liang Yaowu, the one I've been talking about. Lin Bai was very surprised to hear this. Your childhood friend. You didn't say he was this handsome. Zhao Yue heard Lin Bai speaking loudly. She quickly put her finger over her mouth to remind her and then whispered softly, don't speak so loudly. Then she left first because she didn't dare to meet Liang Yaowu right now. She told Lin Bai, he's probably waiting for me. I should go in a different direction. Seeing her wanting to avoid him, Lin Bai said, didn't you just say you'd meet him face to face? Zhao Yue replied, I want to wait until I'm ready. It's too early now. Lin Bai saw that she wanted to leave and sighed inwardly. She just missed an opportunity. What a pity, Yue, she advised. He's so handsome. You can't just run away blushing. Then she asked herself, what should I do now? She came up with a clever idea and said to Zhao Yue with a smile, I have an idea. Meanwhile, Liang Yaowu was standing across the street. He was focused on looking at his phone. A message came in from his younger brother. It's time. Where are you? If you keep hiding from the blind date, Dad will be angry. Come back quickly. After reading the message, Liang Yaowu thought to himself, looks like Liang Yishan can't stop the blind date anymore. Is there nothing I can do? Suddenly, he heard someone calling Zhao Yue. He looked across the street. He saw Lin Bai calling out loudly, Zhao Yue. Dear friend Zhao Yue. See you later. Zhao Yue was about to sneak away when she was startled. She cursed inwardly. Lin Bai, you're so mean. You sold me out. She suddenly saw Liang Yaowu walking towards her. She became extremely nervous. Oh no, he's coming over. She immediately started running away quickly. In her heart, she cried out, can't you give me more time? At least let me be ready first. Seeing her run, Liang Yaowu chased after her. He reached out to grab her hand and called out, Zhao Yue. He panted and said, if you keep running, I won't be able to control my actions anymore. Zhao Yue looked at him. His current appearance was extremely handsome, leaving her stunned. She thought to herself, he's glowing. She thought about the scene just now when Lam Bok called out her name loudly. She even silently blamed Lam Bok. You betrayed me just because of the face and body. You really are crazy. She sighed and thought, never mind, he's not a monster. I'll apologize and ask what he wants. Hopefully, it won't go too far. She said softly, do you know, friend Luong, are you looking for me because of what I did to you in the past? If so, I'm very sorry. Hearing her say that, Luong Jivu asked, sorry. You think I looked for you twice just to hear an apology? True Hugh Vi heard this and misunderstood. You want me to make up for the past? Because I bullied you when we were young. So she very righteously continued, then I'll do everything in my power to make it up to you. Luong Jivu stared at her. He asked again, make it up to me. True Hugh Vi saw this expression on his face. She wondered to herself, why does he look so surprised? Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Is that Hugh Vi? She was about to continue talking to Luong Jivu when she suddenly heard this voice. She immediately turned around and called out, Brother Hong Van Kim. Then she walked towards Hong Van Kim and said cheerfully, are you done with class? Hong Van Kim's demeanor was very gentle as he nodded. Yes, I'm about to leave. Suddenly, the friend standing next to Hong Van Kim patted his shoulder. I'll go save seats first. Then Hong Van Kim turned and asked, oh, have you received the notice? notification from the club about the dinner yet? True Hyuvai took out her phone and said happily, yes, it's at the usual place, right? Hong Feng Kim smiled cheerfully. Yes, everyone likes it there, so we'll keep it there. Then he said goodbye. See you later. True Hyuvai waved happily. Yes, Brother Van Kim, I'll be there on time. Luong Ju-vu saw her like this and suddenly felt uncomfortable. He reminded her, hey, we're not done here. Only then did she remember Luong Ju-vu was still there. Oh no. Then she turned back, looking very pitiful, and said, Friend Luong, can we continue this another time? Please, she pleaded again, I'm begging you. This meeting is very important to me. After a while, Luong Ju-vu finally replied, fine. Hearing this, True Hyuvai immediately became happy. Luong Ju-vu continued, anyway, next time you won't be able to run away anymore. True Hyuvai immediately replied, don't worry. She patted her chest. I'm very grateful. Goodbye. Then waved and left. Luong Ju-vu watched her leave and said to himself, make it up, huh? He chuckled involuntarily. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. The voice on the other end immediately rang out. Hey, where are you? Miss Chi has been waiting for a long time. When are you coming? Luong Ju-vu replied, sorry. Help me tell her that I won't be coming. The voice on the other end of the phone immediately said loudly, no, Ju-vu, the old man will be angry. He's old and won't be able to handle it. You should come to the matchmaking session. He immediately said not to worry. Just tell him that I will attend his birthday party with my fiancée. While he was on the phone, the girls around noticed Luong Ju-vu's handsome and striking appearance, which they greatly admired. Everyone silently exclaimed how handsome he was looking at him. The girls' eyes were shining as they gazed at him. Luong Ju-vu paid no attention to his surroundings. He was still on the phone. On the other end of the line, hearing his statement, they were extremely surprised. But they couldn't believe it, stammering, fiancé. Since when did you have a fiancé? Luong Ju-vu smiled slightly, but didn't answer. The person on the phone, not hearing a response, said, hey, come on, what are you talking about, Ju-vu? Then he hung up. In the barbecue restaurant, everyone was laughing and chatting happily, creating a very lively and noisy atmosphere. All right, lost again. Whose turn is it to drink? Haha, it's you, Van Kim. Don't keep teasing more and more. Why is it me? It can't be like this. I request outside help. Then everyone saw True Hyuvai arrive and called out, ah, Hyuvai is here. Hong Van Kim also arrived. As soon as she arrived, he softly said, thank you, Hyuvai. Sorry for asking you to go to the convenience store. The friend next to him also laughed happily. Thanks for buying cigarettes for me too. True Hyuvai held the bag in her hand and replied, it's nothing. I just happened to be on the way. She thought to herself, great, I get to have dinner with Van Kim, but why? Then she handed the bag to everyone, saying, here you go. Everyone, please check if I bought the right things. The girl sitting next to her said, sit down, you just came out, right? True Hyuvai saw Luong Ju-vu sitting in this restaurant. She thought to herself, why is he here? As she sat down, Lam Bok teased, how's the chase with the neighbor guy going? True Hyuvai angrily said, I don't want to talk about that. Look at the table across from us. Then Lam Bok looked over and exclaimed, oh my god. Wow, it's that handsome guy. Why did you bring him here earlier? True Hyuvai, I didn't bring him. It's just a coincidence. You better not call him over here again. I still remember what you did earlier. Sorry, it won't happen again. Then the girl sitting nearby overheard the two talking and got curious. Hey, are you two talking about that handsome guy over there? We noticed him when we came in. Do you two know that guy? Lam Bok hesitated, but True Hyuvai laughed and replied, I don't know him. A friend, seeing everyone chatting and teasing, spoke up and asked, hey girls, what are you whispering about? Afraid we'll hear. One of the girls cheerfully replied, they're talking about the handsome guy sitting over there. True Hyuvai waved her hand, no, it's nothing. The friend came and patted Hong Van Kim's shoulder. Handsome guy. Is he as handsome as Chairman Hong of the hiking club? Not at all. He became a teaching assistant after graduation and was recognized as a giant of K University. What are you guys talking about? No way. Our chairman is the most handsome one. Why is everyone around agreeing with that? You're right. Of course, our chairman is the most handsome. Zhao Yue also chimed in, confused. Yes, Hong Vankia modestly said, stop teasing me. The friend next to him laughed and said, we're just telling the truth. Zhao Yue thought to herself while drinking water. Vankiam is not only handsome, but also gentle. Thanks to him, everyone is always harmonious. Most of the girls joined the club because of him. I'm one of them too. Then she suddenly noticed a woman walking towards Liang Yaowu and there was a click sound. She thought to herself, can she flirt with him? On Liang Yaowu's side, the girl approached shyly and said, "Hi, are you sitting alone? You're not a student from K University, right?" The friend sitting next to Hong Vankium saw that girl and exclaimed, "Isn't she that famous person who created the like dance? I invited her out but got rejected right away. The guy she's approaching is really lucky." The girl continued, "I'm alone too. Do you want to sit together?" The girl saw Liang Yao Wu looking at something on his phone. She moved closer to him. "What are you looking at? So serious that you're ignoring me." Suddenly, there was a bang sound. The image of a middle-aged woman shattered. Liang Yao Wu's eyes were sharp. Everyone was surprised and turned to ask what happened. Hong Vankium immediately went to help the girl. "Be careful," he said in a deep voice. "Dirty, don't come near me." The friend following Hong Vankium saw this and got angry. "What are you saying? You're going too far. How dare you push her like that? Are you even a man? How dare you push a girl?" Everyone else chimed in. "That's right, you should apologize." Zhao Yue felt something was wrong. She thought, what's wrong with Liang Yaowu? He doesn't seem like the type of person who would do that. Moreover, she looked at Liang Yaowu's demeanor and thought, he doesn't look well. The boys in the club stood up to defend the girl. "Hey, are you listening? Apologize and compensate. Don't think about leaving." Liang Yaowu stood up and said slowly, "I went too far. I apologize." Then he handed his business card to the girl. "This is my business card. Call me about compensation. I'll pay for the damages tonight. I'm sorry for ruining our fun." The other guy snorted coldly. At least he's still rational. "Are you okay? Do you want to sit and rest for a bit?" Zhao Yue, after seeing Liang Yaowu leave, told everyone, "Sorry, I need to step outside for a moment." The girl sitting with her whispered about the incident. "Oh my boys." They were all excited to see a beautiful girl in trouble. Meanwhile, Lam Bok turned to Hugh Vi and said, "It's okay." Hong Van Kim saw True Hugh Vi going outside and wondered to herself, "Isn't that the guy who was standing with Hugh Vi this afternoon?" True Hugh Vi went outside the barbecue restaurant and looked around, but couldn't see Luong Ju Vu anywhere. As he left, suddenly, she heard Luong Ju Vu's deep, warm voice. "Are you looking for me?" True Hugh Vi was surprised by him. "Luong Ju Vu, what's wrong with you?" Luong Ju Vu replied indifférently. "It's nothing." That woman was standing too close. It made me uncomfortable. Then he left. True Hugh Vi ran after him and asked why. "She's very beautiful." Luong Ju Vu calmly said, "I have OCD. I can't be close to others." True Hugh Vi exclaimed in surprise, "What? When did you get it? You weren't like this when we were young." Luong Ju Vu's eyes were very deep. He turned back, pointing his finger at her. "You really forgot everything." True Hugh Vi stammered. "You mean?" Luong Ju Vu replied, "That's right. You were the sinner." Meanwhile, inside the barbecue restaurant, people saw Luong Ju Vu and True Hugh Vi talking to each other and commented, "Look, Hugh Vi is flirting with him too." Someone else said, "I can't believe she said that." Lam Bok tried to dispel everyone's attention. "He's probably just asking for directions." Hong Van Kim saw this scene and thought to herself, so those two know each other. Outside the barbecue restaurant, True Hugh Vi sincerely explained, "If it's really my fault, then I'll make amends. As I said this afternoon, I'll do what I can." Luong Dieu vu no dead. Then he waved his hand. "I understand. Wait a moment." He turned around to answer his phone. When he picked up, a voice on the other end said, "Hello, is this you? You hired me to pick up something for you. Please sign for the package." True Hugh Vi, standing nearby, could also hear the conversation. She thought to herself, why did he hire someone to run errands? What did he buy? As she was wondering, suddenly Luong Dieu Vu came close and said, "Hey, True Hugh Vi, you said you'd do anything within your ability, right?" True Hugh Vi nodded. "Ah, yes." Luong Dieu Vu immediately said, "Then become my fiancé." He then held out a large, beautiful bouquet of flowers to her. True Hugh Vi was very surprised by his action. She was very confused. "Your fiancé?" True Hugh Vi immediately asked him, "Are you out of your mind?" Hearing this, Luong Dieu Vu got angry. "Out of my mind. Didn't you say you'd make amends to me?" True Hugh Vi immediately said loudly, "But I didn't say I'd do such strange things. It's too weird. We haven't seen each other for a decade. We're like strangers now. How can I agree and say I'll marry you?" While she was talking to Luong Dieu Vu, Lam Bok ran out and called her. "Hugh Vi, you have a phone call." Suddenly, Lam Bok was surprised by the statement. "I will marry you," from True Hugh Vi. Her words hesitated slightly as she was about to leave. "Your colleagues are looking for you. I'll tell them you're busy. You can call them back when you're done." Then she immediately ran away. "Sorry for interrupting. You two continue." Alright, I forgot, Hu Vi. Congratulations. To Hu Vi et Lim in Bozedom, Wai Lung Ziu Vu, Holding Fe Lao, so my happy li. Thank you. True Hu Vi screamed internally, no, things are not like that. Let me explain. In the dream, True Hu Vi again dreamed of the little boy hugging a teddy bear, an image that made her feel nostalgic and peaceful. This was the cool green acacia tree in front of her house. The person standing under the tree was the little boy she had dreamed of before, with a bright face and a cheerful smile. Then the image of that little boy turned into Luong Juvu, who was holding a fresh flower, with a deep, captivating voice. Become my fiancé. Suddenly, in the midst of her deep sleep, there was a thud. She had rolled off the bed without realizing it. Lam Bok, who was upstairs, heard the noise and leaned down, worriedly calling, Hu Vi, are you okay? True Hu Vi, still dazed, replied vaguely, I'm fine, just had a bad dream. Why did I dream about that guy? On the way to school, Lam Bok cheerfully teased, you dreamed about him. Looks like you really like him, huh? Come on, I swear nothing happened between us. Luckily, last night, I didn't want Van Keem to misunderstand. Lam Bok seemed to be on Luong Juvu's side, wanting to bring the two together. But he has reasons that you really don't think. The more True Hu Vi thought about him, the angrier she became. And he even appeared in her recent dream. She said irritably, don't talk nonsense like that. I haven't seen him for a decade. He's just messing with me. I get annoyed when I have to look at that arrogant face. Lumbek lovet glefuli. Ha ha. You two haven't met for so long, but he's still like that as soon as he returns. Was he like that when you were young? Hu Vi replied, when we were young. Luong Ziu. She recalled her childhood. Luong Jiu was still a small boy, following her around, happily calling Hu Vi. She compared him to the cold man he is now, then shook her head. She felt that the two people in her imagination were not the same person at all. Completely different from me. I was like a boy. While his personality was gentle and he cried easily, he was even more like a girl than I was. She wondered what had happened to him. Suddenly, she saw Lam Bok, who was just standing talking to her, now standing far away, covering her mouth and stammering. She then wondered, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Luong Juvu's warm voice unexpectedly rang out from behind. So you remember what I was like when I was young? Huh. True Hu Vi was startled by him. She turned around in panic and immediately scolded, why are you here? Luong Juvu smiled gently, looking at her very tenderly. Why am I here? It's because someone ran away last night. Before she could finish speaking, he kindly reminded True Hu Vi, you need to change that habit of running away when you've only heard half of what someone says. True Hu Vi was very embarrassed and scolded him. That's because you're too much. My friends misunderstood everything. If you talk like that again, then we'll have nothing more to say. Luong Juvu pretended not to know anything. He moved even closer to her. At this moment, their faces were very close. Oh, so you're afraid of being misunderstood. True Hu Vi was made to stammer by his action. Of course, we're not that kind of relationship. Luong Juvu moved even closer and whispered in her ear, then let me tell you this. I bought a small and shiny item. If I take it out and repeat last night's words, I wonder if people around would congratulate us. This statement of his really frightened True Hu Vi. You're just teasing me, right? Luong Juvu interrupted. Does it seem like I'm joking? True Hu Vi shook her head and waved her hands, looking unconvinced. No, I don't believe you. You wouldn't do such embarrassing things. Lam Bok, standing nearby, looked at the two talking and silently thought they looked so sweet together. Then Luong Juvu continued, do you want to see that happen? I'm sure everyone in school will hear about it soon. True Hu Vi was scared by his words and started sweating. She hesitantly said, but couldn't say anything more. True Hu Vi calmed down and sighed. All right, let's talk. Then they went into a coffee shop. After sitting down, Luong Juvu took out a shiny ring box for proposing. The sparkling light of the ring reflected, making her feel nervous and surprised. True Hu Vi held her head, unable to believe what she had just heard. She softly asked Luong Juvu, that's fake, right? Luong Juvu calmly drank his tea. With a calm gaze, he then said, do you want to see the receipt? His answer left True Hu Vi speechless. It felt like her world was turning upside down. She wondered, I don't understand why you bought flowers and a ring. What the hell are you doing? Luong Juvu. He calmly replied, those are props. As I said, I want you to be my fiancé. Hearing this, True Huve, I understood. It turned out to be props for a family plan, urging you to get married. Luong Jiu nodded and confirmed yes. But there's only one audience member. That's my grandfather. Then he continued to explain. I came back to take over his company and take him abroad for treatment, but he kept refusing. He said he wouldn't leave until I was settled. That's why I need a fiancé to reassure him. Zhao Yi felt bored. She felt this issue was extremely difficult to solve. You seem to understand. It's quite exaggerated. Even though it's for his benefit, it's still lying. Aren't you afraid of being found out? Liang Yawu told her not to worry. His birthday is next month, but won't be celebrated due to his health. What we need to do is visit him at the hospital and prove that I have a fiancé. After that, he'll be taken abroad, and you two will never meet again. Zhao Yi wondered if it's just an act for him to see. So this is a well-intentioned lie. But why did you choose me? Liang Yawu answered softly. That's right. The reason I chose you is what I'm getting at. He didn't continue explaining but asked, can you give me your hand? Liang Yawu took her hand and said, this is the reason. Zhao Yi looked at their clasped hands. Wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to have OCD? Liang Yawu replied while intertwining their 10 fingers. He said gently, it's not easy to fool my grandfather. Everything must be perfect for him to believe you're the one I can touch normally, though I'm not sure why yet. So only you fit this role. Zhao Yuyi's face slightly reddened as he held her hand. Then she nodded in understanding. Oh, she thought to herself, meeting and acting for his grandfather isn't difficult. Moreover, it's for his grandfather's benefit, and I owe him. She withdrew her hand from his and said, all right, I'll do it. Liang Yo smiled slightly. Excellent. In her mind, she encouraged herself. It'll be fine, right? It's just a simple meeting. Suddenly, Liang Yao's phone rang. Ring, ring, interrupting their conversation. He picked up the phone and said to her, sorry, I need to take this call. After he left, Zhao Yi sat pondering. She was curious about his OCD issue. Since he doesn't completely avoid people, his condition might not be that serious. Or maybe it can be cured. Meanwhile, Liang Yao was on the phone. When he returned, Zhao Yi noticed his expression was a bit odd. He was looking at her hesitantly, as if wanting to say something. She asked curiously, what's wrong? He hesitated and said, my grandfather seems. My brother told him I have a fiancé. So he said that. Zhao Yi was extremely shocked when she heard him finish. She couldn't believe it. She immediately stood up and asked, what did you say? We have to attend his birthday party 3 months from now. Zhao Yi was completely surprised. What else, heavens? Wasn't his birthday supposed to be next month? Why is it now a birthday party 3 months from now? Liang Yao then told her, my grandfather was so happy after hearing I have a fiancé. Decided to organize a formal party to meet you. He just called and said he's on his way abroad for medical treatment. He'll return in 3 months to celebrate his birthday. Zhao Yue was worried. How many people do you usually invite to your family parties? Liang Yao would say relatives, friends, and colleagues, about 300 people. Zhao Yue was shocked upon hearing this. Her mouth agape. She didn't expect up to 300 people. Too many. Then she quickly said goodbye to him and left. Goodbye. An ordinary girl like me can't handle this. Liang Yao called after her Yue. Zhao Yue stopped, but didn't hear him continue. She then asked, you're not asking me to stay. Just now you were bothering me. Liang Yao put his phone in his pocket and said, this is different from what we agreed on, so I don't want to force you to agree. Going abroad for treatment is good enough. At least I've accomplished that. Zhao Yue heard this and smiled softly. Right? I'm giving up. Then Liang Yao suddenly said dejectedly, but it seems he's already informed quite a few people. Huh? Zhao Yue couldn't believe it. Liang Yao continued, if I don't show up with my fiancé, he'll definitely be disappointed and angry. Then he'll revoke my inheritance rights. And these words of his seemed to place all the blame on Zhao Yue. Then he continued, maybe he'll get too excited and have a relapse. He's getting old now. I don't want him to be embarrassed in front of everyone. But Zhao Yue, feeling gloomy, didn't want to hear him continue. She interrupted him. All right, I'll do it. Liang Yao, having achieved his goal, let out a sound. You're willing to go. Zhao Yue agreed, but she continued, yes, but on one condition. Let me help treat your OCD. Liang Yao pondered, help me. Zhao Yue nodded. Yes, I want to help you overcome it within 3 months. If it progresses well, you might be able to bring your real girlfriend there. Liang Yao then asked her, what if it's not effective? Zhao Yue was very confident. Then I'll go, but you must cooperate with me. with me. The one who ties the knot should untie it, right? What if I can help you? Trust me. Liang Yao saw her very serious expression and chuckled softly. All right, I agree. Do your best. Zhao Yue saw this smile of his, and her heart fluttered slightly. This smile hasn't changed at all. She remembered when they used to hang out together in the past. It was still the same smile. Later, when they were leaving, Liang Yao called for the waiter to pay the bill. I want to pay. Zhao Yue, behind him, said, let me pay half. Liang Yao smiled softly. No, a gentleman will pay when going out with a lady. Zhao Yue heard these words from him, extremely curious in her mind. Which girl and boy? Luong Juvu, seeing her expression, said, just forget it. Consider it my thanks for your help. But I didn't expect you wanted to help me. True Hu Vi immediately replied, I just want to make up for the mistake I caused. I will definitely try my best. She was curious again, but I want to ask, what did I do that made you single? As the two were about to leave, Hong Van Kim walked into the coffee shop. The waiter approached and asked, 2 coffees to go. Please wait a moment. Hong Van Kim looked at the figure behind. True Hu Vi's back. Hu Vi, what a coincidence. True Hu Vi was also surprised to see him here. Van Kim, why are you here? It's not even close to school. Hong Van Kim replied, I was with a friend nearby by chance, so I stopped by to buy coffee. True Hu Vi thought to herself, what a coincidence. I've been out with Luong Juvu twice, and both times met him. Hong Van Kim glanced at Luong Juvu, then asked softly, is he the guy from last night? Are you two dating? True Hu Vi was startled by his question. Then she immediately denied, no. Van Kim, you misunderstood. Luong Juvu saw her immediate desire to deny. He pondered for a moment. Then she approached Hong Van Kim. She was very flustered and stammered to explain, Seeing this, Luong Juvu smiled slightly. Then he went over, put his arm around her shoulder, and called, Hu Vi, you're so shy. Then he even rested his chin on her head. His hand gently caressed her cheek as he continued, no need to hide when we've been discovered, right? Then he stared intently at Hong Van Kim. There was a vague hostility shooting between the two men. Luong Juvu said in a deep voice, we've been discovered. No need to hide anymore. True Hu Vi saw his actions. She was extremely panicked inside. You, what are you saying? Hong Van Kim saw this and said, I'm sorry. I'll leave you two some privacy. True Hu Vi called out, wait, Van Kim. The waiter had brought the coffee and called, sir, your coffee is ready. Hong Van Kim turned around and said goodbye. Hu Vi, see you at school. Goodbye. Chiu Hu Vi Glai No, Van Kim. Luong Juvu saw her regretful expression and chuckled. True Hu Vi was very angry and lightly punched Luong Juvu. Luong Juvu, why did you say those things that made Van Kim misunderstand? Luong Juvu looked at her and said, go after him and explain. How can I go explain after what you said? Luong Juvu asked, why not? Hu Vi angrily replied, you even bought props to make it look real, and I promised to cooperate with you. I can't ruin it. Even if everyone in the club misunderstands, I'll have to accept it. Seeing her like this, Luong Juvu thought to himself, her personality hasn't changed a bit. True Hu Vi smiled sadly. She continued, fortunately, Van Kim isn't one to gossip. I'll ask him to keep it a secret. Hong Van Kim turned back to look at the two of them as he left. He pondered for a moment. In the afternoon, when Luong Juvu returned home, Luong Wai then was already sitting in the living room. You're back, Luong Juvu said coldly. I know you don't like having guests at home. He chuckled. Come on, I'm not a guest. I'm your brother. Luong Juvu took off his coat and asked, how's Grandpa? He replied, Dad and I saw him off at the airport. He might arrive around midnight. I was surprised you lied to Grandpa about having a fiancée. I didn't expect you'd go that far to get him to agree to treatment. Luong Juvu sat down on the sofa with him. I didn't lie. I really have a fiancée. I planned for them to meet at the birthday party, but I didn't expect Grandpa to hold the party 3 months later. Why then burst out laughing. Oh please, I don't believe you. Luong Juvu looked at his brother with a profound gaze. I understand Grandpa better than anyone. In the afternoon, True Hu Vi sat on a bench in the library. She was deep in thought. It's the first time I've asked Van Kim to meet outside of club hours. I hope I'm not bothering him. Then, she spotted Hong Van Kim's figure in the distance. He was saying goodbye to some people. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up later. She then stood up and called out, Van Kim. Hong Van Kim nodded in greeting. He replied softly, Oh, Hu Vi, were you waiting for me? What's the matter? True Hu Vi stammered, I want to talk to you about the other day. Hong Van Kim asked gently, about your friend Luong Juvu. True Hu Vi was very surprised. How do you know his name, Van Kim? Hong Van Kim replied he gave his business card at the barbecue restaurant. So I saw his name. Then he continued, if we had known he was your boyfriend, we would have. Hugh Vi immediately interrupted, don't worry about that. I have my reasons for not wanting people to know. It's not that I think you'd gossip. I just hope. At this point, she felt very embarrassed. Then she continued, I just hope no one else will know about this. Hong Van Kim's voice became softer, almost a whisper. Personal reasons, huh? True. Hugh Vi noticed Hong Van Kim's expression was a bit strange. She asked softly, Van Kim. Then Hong Van Kim regained his composure, patted her head affectionately, and said, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But if you need help, you must tell me, okay? You're my beloved junior after all. True. Hugh Vi was deeply moved. Van Kim, thank you so much. Then the two said goodbye. As True Hugh Vi's figure disappeared, suddenly a beautiful girl approached. She grabbed Hong Van Kim's hand that was raised in farewell and asked, is she in the club? Seeing this, Hong Van Kim shook her hand off. What are you doing here? She smiled softly and said after breaking up, you've changed so much. You're really an insensitive man. Hong Van Kim coldly said, get to the point. She then took out Luong Jiu Vu's business card and smiled at him, saying, do you remember this business card? You were there when I was flirting with that guy. Hong Van Kim looked at the card and remembered. It's Luong Jiu Vu's card, right? The beautiful girl smiled and replied, yes, it only has a name and phone number on it. But when I called, do you know what happened? Teaching assistant Hong held the card, looking very mysterious and surprised. Van Kim smiled. Van Kim pulled her into a secluded area in the woods. He embraced her and did something obscure. A soft voice echoed in the quiet space. Why are you? Hong Van Kim chuckled softly. Isn't this what you like? After it was over, Hong Van Kim coldly said, tell me what happened. The girl replied, what else could have happened? He said he would compensate me. He offered this much. Hong Van Kim asked softly, that much? The girl nodded. Yes, then I did some research. Guess who he is? Hong Van Kim took a drag of his cigarette and asked who. The girl cheerfully laughed and replied, it turns out he's the grandson of the chairman of Manhwa Group. People say he's back in the country to take over the company. Didn't you always want to work with them? What a coincidence, right? Hong Van Kim heard this and replied in a deep voice, yes, it's quite a coincidence. The girl then showed interest and said, I know you're interested. If you sincerely ask for my help, I'd be willing to try again. But Van Kim refused. No need. Hong Van Kim's face darkened. I have a better idea. On this side, Lam Bok was very surprised. You agreed. She was very anxious. Why? I just wanted to tease you. I don't want you to marry a guy you haven't seen in a decade. Hugh Vi said very reluctantly, it's not because of you. Things are a bit complicated. Lam Bok shook her head. She was very curious. Then why? Then she suddenly thought of something and asked, wait, does your mom know? Well, hey, don't you dare tell my mom. Luong Jiu Vu and I are just what? Hugh Vi then said, well, you two haven't seen each other for a long time. Now that you've met again, feelings are slowly rekindling. Lam Bok suddenly realized, are you compensating him with your pure body? Hugh Vi shouted, no way. She quickly grabbed Lam Bok's hand. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason right now, but I will when the time comes. So don't worry, okay? Promise me. Anyway, you're not telling me because I'm nosy, right? Lam Bok cried and continued, boo-hoo. How could you? You don't trust me. Hugh Vi turned away and sighed in relief. She thought that by now, only Luong Jiu Vu and herself knew about this relationship was fake. Even if someone tried to investigate, it wouldn't be easily exposed anytime soon. But what is Luong Jiu Vu's family like? It's unbelievable how they can dig so deeply. It's scary. She picked up her phone and saw a message from Jiu Vu. He wants to meet the day after tomorrow. She hoped everything would be fine until the appointment time. In front of the school gate, everyone was buzzing. Look, it seems like he's waiting for someone. Who vitao wadi den? Hey, this is way too obvious. Jiu Vu was standing in front of the school gate waiting for her. She looked at him and broke out in a cold sweat. Although it looked so obvious, no one came to flirt. They must have been scared off. Oh, I don't want to stand out. Thinking that, she picked up the phone and called, hello, Luong Jiu Vu. It's me. Let's meet at the cafe we went to before. It's not too far from where you are. Luong Jiu Vu asked her. You're here already. Where are you? Suddenly, a hand grabbed her phone. Luong Jiu Vu spoke. you're already here. Why didn't you come to me? He smiled. My love, my darling Huvi. Hearing this, her eyes and mouth formed perfect O's. She thought to herself, my love, darling. On the other side, Luong Wai then came to Luong Duvu's house to invite him for a beer. Duvu enthusiastically said, let's drink this beer together. But when he looked around, not at home. That's strange. He usually likes to stay home all week. Why did he go out today? Is he on a date? On the other side, Duvu looked at True Huvi with an extremely affectionate gaze, making her feel anxious. She thought to herself, my love, suddenly calling me like that, and using that disgusting tone. She tried to calm down and asked Luong Duvu, what's wrong with you? Why are you calling me like that? Luong Duvu looked at her gently. He smiled softly. Do I need to explain? Because you're my fiancé. Hearing this, Huvi shuddered. That's enough. Stop using that tone. People around heard and started buzzing with gossip. But Luong Duvu kept insistently calling her my love and my darling. Let's go somewhere else first. When they were out of everyone's sight, she confronted Luong Duvu. What the hell are you doing? Luong Duvu feigned innocence. What do you mean? True Huvi saw this act of his and felt irritated. She said, talk normally, or I'll punch you. Luong Duvu asked back, you don't like me like this. True Huvi angrily replied, why should I? He immediately retorted, since you agreed, we've accepted to be each other's lovers. Because it seems you like gentle guys like that. I thought you'd be happy. Hearing this, True Huvi was completely flustered. She was all mixed up. Our agreement has nothing to do with the type I like. Moreover, when mentioning Hong Van Kim, her face turned even redder. Van Kim wouldn't call others darling. Duvu seemed annoyed when she mentioned him. Then he took her hand and led her away. I see. Let's go somewhere else to talk. She worried again, wondering if she had made a mistake. Or is he angry? But anyway, he found a fiancé and even bought a ring just to deceive his grandfather. So this must be very important. Maybe he did that so I could play the role of fiancé sooner. He's trying his best to make everything go smoothly, isn't he? All right, we've made an agreement, and I also want to help him with his OCD. Let's be serious. When Luong Duvu saw that she was still standing there, not following, he reminded her, hey, let's go. True Huvi was still lost in thought. Speaking of physical contact, she felt that holding arms or getting close was fine. So she decided to hold onto Duvu's arm. But accidentally, her chest brushed against his arm. This made Duvu a bit surprised. Huvi thought this was even more intimate. If he feels uncomfortable, he'll let go. Meanwhile, at Luong Duvu's house, Luong Wai then opened a can of beer, drinking while pondering. This Duvu has never been interested in women. When studying abroad, he always kept himself in an unapproachable atmosphere. I didn't expect he would have a girlfriend. Duvu can take over the company easily, but I wonder how he will be in love. The more he thought, the more anxious he felt, wondering why he was worried. After all, he's a nobleman, the young master of the Luong family. It's just dating, everything will be fine. On the other side, True Huvi, after holding onto his arm, still saw that he had no reaction. She wondered in her head, strange, why isn't he reacting? She looked up to ask Luong Duvu. Then she saw Duvu covering his forehead with his hand. Seeing that he didn't look well, she asked if he was okay. Hey Duvu, are you alright? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Duvu, still covering his face, stammered chest. Huvi was surprised. What chest? Duvu, hugging his face, continued, I mean your chest. Hearing this, Huvi was stunned for a moment. Then she looked down and suddenly realized the awkward truth. She immediately covered her chest with her hands and shouted in embarrassment. What are you looking at, Duvu? He retorted with a surprised tone. You grabbed my arm first, true. Huvi, embarrassed, hugged her chest and said angrily, I was just trying to help you. Why are you paying attention to my chest? You're such a pervert. This incident made her feel extremely angry. When they arrived at the coffee shop, Duvu's face was covered in sweat. She still maintained her annoyed expression. The coffee server looked at them and thought to himself, nothing's scarier than a couple who's angry at each other. I have to serve them. I'm so unlucky. Duvu gently said, don't be angry. It's just a misunderstanding. We still have to work together, so let's forget about it. I've resized the ring to fit you. Try it on. She frowned and took it, but she put it on her middle finger and raised it. Jiao Yu immediately said with a serious face, it was just an accident. Are you that bothered by it? She replied irritably, if my chest accidentally brushes against someone else, it's no big deal. I'm just annoyed at being teased by some pervert. Then Jiao Yu seriously apologized. I'm sorry. Zhao Yue was surprised and exclaimed, "Aunt." Jiao Yu continued, "You're trying to help me, even agreeing to be my fiancé. It's all my fault for not communicating properly with everyone and causing misunderstandings." Zhao Yue let out a sound as a waiter approached and spoke. "Here's the dessert," she asked in surprise. "Oh, but I didn't order." Jiao Yu immediately said, "I ordered it over the phone." Jiao Yu said with a smile, "You put a lot of sugar in your coffee, so I thought you liked sweet things. This is my apology. I hope you'll forgive me for this carelessness." The waiter left thinking, "He's so nice." She said, but I'm at fault too. I shouldn't have startled you. I'm sorry. I'll pay for this round." He smiled and replied, "It's okay if we communicate clearly. Then we can avoid these misunderstandings." She immediately said, "Right, let's do that." People in the restaurant gossiped. "She's been tricked. She's been tricked. The skill gap is too big." Jiao Yu gently said, "Take your time eating." Yue took a bite and excitedly said to him, "It's so delicious. Do you want some?" Jiao Yu stroked his chin and replied, "No need." Seeing her delighted expression while eating, he thought to himself, "She really does like sweet things." He reminisced about the past. Back then, Jiao Yu excitedly held 2 lollipops and showed them to her, saying, "One for each of us. Look, I bought them from town. This lollipop is for you." But You's mother didn't allow her to eat random things, Jiao Yu said sadly. "Hey, you can't eat it later, oh, right? Your mom doesn't let you eat random things. Why don't you hide it from your mom? She won't know." Yu happily exclaimed, "Is it sweet? Next time I'll bring more for you, okay?" Back to the present, a phone ringtone sounded. Yue answered the phone, and it was Yun Qian on the other end. He announced there would be a club meeting tomorrow. Zhao Yue cheerfully replied, "Okay, I'll be there. See you later." Jiao Yu thought to himself, "It's Hong Yun Qian again." He asked her irritably, "Normally, doesn't the club president call each member to notify them?" Yue immediately said, "Usually it's announced in the group, but it seems he's free today." He really is too free. This made Jiao Yu feel extremely uncomfortable. To prepare for the upcoming mountain climbing trip, everyone had gathered to receive announcements from Hong Yun Qian. Does everyone have the list for the next mountain climbing trip? Complete all assigned tasks. If you have any questions, please contact me right away. Lam Bok was worried. She glanced at the notices with a puzzled look. Damn, why do I have to notify people who don't even read messages in the group? Huvai, what are you doing? I'm buying shared supplies. We definitely need to go to the mall. The supermarket near school doesn't sell these things. Lam Bek Sai. It's time-consuming, and the items are heavy. Taking public transport would be tiring too. While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, Hong Van Kim turned to True Huvai and gently spoke. "I also need to go to the mall. I'll give you a ride." Hearing this, True Huvai couldn't hide her joy. Her eyes lit up brightly. "Thank you, Van Kim." Then she turned to Lam Bok and said, "It seems I can buy everything in one trip. See you later." Lam Bok pouted, feeling jealous. "Remember to be careful." When the two got in the car, True Huvai felt embarrassed. She thought to herself, "I've been in his car before, but never alone like this. Moreover, I'm sitting in the front seat." She was lost in thought when Hong Van Kim smiled and said, "Perfect timing. I also need to buy new camping gear for the trip." "Did you bring the shopping list?" Huvai stammered, yes." She clutched her chest, feeling her heart pounding, and thought to herself, "I'm so nervous." Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a message from Luong Juvu. "The first time we met at the bubble tea shop, you spilled bubble tea on me. You wanted to compensate me, so we exchanged numbers. Then we realized we were neighbors. How's this little backstory?" After reading the message, she thought to herself, I let Luong Juvu come up with how we met, but it sounds like a plot from a long TV drama series. It's so unrealistic. You don't even like sweet things. Why would you go to a bubble tea shop?" While she was focused on texting, Hong Van Kim turned and gently called out to Huvai. He leaned in close to her. True Huvai was surprised. "Yes." Then he reached his arm around her. He fastened the seatbelt for both of them. True. Huvai and Hong Van Kim now felt closer than ever before. He gently leaned close to her and said, "You should wear your seatbelt." True Huvai was extremely embarrassed by his action. She awkwardly said, "Thank you, Van Kim." Hong Van Kim also laughed awkwardly and replied, "Did I get too close? Did I scare you? I'm sorry. You're dating someone else, and I didn't keep my distance. I wonder if your boyfriend would be upset." Huvai immediately waved her hands. No, it's fine." In her mind, she thought, boyfriend. Does he mean Luong Juvu? Hong Van Kim sighed. He hesitated. "Well, that's lucky, but it's a shame. True, Hugh Vi asked in surprise, a shame. But Hong Van Keem pensively continued, I didn't expect you to suddenly have a boyfriend. I've always taken care of you. But before I could say what's in my heart, I just feel a bit regretful. Oh my. I've said things I shouldn't have. Forget it. I'm sorry, True Hugh, Vi thought to herself. Oh, what did he just say? Care for me? Regret his heart. Could it be that he likes me? At this thought, her heart started pounding. Meanwhile, Luong Ju-vu was still sitting waiting for her message. But there was still no reply. He thought to himself, strange, is she busy? Why isn't she replying to the message? Suddenly, there was a coughing sound that caught his attention. It was his father. He spoke up, asking, You've been texting for a while now. Are you that bored? You're making me sad. Luong Ju-vu replied coldly, Aren't you busy, Dad? I didn't want to disturb you. He chuckled softly. Then shouldn't you be helping me? If you want, you can. Luong Ju-vu immediately interrupted, Forget it. Besides, you shouldn't be careless. His father felt annoyed inside. This brat. Calm down, it's your own son. He tried to reassure himself, but outwardly he laughed. Haha, I'm not being careless. I'm just training you a bit. If you're not interested in work, let's talk about something else. Luong Ju-vu asked, What about? He smiled and said, Let's talk about my mysterious daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Luong Ju-vu looked at him with a somber face. Luong Ju-vu immediately stood up, put his phone in his pocket with a cold expression. There's nothing to talk about. At the party 3 months from now, I will officially introduce her. Then he turned and left, leaving his father completely shocked. He called after him in an irritated voice, Wait, at least tell me the girl's name. I've already announced it to everyone. If family or friends ask, at least I should have an answer about her name, right? Luong Ju-vu turned back and said, That's true. It would be impolite if you didn't even know her name. His father asked further, So what's her name? Her name is simple. True Hugh Vi. Immediately, he slammed the door shut, adding 2 words, Goodbye. His father waved and said, Goodbye. My daughter-in-law's name is True Hugh Vi. But then he thought to himself, breaking out in a cold sweat, How strange. It sounds like a boy's name. He sighed inwardly. It can't be. On the other side, True Hugh Vi was having coffee with Lambok. Lambok looked at her thoughtfully and said, He likes you, no doubt about it. True Hugh Vi was a bit hesitant, her eyes showing a hint of worry. I think so too, but I'm afraid I'm overthinking it. Lambok asserted confidently, No, you're not. If he said that, I'm 100% sure. Then she smiled and said, You've always liked him, haven't you? If your little umbrella friend hadn't appeared, you two would be dating already. Don't you regret it? She took a deep breath. I'm not Lambok, she immediately retorted. The word regret is clearly written on your face. True Hugh Vi whimpered, her eyes slightly teary. Lambok said seriously, But Hugh Vi, I'm not forcing you to tell me everything, but I'm really worried. Are you sure you're okay? True Hugh Vi could feel the sincerity in every word she said. She was surprised when Luong Ju-vu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, changing the atmosphere. He glanced with a slight smile and asked, Worried, huh? He glanced at Lambok and then said, I wonder what you're worried about, Miss Lam. I'm sorry, I haven't formally introduced myself. I'm Luong Ju-vu, U6's fiancé. Lambok, with a surprised look, fiancé. Then she shyly exclaimed, Wow, you're so handsome. You look really good. Luong Ju-vu smiled in response. Thank you. You're very beautiful too. Lambok immediately laughed and waved her hand. Oh, Mr. Luong, please sit down next to Hugh Vi. True Hugh Vi watched the greeting between the two. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. My friend's resistance to handsome guys is 0. After he sat down, Hugh Vi curiously asked him, What are you doing here? Luong Ju-vu looked at her and replied, There are a few things I want to try. True Hugh Vi, curious, try what? Luong Ju-vu lowered his voice and said, Well, I want to act like a real couple in front of everyone. You don't dare, do you? True Hugh Vi, provoked by him, angrily replied, Why wouldn't I dare? Luong Ju-vu smiled, his eyes full of confidence. That's good then. Then he immediately pulled her to sit closer to him. Then he turned to talk to Lam Bok on the opposite side. Thank you, Miss Bok, for always caring about Hugh Vi. But don't worry, I'll treat her well. True Hugh Vi looked at his demeanor and thought to herself, I have to admit, Luong Ju-vu always pretends like this. I can't lose. Then she lightly touched his chest. She leaned on him and said with a smile, That's right, we love each other. So there's nothing to worry about, Lambok. Luong Ju-vu was embarrassed by her action. His face turned red like a tomato, but he quickly regained his composure and hugged her close. Saying a little in advance doesn't hurt, right? True Hugh Vi whispered to him, You deserve this. Now be quiet. Lambok, looking at the two loving each other, said softly, Are you two playing a game of pretending to be lovers? True Hugh Vi felt uneasy. She forced a smile and replied a game. You're so funny, Lambok. Oh, come on. You can't fool me. Aren't you leaning on Mr. Luong a bit forcefully? It seems you've never done this before, right? True Hugh Vi was hit right in her weak spot, feeling flustered inside. But she still tried to stay calm and asked back forceful, Huh? Luong Ju Vu sitting beside couldn't help but burst into laughter. True Hugh Vi, with a frown on her face, asked him, Why are you laughing? Lambok didn't stop and continued teasing. And Mr. Luong, you're secretly happy, aren't you? Luong Ju Vu hesitated, realizing she was right. He laughed and replied, Secretly happy about what? Lambok smiled and asked further, You know what I mean, Mr. Luong? Luong Ju Vu laughed and denied it. Haha, you have a good sense of humor. Lambok rested her chin on her hand, smiling mockingly. In general, both of your acting skills are terrible. After Lambok left, True Hugh Vi frowned and said, Lambok left after dropping such a bomb. Anyway, what are you secretly happy about? Are you mocking my acting skills? Luong Ju Vu could only chuckle softly. Ha ha ha, Hugh Vi pouted and continued, Damn it. One day, I'll act better than you. Luong Ju Vu looked at her and said, Maybe, but we might not have much time for that. True Hugh Vi asked in surprise why. He sipped his coffee and said, My father knows your name now. She frowned upon hearing this. Will he do that? Is he going to hire a private detective? This is starting to feel like a TV drama series. Luong Ju Vu laughed. It won't go that far. At most, he'll just ask my friends about you. True Hugh Vi immediately asked who would do that. He smirked. It's likely that kid over there. His father calls Luong, why then answers. Ah, Dad. Son, are you having dinner with your brother's fiancée? I haven't met her yet. If you wanted to meet her, how can I refuse? You know Ju Vu's temper. If he finds out, I'll get beaten up. No way. This is too difficult. It'll be worse if he knows what you're doing behind his back. Why are you threatening me, Dad? I haven't done anything wrong. Luong Ju Vu immediately hung up, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. Hello, Dad. Dad. His friend saw this and asked what was wrong. Luong then sighed. My brother has a fiancée, but he'll only introduce her to the family when my grandfather comes home after 3 months. Because of that, my dad wants me to investigate. Someone sitting nearby said, I remember Luong Than's family is very rich, right? The person next to him nodded. Yes, seems to be a big company. What's your brother like, Luong? Why then? He replied, My brother is very smart. He started doing business while studying abroad. My grandfather said he'll inherit when he returns to the country. I don't understand what my dad is worried about. His friend was surprised and exclaimed, Wow, that sounds amazing. If I were a girl, I'd fall for him too. Luong then was surprised, really. His personality is terrible, you know? His friend then said, Because he's handsome and rich. Luong then frowned upon hearing this. Handsome and, you mean my brother's fiancée is after his money? He thought for a moment and then said, Now I understand. It seems I misunderstood my father's intentions. His friend thought he was overthinking and stopped him. That's not what I meant. Luong then slammed the Coca-Cola can on the table and said angrily, All right, to prevent my brother from being deceived, I'll investigate her. His friend broke out in a cold sweat. That's not what I meant. The next day, True Hugh Vi invited Luong Ju Vu to the park. I'm surprised you called me out. True Hugh Vi reluctantly replied. I didn't have any other choice. Lambok saw through our acting. Luong Ju Vu smiled. So, what do you want to do? True Hugh Vi blushed and hesitantly said, We need to improve our acting skills, so no one will discover us in the future. She was very determined, so we have to do it. Luong Ju Vu looked at her in surprise. True Hugh Vi continued, If we want to look like a real couple, we need to be more intimate with each other. Luong Ju Vu covered his face. Wait. True Hugh Vi noticed he was acting a bit strange. She curiously asked, What's wrong? Luong Ju Vu looked at her and asked, You said we should be more intimate. Do you mean things like hugging? True Hugh Vi blushed and nodded. What else could it be? Luong Ju Vu waved his hands. I just wanted to make sure. Ha ha ha. True Hugh Vi looked at his demeanor and was very confused. Luong Ju Vu thought to himself, It's a pity I was thinking of something else. Then she immediately stood up. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. She hugged herself and said loudly to him, Hug me. Luong Ju Vu looked at her posture and hesitantly asked, Are we going to hug like that? True Hugh Vi answered very firmly. Anyway, it's not like we're really in love, so we need to keep a distance in our hearts. Luong Ju Vu thought to himself, We're trying to get closer, but she's being so guarded. Does she understand the issue? Then he moved closer with a gentle smile. All right, then I'm coming. True Hugh Vi blushed, her face turning red, but still tried to say loudly, come on then. Looking at her demeanor, Luong Vu couldn't help but laugh. She looked like she was being forced onto a battlefield. He moved closer, his arms reaching around her. He hugged her close. They both felt their hearts racing. True Hugh Vi felt something strange. She thought in surprise, what is this strange feeling? My heart is beating so fast. Calm down. This is just a training session. Luong Vu shifted slightly, drawing her attention. His lips brushed past her ear, surprising her. She pushed him away, forcefully. Covering her ear, she stammered, did you just kiss my ear? Luong Vu firmly denied, of course not. True Hugh Vi blushed, embarrassed. Vu explained, it was my chin. I turned my head and accidentally touched your ear with my chin. She said sheepishly, I understand now. I'm sorry, I misunderstood again. Then Luong Vu looked at his watch and said to her, it's okay. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll see you another day. Quickly replied, Oha, okay. Goodbye. She wondered to herself, how embarrassing. What's wrong with me? Next time I should invite him out to eat and apologize. Meanwhile, as Luong Vu left, he covered his mouth, blushing and thinking to himself, I couldn't control myself. That evening, clothes were scattered on the bed. After Luong Vu finished showering, he let out a sigh full of emotion. In that moment, he thought he could control himself. He wanted things to progress slowly and not rush. In his mind, he recalled the first time he met True Hugh Vi. I am your cousin. At first, I didn't expect it to be True Hugh Vi. He asked, when will he arrive? She replied, he'll be here soon. Haha, he thought to himself, they really look alike, and she's cute too. I've never had thoughts like this about a girl before. When I realized I'd been tricked, I got angry, but seeing her hide and look so scared, he wondered, was she brave when she was younger, or do I just look scary? I don't want Hugh Vi to keep her distance from me. I really want to see her. Then slowly, that's why I gently said to her, become my fiancée. Back to reality, he blushed and thought. After that, everything went smoothly. Grandpa stopped pressuring me to get married. But I was surprised to learn she liked someone else. Luckily, she's still single. Luong then appeared out of nowhere, handing him a can of drink and curiously asking, what are you thinking about? Vu, you've been sitting there days since you finished showering. Luong Vu took the beer can and said, nothing, but am I handsome? Luong then, sucking on a lollipop, replied, of course you are. You're my brother after all. Luong Vu, drinking his beer, affirmed, that's right. There's no way I'd lose. Luong then, looking at his brother's demeanor, thought to himself, he's doubting his appearance like this. He must really love that fiancée of his. I'll investigate to see what my future sister-in-law is like. On the other side, Lambok asked Hugh Vi, are you really not coming to the cafeteria? True Hugh Vi, busy working on a report, replied, no, I forgot to do the report for tomorrow. Just buy some food for me when you come back. Lambok smiled and left, saying, all right, good luck. As she walked, she thought to herself, I don't understand why they want to pretend to be lovers. But it seems like things are progressing well. She'll be fine. Mr. Luong seems like a good person. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her train of thought. Excuse me, do you know True Hugh Vi? Are you sure you're at the right place? This is the girls' dormitory. She looked in the direction of the voice. Two young men continued asking, we're not mistaken, that's her name. The girl immediately replied, I'm sorry, but I don't know. It's okay, do you have time to have coffee with me? The friend next to him immediately said, shut up, Dao. We have work to do. Seeing this, Lambok's face darkened, and she asked, excuse me, why are you two looking for True Hugh? The two young men looked back in surprise. Lambok pretended to be shy. I know her. Are you two friends? The friend next to him whistled and said softly, wow, so pretty. Luong then, seeing Lambok's demeanor, also blushed and replied, we don't know her, but we want to know more about her. Lambok immediately smiled and said, I see. Let's go somewhere else to talk. The girls' dormitory entrance isn't suitable for conversation. Luong then immediately nodded. Okay, thank you. Then she led the two to the parking lot. The two followed silently behind, confused and thinking, it's too dark here. Then worriedly asked, don't you think this location is a bit far? The friend next to him also said, do you want to go karaoke after we're done? Lambok smirked. What? She cracked her cold knuckles and said, that's the point. This is even more convenient. Lambok sat remembering the memories, wondering if everything started from the first tooth falling out or from the first punch she threw. Perhaps it was when I knocked down the bully. That was the first time I fought back. Seeing the fear in those eyes, I felt the power surging within me. From that moment on, I ruled the school. It was the most glorious and wild time of my life. It was also the period I wanted to forget. She sighed quietly. I want to kill my high school self so badly. Fortunately, after 2 years of acting like a ridiculous criminal, she had an awakening and started studying hard. In her final year, even while lying in a hospital bed, she still tried to study and always asked people to send her more materials. She could still study and finally got into a university she wanted. She wanted a new environment, new friends, and this is where she met true Hugh Vi, a friend who accepted me, despite knowing about my painful past. So I will never allow anyone to bother my friends. Lambach looked at the two men in front of her and smiled, saying, "This will be more convenient." The two of them looked at each other bewildered. Convenient for what? The friend next to him whispered, "Hey, Luong, why then? Do you think she likes us, so she came here?" Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. The friend next to him was hit and cried out in pain. Luong Wai then worriedly ran over to check on Dao. "Are you okay?" The friend named Dao painfully exclaimed. Luong Wai then turned and shouted at Lambach, "Hey, what are you doing?" Lambach ran towards him. She held a shoe and swung it towards Luong Wai then. He saw Lambach's face turn sharp seeing this. Luong Wai then became worried. "She's holding a high heel." The divine spirit stepped back to explain. "Wait, why did you attack us? That weapon is very dangerous." Lambach tossed the shoe up and asked coldly, "Dangerous?" "I made the first move very precisely, because I sensed danger," she said seriously. "I know people like you well." Luong Wai then immediately asked, "Are we dangerous?" "Come on, we just met." Lambek loget kun li. "I'm the person you're looking for. I'm Trayu Huviwai. You not only know my name in school, but also came here to ask about me. You act carelessly, and that guy even has a knife. If this isn't suspicious, then I don't know what is suspicious anymore. If it's just a misunderstanding, then say it. Why are you looking for me?" Luong Wai then stammered, We. The friend next to him covered his face and explained, "It's just a fruit peeling knife." Luong Wai then thought worriedly, "She's true Hugh Vi. Oh no, if Ju Vu knows about this, my life is over." Then she put on her high heels and warned, "You should think of a reason before coming here next time. I don't care what you're pursuing. I'll always welcome you." She dusted her hands and continued, "But I advise you to behave normally. If not, you'll get more than high heels, little boy." Luong Wai then didn't expect to be called a little boy. He was very curious. What's up with this woman? Will she become my sister-in-law? Meanwhile, True Hugh Vi was in the office waiting for Lambach to bring food back. "Why is Lambach taking so long? I'm starving to death." And Luong Ju Vu was still hesitating, not sure whether to invite True Hugh Vi out or not. She won't have classes for 2 days. Should I invite her out? Luong Wai then sat on the sofa playing games. He cursed silently in his heart. Damn it. I couldn't sleep last night. That violent woman is my future sister-in-law. What do you like about her? Suddenly, Luong Ju Vu's voice rang out. "Hey, why then?" He immediately replied, "Dad's not here. He went out to sign a contract. Let's go." Wai then followed Luong Ju Vu. Ju Vu asked surprisingly, "Why do you want to come to the company with me? Dad will be so happy if he knows." Wai then walked behind indifferently and said, "I'm free anyway, but I'm not interested in the work." He thought to himself, "I want to tell Dad about that woman, but Dad's too busy." Then he said to his brother, "By the way, I told my friends you have a fiancé. They're very curious." Luong Ju Vu asked indifferently, "Why? I don't even know your friends. They want to know what she's like. Come on, tell me. What do you like about her?" Luong Ju Vu pondered, "What do I like?" Then he thought about the image of her blushing shyly. He smiled and answered, "Cute and interesting like a small animal." Ishun was terrified hearing that. "What's cute? A small animal? She's like a tigress." You silently sighed that Diao, you had such a strange taste. You held your head, and when I don't want to understand. Then a young man approached the two, called out, "Here you are." Liang Jiao Yu looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" He immediately took off his mask and replied me, "Imkizine, I will never forgive you." Liang Jiao Yu looked extremely angry at his appearance. Ishun was surprised and asked, "Oh, it's you." Liang Jiao Yu indifferently asked, "Your friend?" Ishun stammered, "Jiao Yu he is. He's on Zhao Yue's side." Everyone was eating and drinking at the barbecue restaurant. Very lively, she was eating while thinking to herself, the food here is so delicious. It's a pity Lin I can't try it. While she was busy eating, Hong Van Kim came with a skewer of meat. He gently said, "Hey Yue, you like to eat this, right?" Yue happily accepted it. "Yes. Thank you, Van Keem." She ate while thinking to herself, he's so nice. Has he always been paying attention to me? I still remember what he said if I hadn't agreed to help Yongwoo Van Keem, and I might have while eating. She looked at Hong Van Keem's appearance suddenly. He turned and winked at her, then gently said, "Eat up." Zhao Yue felt shy and embarrassed. She nodded. "Oh, okay." In her heart, she silently cried, "He's too nice, Liang Diao, you owes me a perfect boyfriend." Suddenly someone came over with a beer bottle and said loudly, "Hey, are you guys drinking or not? We're already on the third round here." He pressed against Zhao Yue. "Why aren't you drinking, Yue? Come on, we're gathering." She replied irritatedly, "I can't drink. I'll get a stomachache." He kept pressuring her. "Get used to it, then you'll be fine. Come on, I'll drink with you." Zhao Yue was very angry inside. How much has he drunk? He's drunk. If Van Keem wasn't here, I would have knocked him out already. A hand stopped his beer bottle and said, "That's enough." She said she doesn't want to drink. Zhao Yue was very surprised by Hong Van Keem's action. Van Keem. Zhao Yue's face turned slightly red. She thought to herself, "He helped me again." Her face unconsciously blushed as she thought, "And it's too close now." Hong Van Keem said sternly, "You're being too rude. Apologize." The guy fearfully left immediately. "I'm sorry. I'm too drunk. Sorry for bothering you, Yue." Hong Van Keem continued to warn him, "Don't let me catch you doing this again." Meanwhile, Zhao Yue kept having many thoughts, wondering what's wrong with Lu Haolin. He doesn't usually drink this much. Hong Van Keem turned to ask her with a caring tone, "Yue, are you okay? Do you need me to take you home?" Yue smiled and replied, "I'm fine. Thank you, Van Keem." Hong Van Keem looked at her with worried eyes. "Are you sure?" True Huvai nodded and affirmed, "Yes, I'm fine." She didn't want to spoil everyone's mood and also didn't want to make anyone worry. Hong Van Keem turned and asked everyone, "Hey, I'm planning to go to the convenience store. Does anyone want to buy anything?" Everyone simultaneously said, "Chewing gum. I want some dried squid." Then he turned to True Huvai and said, "Do you want to come with me? Get some fresh air to feel better." True Huvai felt extremely happy inside, thinking to herself, "Van Keem, he's really doing this for me." She nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's go." On the other side, Luong Jiu exclaimed in surprise, "Chi any Luong, why then? Do you know him?" Luong Wai then calmly replied, "Remember Mr. Chi, who we do business with? This is his grandson. We used to play together when we were young. I moved away when I was little, so you probably don't remember him. He has an older sister, she." Before Luong Wai then could finish, Chizine interrupted, "Don't talk about my sister. You have no right to mention her." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "That's enough." It was Chi Xin. She frowned at him. "Don't make a scene, Zian. We're here for work." He immediately cried out, "Sister, but he insulted you." Chi Xin crossed her arms and said, "What are you talking about? No one insulted anyone. I've told you to behave properly." Luong Wai then whispered to Luong Jiu, that's his older sister, Chi Xin. Wai then covered his mouth and continued, "She's the blind date. I stood up, remember." Luong Jiu pondered, "Oh, her." Then Luong Jiu cleared his throat softly. Ahem. Hello. I'm sorry about the blind date that I arranged before I clarified with you. I sincerely apologize for not being there that day." Chi Xin gently replied, "It's all right. I heard you have a fiancé. Congratulations, Mr. Luong." Kizine standing nerbi immediately shouted, "Zixin. How can you forgive him? He stood you up. You waited for over an hour." Chi Xin waved her hand. "He apologized. Let's just move on. Besides, be quiet." Chizina was extremely angry inside. Damn it. Luong Jiu. Then, looking at Chizina's obedient puppy-like demeanor, he thought to himself, he's so well-behaved. Luong Wai then patted his shoulder. He laughed, and then teasingly said, "You haven't changed a bit, redhead." Lungdu Vusha Fon Zhang. He picked up the phone to check, and thought to himself, a notification. Must be Hugh Vi replying about dinner. Luong Wai then and Chi were arguing, neither willing to back down. Luong Wai then teased, "Can't you do anything better than causing trouble?" Chi angrily shouted, "You're still as annoying as before." Greenhead. After reading the message, Luong Jiu felt disappointed. Why is it about club activities? That means he's there too. On the other side, Dr. Liang was still teasing the crazy head. The disciple's elder sister, Zmo, objected. "I don't have." Liang Yaowu smiled and said to everyone, "I'm sorry, but something urgent came up and I have to leave first. I'll ask the medical god to bring the gift and apologize formally later." Dr. Liang exclaimed in surprise. "What? You're still?" ZMO then grumbled angrily, as if that would make things better. Cheesy Xin waved his hand. Don't worry about it, Brother Liang. Then Dr. Liang said to ZMO, the redhead, your sister said it's fine. You're still being so stubborn. Kitsi Montag angrili shouted. What's it to you? The greenhead and redhead were still arguing very noisily, making the atmosphere chaotic. Cheesy Xin looked at Liang Yao's appearance and thought to herself, he seems worried, so he really does have a fiancé. After the two left the supermarket, Hong Van Kim spoke with a serious expression. I'm sorry. Lu Hao Lam made you feel uncomfortable. He just got accepted into a good company for an internship. He was too happy and drank a bit too much. Next time I'll tell him to be more careful. True Hugh Vi smiled and replied, Thank you, Van Kim, but I'm really fine. He smiled at her, his eyes hiding gratitude. You're always so kind, Hugh Vi. True Hugh Vi felt embarrassed. Why do you think that? Then he handed her the milk box, gently saying, Here, this is for you. True Hugh Vi was surprised by the small gift. What is it? Hong Van Kim smiled and continued. You wanted to drink this, but they didn't have it at the barbecue place. I saw it in the store, so I bought it for you. Hearing this, True Hugh Vi happily accepted the milk box. I love drinking this. Thank you. On the way, Hong Van Kim gently asked Hugh Vi, What do you think of me? True Hugh Vi was surprised. You're a good chairman, fair and caring, always taking care of everyone in the club. As she was speaking, Hong Van Kim's eyes suddenly became gentle, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Her face slightly flushed as she continued speaking. Thanks to you, the club is running very well. I really like being with you. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. Wow, has he always looked at me like this? Hong Van Kim softly said, Is that so? That means. Suddenly, Hong Van Kim raised his hand, affectionately caressing her face, and said, Our feelings are the same? True Hugh Vi was surprised. The same. Hong Van Kim gently replied, Yes. Because I like. He moved closer. The distance between them gradually narrowed, making the atmosphere tense and sweet, as their lips were about to touch. Suddenly, True Hugh Vi used the milk box to shield between them, making Hong Van Kim exclaim in surprise. What are you doing, Hugh Vi? She asked him back. I also want to ask you, Van Kim. Hong Van Kim answered frankly. I was about to kiss you. True Hugh Vi was surprised and immediately backed away. Kiss me, but I have a boyfriend, don't you remember? Hong Van Kim pretended to explain. I remember, but you don't really like him, do you? You haven't told anyone about him, and I know you've always secretly liked me. True Hugh Vi sighed, her mood becoming tense. She replied with contempt. What nonsense are you talking about? I thought you were a good person, but all I wanted to do was just to be in the same club as you. I never thought about confessing my feelings. Even if you confessed to me, I would reject you, because I have a boyfriend now. How I feel about him doesn't matter, but when we're together, I can't accept you. Why are you doing this, Van Kim? I can't believe you're the type of person who would approach someone who already has a boyfriend. It's disappointing to hear that, so disappointing. Hong Van Kim stood still. Then he spoke to explain. I'm sorry. I like you so much that I couldn't hold back. True Hugh Vi immediately reacted. That's your problem. Don't use me as an excuse. Honestly, if it were someone else doing this, I would have kicked them already. Hong Van Kim asked her back. You'd kick. Are you that kind of person, Hugh Vi? True Hugh Vi sighed, feeling tired of always having to act like a proper lady. Take this. From now on, stay away from me. She handed him back the milk box and coldly said, I'm going home. Goodbye. After she left, Hong Van Kim gripped the milk box tightly in his hand. Anger welled up inside him. He threw the milk box forcefully into the trash. His hand brushed his forehead with a sigh. Why is it so difficult? He wondered if he was being too impatient. Perhaps he should change his approach. Suddenly, with a thud, his bag fell to the ground. Hong Van Kim painfully held his stomach and angrily turned back to ask, Hey, what are you doing? Luong Ju-vu coldly said, How shameful. You deserve my punch. He loosened his tie and said coldly, Lucky I followed her here. Hitting on someone else's girl isn't very nice. Mr. Hong Van Kim worriedly, his face drenched in sweat. He was confused, thinking, oh no. Hong Van Kim clutched his chest, coughing, his voice stuttering. What do you mean, your girl? He tried to pretend he didn't hear and coldly replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Luong Ju-vu's face darkened. His eyes filled with anger. You don't know. Do you really think I'm an idiot? At that moment, in Luong Ju-vu's body, discomfort was rising in waves. He felt uneasy and stuttered, I didn't. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, is this as far as I can go? Immediately, he knelt down. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I crossed the line. I like Hugh Vi. I had to live with regret when I found out she already had a boyfriend. It was just a spontaneous action. I deeply regret it and promise it won't happen again. Hugh Vi said that she really likes you and immediately rejected me. Hearing this, Luong Jiu-vu pondered for a moment. Then he felt confused and flustered. She really likes me. Hong Van Kim continued, if you still don't believe it, I'll go apologize to her sincerely. Luong Jiu-vu waved his hand. All right, no need to do that. Seeing you apologize so sincerely, I'll let it go. But remember from now on, keep your distance from her. Then Luong Jiu-vu turned and left. Hong Van Kim called after him, all right, you don't need to worry too much. His inner thoughts are different from his outward attitude. Is that all? Someone as rich but inexperienced as you is easy to deceive. Perhaps I can forgive. Suddenly, Luong Jiu-vu turned back and coldly said, furthermore, I don't know what your intentions are, but I advise you to give up. My kindness also has its limits. Hong Van Kim heard this and felt afraid. I won't do anything. I promise. In his heart, he thought to himself, he knows what I'm thinking. Maybe he's just like me. On a bright moonlit evening after leaving, True Hugh Vi held her phone thinking about Hong Van Kim. Can't believe Van Kim is that kind of person. So disappointing. Should I tell Lam Bok about this? Forget it. Van Kim was just a bit impulsive. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Hey, isn't that Kong Na Nai? She called out to Luong Jiu-vu. Luong Jiu-vu smiled and turned around. Hugh Vi approached him. It's so late. What are you doing here? Jiu-vu said, I just wanted to tell you something. She replied, then you didn't need to come here. We could have talked on the phone. Luong Jiu-vu suddenly remembered what Hong Van Kim had said earlier. Hugh Vi said, she really likes you, and immediately rejected me. He thought to himself, clearly she likes that Van Kim guy, but rejected him because of me. Could it be? While Luong Jiu-vu was lost in thought, True Hugh Vi wondered, is there something urgent? She looked at his appearance and thought, he's wearing the exact same outfit as the first day we met. Come to think of it, I don't even know what his job is. Then she said to him, if it's urgent, we can talk while walking. I'm heading back to the dorm. Luong Jiu-vu blurted out, you look very cute today. True Hugh Vi blushed at his words, wondering if she had misheard. She asked him again, what did you say? Luong Jiu-vu continued, you look great in this outfit. Your hair is beautiful too. The first time I saw you again, you were just as adorable. True Hugh Vi blushed and looked at him suspiciously. Why are you suddenly complimenting me like that? Then she moved closer to him. Oh, I see. You're practicing your lines, aren't you? Well then, let's practice together. You look very handsome today too. You truly are my beloved fiancé. Suddenly, he leaned down, gently placed his hand on her neck, and kissed her. That action caught True Hugh Vi by surprise, and she exclaimed, you. After Luong Jiu-vu pulled away from her soft lips, a strange feeling of curiosity filled his heart. He wondered why True Hugh Vi didn't have any reaction. Meanwhile, he noticed that she remained dazed and silent. This made him sigh helplessly. She's in a daze. Looking so confused is actually quite cute. He thought to himself, wondering if he should move closer again or not. But suddenly, as he was about to move closer, True Hugh Vi pushed him away with an incomprehensible expression. It was then that True Hugh Vi finally spoke, her voice filled with surprise and concern. What are you doing? Sensing the tension in her eyes, he suddenly noticed her uneasy expression. Luong Jiu-vu felt a bit worried and thought to himself, wait, something's not right. True Hugh Vi's face turned gloomy and somber, making Luong Jiu-vu more anxious than ever. He was thinking, could it be that Hong Van Kim had lied to him? If those words were false, then he was no different from a pervert, just like that guy. He cried out internally and had to find a way to salvage the situation. Then he immediately stepped back, speaking up to explain with sincerity. Wait, I can explain. It was just practice. Normal couples hold hands, hug, and kiss each other, right? It was just practice. If people see us naturally, they'll definitely think we're really in love. True Hugh Vi looked at him and asked skeptically, so that was just practice. Luong Jiu-vu tried to explain, his voice a bit surprised, but haven't you done this before? Don't you remember? It was when True Hugh Vi suddenly hugged his arm in a sweet moment. Then he continued, anyway, it was just practice. Don't overthink it. But her understanding didn't erase the worry in his heart. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking everything was fine. But suddenly he saw her face as if about to cry. Luong Jiu-vu panicked, not knowing what to do. He called out to her, Hu Vi, why do you look like that? He thought she was angry with him and immediately said, I'm sorry. Are you angry? I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. True Hu Vi turned and walked away, saying only a brief sentence. It was just practice. Why should I be angry? I'm leaving first. Luong Ju-vu was about to call her back. Wait, but True Hu Vi immediately shook off his hand and shouted, I said I'm leaving first. At this moment, his heart was pounding, worried endlessly, thinking she was really angry. Does she hate me and think I'm a pervert? No, after Zhao Yue left, she calmed herself down a bit, then thought about what Liang Yaowu had just said. It was just practice. Normal couples hold hands, hug, and kiss each other, right? It's just practice. She thought to herself, holding hands, hugging, and even kissing for him, it's just practice. I was angry when he suddenly did that. But do I really hate him? No, I can treat him like a friend. I could have pushed him away, but why didn't I do it? Meanwhile, at the D family's house, Chizin raised her voice. Why didn't you let me teach Liang Yaowu a lesson? Chizin, sitting on the sofa, said, I've told you many times not to be so impulsive. Zin, Mr. Liang and I only had one meeting because our fathers arranged it. And now he has a fiancée, so there's no need for matchmaking anymore. We haven't even dated. But vent your anger on him, Chizin stubbornly insisted. But everyone says you two are meant to be together. Everyone hopes you'll be together. I don't like Yaowu, but he's suitable for you. Besides, he's better than your ex-boyfriends. Hearing Chizin mention ex-boyfriends, Chizin said, Are you talking about the guy I was looking for, or the one who used me for his own ambitions? Chizin silently lamented, Oh no, not good. I shouldn't have said that. She's not lucky with men. She only has memories about men. Then Chizin immediately stood up and went to her room. She said, It's okay. I'm fine. Behave properly and stay out of trouble. Okay. Chizin watched her sister's lonely figure leave and thought, She says she's fine, but I won't let it go for anyone who dares to hurt her. I'll make him regret it. Then Chizin called someone. Hey, it's me. Call a few guys. Tell them I have a job for them. Liang Yishan cheerfully asked, Are you going out tomorrow? Liang Yaowu, sitting on the sofa, replied indifferently, No, not going anywhere. Hearing this, Liang Yishan smiled brightly. Then can I borrow your car? I'm going out with some friends. Liang Yaowu replied, Okay. Liang Yishan encouraged continued speaking. Dad has also limited my card. Can I? Liang Yaowu, while chewing, interrupted, My card is in my wallet in the jacket. Liang Yishan was about to ask more. So, what's the credit limit? But Liang Yaowu immediately cut him off. No limit. Liang Yishan was overjoyed, taking his brother's card and car keys. Thanks. I'll return the car when I get back. Liang Yaowu replied, Okay. After Luong Wai then left, he recalled his brother's appearance and thought he must have had an argument with her. His agreement to lend the car and card means his mood is so terrible that he doesn't care about anything anymore. Usually, he teaches me how to spend money. Yesterday at the office, he was still fine. But after meeting that girl, he became like this. They must have had a fight. He remembered Ju-vu sitting and eating French fries. But he had never seen his brother eat French fries like that before. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself for not being able to resist taking advantage of his brother. Though thinking this, he still put the bank card in his pocket. Suddenly, Luong Wai then recalled Lam Bak's appearance. He still misunderstood her as his brother's girlfriend. She's so violent towards him. Could it harm Ju-vu? I must meet her and make them break up. He clenched his fist, silently determined. Immediately, he called his friend. Hey, Dao. The voice on the other end rang out. What's up? Come with me to see. Luong Wai then hadn't finished speaking. The other end knew right away what he was going to say and fearfully hung up immediately. Luong Wai then hugged himself and sobbed. Wai then went to Lam Bak's female dormitory. He stood waiting below the female dormitory. The girls passing by all noticed him and whispered among themselves. He felt extremely embarrassed. I've never waited for anyone in front of a dormitory like this before. I'm doing this for Ju-vu, but I still feel guilty meeting my brother's fiancée frequently. Wai then noticed Lam Bak walking while holding her phone. Lam Bak worriedly thought, Hu Vi has been gloomy since he returned. He even stayed up late. Did something happen to him outside yesterday? How scary. Today is Saturday. I want to go shopping with him. Suddenly, Luong Wai then approached. He hesitantly started a conversation with her. Hello. Lam Bak didn't recognize him as the guy from last night. She surprisingly asked back, Is there something wrong? In her heart, she silently exclaimed, Wow, he's so handsome. Luong Wai then awkwardly scratched his neck and hesitantly said, You're Chi, right? Are you free now? He thought to himself, her appearance today seems friendlier than the other day. Lambok immediately said he had mistaken her for someone else. Luong Wai then quickly said, but my friend and I came to you a few days ago. Don't you remember? Hearing him say this, Lambok realized he was the guy she met last night. Her attitude immediately changed. Oh, it's you. Wai then saw her frightening demeanor and immediately swallowed. Feeling worried, she's scary again. Lambok immediately showed an annoyed attitude and asked, did you come here for revenge? Luong Wai then immediately spoke up to explain. No, I just have something I want to talk to you about, really. Lambok immediately replied, all right, let's talk at the same place as last time. She wondered in her heart, I don't know what he wants from Hugh Vai. It was too dark the other day. He was wearing a hat, so I didn't recognize him today. But now that I look closely, he seems familiar. Then the two went to where they had parked earlier. Lin Bai immediately asked what was going on. Liang Yishan hesitated and said, well, Lin Bai lost patience. She angrily reminded him to speak up and say it loudly. Liang Yishan shouted, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? His words caught Lin Bai by surprise. Her face flushed as she asked, do you know who I am? Are you sure you like me? Liang Yishan felt extremely embarrassed, but he was still determined to continue. I'm sure. I didn't recognize you before because it had been a long time, but when you revealed your identity, I knew it was you, and I've secretly liked you for a very long time. In his heart, he thought, I don't know how to make them break up. I'll sacrifice myself for Yao Yu's happiness. Lin Bai looked at him suspiciously. You've liked me for a long time. Really? Yishan stammered, really, because you didn't know who I was. Lin Bai then asked, oh, what's your name? Liang Yishan stuttered, his heart racing. I'm Liang Yi. I'm Wang Shen. When Lin Bai heard the surname Liang, she immediately guessed. Wait, he said his surname is Liang. Why does he look familiar? Like you use fiancé. Then she smirked, I see. I think I know who he is. Interesting, he's trying to trick me, isn't he? It seems many people want to come between you and his fiancé. Let's see what this boy wants to do. She immediately pretended to be happy and approached Liang Yishan. We can date, but you have to prove to me that you really like me. Lin Bai's initiative made Liang Yishan embarrassed. He stepped back a little, stammering, How? How can I do that? Lin Bai immediately moved closer, putting her hand on Yishan's shoulder. It's easy, kiss me. Yishan was scared. Isn't kissing too fast? Yishan screamed internally. What is she saying? Is she cheating on Yao Yu? How dare she say that? Lin Bai saw him worried, his face turning red. She immediately teased, you don't want to. So you're lying. Liang Yishan was very confused. I don't. Liang Yishan thought in another direction. Did Yao Yu do something to make her sad? Is she doing this for revenge? But she shouldn't do this either. Then Liang Yishan guessed to himself. I knew she wasn't suitable for Yao Yu. Lin Bai moved even closer to Liang Yishan and whispered, are you sure? Then can I kiss you? Liang Yishan worried internally, oh no, I can't think of any excuse to stop this. She's joking, right? She won't really kiss me. He stammered, but Lin Bai was very pleased inside. This boy is so flustered, how fun. Liang Yishan closed his eyes tightly and thought to himself, whatever, it's just a kiss. I'll tell Duvu later. Lam Bok looked at Luong Wai Van's expression with great amusement. Oh no, he'll be so hurt. Then she leaned in and kissed him, making this moment full of surprise and excitement. In a bustling and lively bar, Tae-tu NAC sat gathered with his friends. His face was gloomy. Seeing him so depressed, his friends teased him, look at you so sad. 2NAC. Are you feeling lonely? A friend next to him also showed concern. What's troubling you? Tae-tu NAC. Another person spoke up. Come on, 2NAC isn't like you. He doesn't want to have a girlfriend. 2NAC irritably said, it's because of that damn Luong guy. He stood up my sister at their meeting. Every time I remember that incident, I get angry. A curious friend asked, Luong, you mean Luong Wai then? Aren't you any good friends? The girlfriend sitting on the lap of another friend also curiously joined the conversation. I see. My parents said he's already engaged. Tae-tu NAC immediately refuted, it's not him. It's his brother who recently returned to the country, Luong Duvu. The girlfriend continued, unexpectedly announcing, and his name even sounds like a boy's name. The friend next to her was surprised. A boy? Is that what our parents said? Then the group of friends started teasing each other. Wait, your sister's meeting didn't go well. Does that mean it's my turn now? Someone immediately mocked, throwing cold water on him. Don't be delusional. Who would let their daughter marry you? Tae-tu NAC felt extremely annoyed. The more he thought, the angrier he became. I don't care if his fiancé is male or female, but he insulted my sister. That means he insulted my whole family. I won't let this slide. Seeing two NAC getting angry, two friends tactfully left first. Goodbye, haha. I'm leaving first. They thought to themselves, he's still the same, always obsessed with his sister. In the girls' dormitory, True Hugh Vi lay on the bed, intently looking at her phone. She told herself, I couldn't sleep last night. It's already past 9 now. Lambach must have sensed my bad mood. Luckily, he didn't ask anything. True Hugh Vi recalled what happened last night. After everything that had occurred, she couldn't believe that Van Keem would attack a girl who already had a boyfriend. She felt that Hong Van Keem had issues and reminded herself, I need to keep my distance from him. I can't accept what he did without my consent. Then she remembered Luong Duvu. It was just a rehearsal. Why did he have to get so worked up? The more she thought about Luong Duvu, the angrier she became. Then she shouted, damn it, he made a mistake, so why should I forgive him? True Hugh Vi was determined not to let herself be taken advantage of. No, it won't make him apologize right away. True Hugh Vi immediately texted to ask Luong Duvu to come out to talk on the other side. After a moment of bewilderment, Luong Duvu didn't know how to appease True Hugh Vi. Suddenly, he received a message from True Hugh Vi. She sent a single, very cold sentence. Come out to talk. He felt very relieved and thought to himself, finally, she wants to talk to me. I thought she would be angry for a few days, but after that, he immediately stood up to change his clothes, grooming himself meticulously. He thought to himself, I will try my best to make amends. When about to go out, Luong Dieu vu dans les rides? Oh no, why then borrowed my car? So he decided to call a taxi. As soon as he went out, he didn't notice someone was following him. He informed the person on the other end of the phone. He has gone out. Luong Juvu arrived at the meeting place, but looking around, he still didn't see True Hugh Vi. He checked the message again, then looked at his watch, wondering, am I on time, right? I'll send her a message. He looked around and was stunned. Thugs appeared out of nowhere, surrounding him on all sides. A leader pretended to smile friendly. Hey, handsome guy. Luong Duvu indifferently glanced at him. Tae-tu and AC stood on the building observing the group below. He felt extremely pleased. Haha, now you're in trouble, Luong Duvu. Let me show you what happens if you insult my family. I hope you'll enjoy about 6 months in the hospital. While he was still gleefully going down the stairs walking and talking about Tun Kai and his friends, he would do anything as long as he's paid. How convenient. But he didn't notice True Hugh Vi was hiding near the staircase observing the situation with Luong Duvu. When Tae-tu and AC glanced over, he slightly startled seeing the silhouette of a girl hiding behind peeking out. He was surprised. Who's this? Where did she come from? True Hugh Vi heard footsteps and turned around. She immediately signaled him to be quiet. Shu, speak softly, something's happening. She waved her hand, indicating him to look over there. Look over there. Do you think something's wrong? Tae-tu and AC silently prayed, hoping she hadn't heard what he said. True Hugh Vi pointed towards Duvu and asked, look over there. What do you think is happening? He replied, it seems they're talking. Triahu visiriyasli, with eyes full of concern, replied, I don't think so. Those people look hostile. Tae-tu and AC thought, is she trying to interfere? Does she know who Luong Duvu is? He immediately asked back, so what do you think is happening? True Hugh Vi immediately asserted, I think they're robbing him. The disciple NAC hadn't yet understood her words. He indifferently replied, really? I see they. But then he suddenly realized and angrily shouted, that's not it. True Hugh Vi thought for a moment and asked again, so it's extortion, right? Disciple NAC was so angry. Without thinking, he immediately shouted, who wants his money anyway? Then he quickly covered his mouth for almost slipping up, stammering to cover up. He sighed, thinking to himself, I almost got exposed. I can't let anyone know I'm planning to finish this. Disciple NAC immediately prepared to leave. I'm sorry, I have something to do. Thinking to himself, I need to stay away. True Hugh Vi turned and said to him, anyway, he'll get in trouble with them, even though he did that to me. But she immediately grabbed Tae-tu NAC's hand. Help me. Tae-tu NAC was surprised, huh? Wait, what are you doing? Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader of the thugs was cracking his knuckles, preparing to act. While pretending to smile, he said, sorry, handsome guy. We're just doing our job. True Hugh Vi exclaimed, trying to distract them. Oh no, I think we're lost. Look, there are people over there. Let's ask for directions. She looked extremely noisy and flustered. The thug leader glanced and saw Tae-2 and AC there, trying to communicate with him through eye contact. 2 and AC, are you trying to trick Luong Ju-vu by pretending to help him? Tae-2 and AC immediately signaled. No, not at all. Luong Ju-vu saw her standing with Tae-2 and AC. He wondered inwardly, why is she with 2 and AC? All the people looked at the two of them, frozen, not knowing what was happening. A heavy and suffocating atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. True Hugh Vi pretended to smile brightly, pulling Tae-2 and AC's arm and saying, "Hello, we're lost. Can anyone give us directions to CA University? Please." Tae-2 and AC felt uneasy, wanting to escape from this girl's arm. What's wrong with this girl? She's so strong. The thug leader looked at Tae-2 and AC, signaling. Didn't you tell me to teach him a lesson? What are you doing now? Luong Ju-vu silently wondered. Why are they standing so close together? The leader tried to communicate with Tae-2 and AC through eye contact. This isn't what we agreed on. 2 and AC. Should I continue? Tae-2 and AC tried to signal him. No time to explain. We'll do it another day. Luong Ju-vu looked at Tae-2 and AC and the leader communicating through eye contact and was surprised while True Hugh Vi, oblivious, continued to say, "Can anyone give us directions?" Ju-vu sighed. I understand now. Such a mischievous boy. The leader led his gang away. Sorry, but we're also trying to find our way. Good luck, goodbye. Chizin escaped from Zhao Yue's grasp. He felt extremely uncomfortable inside. He thought to himself, what bad luck. Meanwhile, Zhao Yue thought that her plan had succeeded. Did it really work? Liang Yao turned and said, that was dangerous. There were a lot of them. What would you do if you got dragged into this? Zhao Yue immediately spoke up. I just saved you. Moreover, I've already prepared a message in my phone. If anything happens, I'll send it to the police right away. I'm not as careless as you think. Instead of complaining, shouldn't you say something else? Liang Yao felt she was right and stammered, thank you. Zhao Yue saw him apologize and nodded in approval. Good. Chizin wondered to himself who she was. Liang Yao didn't argue back. Zhao Yue curiously asked, why did they block your way? Liang Yao replied, maybe they really wanted to ask for directions. Zhao Yue couldn't believe it. Come on, I don't believe that. Next time, you need to be careful and call the police if anything happens. Chizin was still observing the two and thought to himself, no way, this can't be his fiancée. The name sounds like a boy's. Maybe they're relatives. Then he immediately wanted to leave. Yeah, now everything's fine. I'll go first. Zhao Yue called out, wait. Chizin, feeling very anxious inside, asked, what else? He thought to himself, didn't she hear what I said? Zhao Yue turned to scold Liang Yao. Hey, Liang Yao, you should thank him for helping you. Chizin immediately went along with it. Oh, right, shouldn't. You thank me. He looked at him pensively. Liang Yao was extremely angry inside, but because Zhao Yue was there, he gritted his teeth and said, thank you for helping me. Chizin was very pleased. He flashed a bright smile. Haha, it's nothing. I like helping people. Then, Chizin said goodbye to the two. Well, I'll go first. Zhao Yue also cheerfully bid him farewell, goodbye. Thanks for your help. After leaving, Chizin thought to himself, Liang Yao listens to her. Interesting. I can use her. But Zhao Yue was unaware of Chizin's scheme. She remarked, he's really nice. Not many people help others without asking for anything in return. Liang Yao, however, was extremely angry inside. I have a bad feeling about this. I just dealt with Yun Xian, and now there's this redhead. Zhao Yue returned to the topic, crossed her arms, and asked, all right, let's talk. Do you have anything to say? Liang Yao smiled in response. I know my thoughtless actions have hurt you. I deeply regret what I did. I don't think any words can express how sorry I feel. It's 10 o'clock now. Maybe there's still time if you give me a chance. I'll offer my most sincere apology. True Hugh Vi looked at his appearance and said suspiciously, I'm looking forward to it. Luong Dieu vous replier immédiatement. Great. Then from now until tomorrow, your time is mine. The scene changes to a cool blue beach. Luong Ju-vu had taken her to the south for a trip. She exclaimed in surprise. What? You brought me to the southern beach? I must be dreaming. How did you get plane tickets? Luong Ju-vu smiled and said, I called your mom and told her we're going on a trip. She agreed. That's great. You don't have class until Monday afternoon. As long as we're back before then, it's fine. Don't worry about luggage. There's a small center near the hotel where we can buy clothes and shoes. You'll have a beach vacation for 2 days. This is my apology. True Hugh, Vi silently exclaimed in her heart. Oh, is this how rich people apologize? This is too wonderful. Thinking of this, she felt extremely happy and joyful. True Hugh Vi looked at the beach scene before her eyes. Unable to contain her emotions, she exclaimed, wow, it's amazing. Look at the sea. Luong Ju-vu, seeing her excited appearance, asked, why are you so happy? Is this your first time seeing the sea? I remember your hometown is near the sea, and you go back every year, right? She replied shyly, my hometown is a coastal city, but this sea and that sea are not the same. You wouldn't understand. At this point, her mood dropped. Luong Ju-vu worried, wondering if he had said something wrong or not. He immediately sat down beside her and carefully asked, are you okay? Hugh Vi suddenly teared up. Luong Ju-vu asked worriedly, why are you crying? Is there such a difference? Hugh Vi replied with tears in her eyes. Of course, I only go home at the end of the year. I can only see the cold shoreline in the north. I don't have the opportunity to play. I can only negotiate with what? Either I'm entertaining relatives or being entertained by them. Whenever I think about the sea there, I can only remember the frozen sea, the cold, and the grumbling of relatives. But immediately, she happily spread her arms to enjoy the atmosphere here. It's completely different here. The sea here is so warm. There's no grumbling from people. No bitterly cold winds cutting through skin and flesh. And what I have here is a relaxing vacation. She smiled at Luong Ju-vu. What I have here is a relaxing vacation and an open wallet. Luong Ju-vu laughed and said, I couldn't have imagined you'd be this happy coming here. He thought to himself that he was the open wallet, but she still buys cheap things. True Hugh Vi immediately replied, of course I'm happy. I don't get to come here every day. True Hugh Vi replied with a determined spirit, don't worry. I'll try my best to play the role of your fiancé. We're even from today. The two of us will be the closest brothers and the best companions. Looking at her excited appearance, Luong Ju-vu couldn't help but smile. Haha, I prefer to be the best companion. In his heart, he thought he should have done this earlier, because she had liked exploring since she was young. He gently asked her, if you like it so much, how about we go somewhere further next time? True Hugh Vi looked at him for a moment before saying, Luong Ju-vu, you really are a good person. I was afraid you had some hidden intentions, but it seems I was overthinking. I'm sorry, Luong Ju-vu. He felt extremely pleased inside, but it was indeed true. Then she immediately told him not to waste any more time. Let's go have fun. Luong Ju-vu nodded and said all right. Then the two of them went down to play together. After swimming in the sea, they went to a cafe for drinks. They strolled around the streets together. In the evening when they returned to the hotel, perhaps due to a full day of fun, they were very tired. True Hugh Vi lay down and sighed, I'm so tired. Luong Ju-vu carried the shopping bags into the room and said, of course you are. We've been playing and shopping all afternoon. Now go take a shower and rest. We'll go to another place tomorrow morning. True Hugh Vi sat up and replied, all right, though I'm tired, I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Hugh Vi's eyes widened in surprise. She discovered that Luong Ju-vu was taking off his clothes. She stammered, why are you taking off your clothes? Luong Ju-vu smiled, while showing off his perfect body. He smiled and replied, oh, because this is my room too. I'm undressing to take a shower. True. Hugh Vi smiled and covered her mouth. Oh, I see. Suddenly realizing the issue, she shouted, what? What do you mean your room? Are we sleeping in the same room? True Hugh Vi asked in disbelief. Why are we sharing a room? Luong Ju-vu smiled calmly and replied, what's wrong? We're an engaged couple. We're on vacation. Of course we should stay together. If anyone knew we were in separate rooms, it would waste all our efforts so far. True Hugh Vi, extremely embarrassed, said that makes sense. But Luong Ju-vu immediately asked, are you worried I'll do something to you? His question startled her. Then Luong Ju-vu said, relax. Tonight, I'll sleep on the couch. I'll be fine. I'm going to take a shower. True Hugh Vi looked at his back feeling very embarrassed. She thought to herself, you should have told me beforehand. Damn, it's not that I'm afraid you'll do something to me, but I'm worried I might do something to you. She thought about his handsome appearance and perfect muscles, handsome face and beautiful body. Moreover, I'm not sure about my feelings. Do I still like him? If so, it would be even more dangerous. But if he's paying for the trip, I can't let him sleep on the couch. I have to think of another way. A moment later, Luong Ju-vu went out to dry his hair and told me he was done, then it's your turn. He saw True Hugh Vi spreading pillows on the bed. He curiously asked what she was doing. True Hugh Vi immediately replied, I'm making a boundary with pillows. Each of us will sleep on one side. I can't let you sleep on the couch when you're paying for the room. I'll sleep on the couch if you don't like this arrangement. Alright, I accept your proposal. He thought to himself that he should have anticipated this. After showering, True Hugh Vi got into bed. I'm so sleepy after the shower. Should I go to sleep? Luong Ju Vu told her sure. Let me turn off the lights. Then they wished each other good night. After a short while, True Hugh Vi fell asleep. Luong Ju Vu turned to look at her lying next to him. She hasn't changed at all. How can she sleep so soundly? Unless she doesn't see me as a man. He thought as he looked at her sleeping figure. It had been a long time since they went out together like this. He remembered when they were young. True Hugh Vi happily climbed trees. What are you doing? Vu, come up here. At that time, he was extremely timid, fearfully stuttering, but it's too high. I'm scared. True Hugh Vi was very confident. Come on. You said you wanted to climb trees. Why are you like this now? Luong Ju Vu timidly said, I'm sorry, Hugh Vi. Next time. He recalled his childhood and covered his face in embarrassment. Suddenly, True Hugh Vi rolled over and hugged him. He looked at her sleeping figure and thought to himself, she still rolls around in her sleep. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. He looked down at her chest. Immediately, the atmosphere turned embarrassing. Luong Ju Vu immediately called out to wake True Hugh Vi up. True Hugh Vi, who was in deep sleep, was awakened by him. Drowsily asking, what's wrong? Luong Ju Vu reminded her, you've crossed the line. True Hugh Vi, still sleepy, didn't understand what he meant line. What line? Who put it there? I'm sleepy. Speak softly. Then she went back to sleep. Luong Ju Vu, embarrassed, stuttered. What? You set the boundary. Remember, True Hugh Vi, still half asleep, asked, what did I set? Cancel it. Let's sleep. Then she leaned on his shoulder and continued sleeping. In his heart, Luong Ju Vu silently cried out, how can I sleep like this? He told himself to calm down. Come on, my willpower. But she crossed the line first. Then he pretended not to know and stretched out his arm for her to rest her head on. Then gently embraced her in his arms. Afterwards, he whispered, good night. The next morning, when the sun was at its peak, True Hugh Vi gradually woke up. What time is it? Her hand adjusted her body. Dieu vu? What's this? She was shocked when she discovered Luong Ju Vu sleeping right next to her. True Hugh Vi, embarrassed, thought to herself, Luong Ju Vu, why are we lying so close to each other? And my hand, why is my hand here? She was extremely confused. Did I roll over to his side while sleeping? Should I move away before he wakes up? I should move away, but this feeling is so nice. I don't want to go anywhere. I've only seen chests like this online on bodybuilders. I didn't know they could be so soft and comfortable. Then she caressed them again. The skin is also smooth and elastic. I'm so jealous. No, I shouldn't be acting like a pervert. Stop it, Zhao Yue. Suddenly her eyes glanced down to his abs. Zhao Yue's eyes lit up looking at the abs. Those abs, wow, they're so well defined. They look amazing. I wonder if the abs are harder than the chest. Then she poked them a little with her finger. She told herself, I'll just touch them a little. Please don't wake up. Actually, Liang Yao had been awake for a while, but he was still pretending to be asleep. He felt very pleased inside. She must be curious about my chest. I'll wake up when she leaves the bed. Suddenly, the blanket covering his chest was pulled down. Liang Yao's face turned red and purple as he immediately shouted, don't. Then he changed position and actively pinned her down on the bed. What are you doing? Zhao Yue stammered in response. I just wanted to see if there were 8 packs. Liang Yao looked at her blushing. You just wanted to count my abs. Zhao Yue replied embarrassedly. Yes. Are you angry? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so rude. Liang Yao immediately replied, No, it's okay. I'm not angry. I think you. Zhao Yue shyly said, Think I what? Then she suddenly felt something poking her from below. She innocently said, That's strange, I feel like something is poking me. Liang Yao immediately shouted, Wait, don't look. Zhao Yue froze, while Liang Yao was embarrassed because of his little friend's morning greeting. A scream of horror rang out in the room. She immediately screamed loudly and ran hurriedly into the bathroom. Liang Yao sat helplessly on the bed and sighed. Why did things end up like this? Just when she finally opened up to me. This way, she'll be cautious around me again. He reminded himself, but I didn't mean to. It's just a normal physiological reaction. A moment later, Zhao Yue peeked out and stammered, Liang Yao, but I touched you. so we're both at fault. So let's call it even, okay? Liang Yaowu, sitting on the bed, immediately replied, ah, okay. Then she quickly left. Good. Let's get dressed and go eat. Liang Yaowu looked at her demeanor and smiled slightly. She doesn't mind. Does she even understand what just happened? Then he covered his mouth. Oh no. Every time I think about her not minding, I feel excited. If this continues, I'll... Suddenly, a phone ring interrupted his train of thought. Huh, someone's calling. Then he looked at the phone and saw it was Liang Yixin. He wondered why Liang Yixin would call him at this hour. After picking up the phone, hello, Liang Yixin, I wasn't home yesterday. I'm at the southern beach. Liang Yaowu calmly replied, of course with her. We'll be back tomorrow. Then I immediately said yes. We arrived by plane yesterday afternoon. What's wrong? On this side, Liang Yixin couldn't believe what he heard. What are you shouting about? Why is that so unbelievable? I have to tell you about that person. Tomorrow I'll wait for you at Diao Yu's house. I'll tell you everything. After hanging up, Liang Jiao, you didn't understand what Liang Yixin was saying. It's so mysterious. Well, we'll know when we get back tomorrow. Then I immediately called Zhao Yue. What do you want to eat, Yue? Meanwhile, Liang Yixin was holding the phone and shouting, that frivolous woman, how dare she? It's unforgivable. His actions made the two people behind him curious. What's going on? Does he have a girlfriend or something? The next day, when Zhao Yue returned from the trip, she happily called Lin Bai. I'm back. Lin Bai curiously asked her, Yue, you brought luggage, so you really went on vacation. Zhao Yue carried her suitcase into the room. I texted you saying I was at the southern beach, didn't I? Don't you believe me? Lin Bai rested her chin on her hand and said mockingly, how could I believe it? Who would go on such a far vacation during a normal week? Did you go with Mr. Liang? Zhao Yue immediately replied, that's right. Lin Bai immediately smiled. How did it go? Zhao Yue hesitated. How what? We had a lot of fun. Lin Bai pressed further. That's it. You two didn't make any progress. Zhao Yue was confused. What progress? She recalled what happened last night and felt embarrassed. She flustered and shouted, no, nothing happened. Lin Bai looked at her behavior and guessed, it looks like something did happen. Zhao Yue pretended to cough to avoid the topic. Anyway, I asked him what you told me to. Lin Bai was curious, so what did he say? Zhao Yue then said, I asked him if he had any brothers. He said he has a younger brother, 3 years younger. Lin Bai smiled and replied, I knew it. Thanks. Zhao Yue looked at her untrustworthy expression and said, you knew. What are you planning to do? I have a bad feeling. Lin Bai waved her hand. Don't worry, you know me. I just wanted to confirm. On the other side, Liang Jiaoyu, Liang Yixin saw his brother return and exclaimed happily, you're finally back. Jiaoyu, Liang Jiaoyu, while taking off his coat, asked, why are you in such a hurry? What do you want to tell me? Liang Yixin immediately shouted, this is a very important matter. I have to tell you in person and expose that woman's true nature. Jiaoyu repeated in surprise, that woman. Liang Yixin immediately replied, yes, it's her. Before he could finish, Liang Jiaoyu interrupted, hey, Liang Yixin, you want to see my fiancée without telling me. Liang Yixin was confused and didn't know how to answer. Liang Jiaoyu asked again, or not, answer me. Luong Wai then sobbed and stammered. That's not it. I've been watching a movie recently, and the female character suddenly turned into a villain. So Luong Juvu looked at Luong Wai then thoughtfully and said, oh, a movie. And here I thought you were doing something behind my back. Luong Wai then, dejected, immediately denied, no, not at all. I just got too immersed in the movie, so I'm a bit melodramatic. Ha ha ha, he thought to himself. His face looked so scary. Luong Juvu smiled and said to him, you can do whatever you want, but don't neglect your studies. Dad will nag you again. You'll see. Luong Wai then immediately avoided it. Okay, I know. And I left the keys and card on the table. I'll leave you alone. Luong Juvu nodded. All right, be careful. Wai then quickly retreated. Goodbye, Juvu. After Luong Wai then left, Luong Juvu sighed. Dad must have told him to investigate and warn him like that. He'll surely stay away and leave him alone for a while. It's a pity. Huvai has just started to trust me. I can't allow anything to affect the two of them. After Luong Wai then returned to his room, he held his head dejectedly. Oh, I couldn't say it. I gave her my number and ran away right after. After kissing, who would have thought she'd go on a trip with Duvu on the same day? How can I let Duvu be with that kind of person? But he's so scary. He recalled his brother's face just now. His face was like a copy of the king of hell. If he finds out his fiancée is cheating on him with me, I'm dead. I must think of another way. Suddenly, an unknown number called. Who could this unknown number be? Luong Wai then immediately picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? On the other end was Lam Bok, who cheerfully said, "Hello, darling. It's me." Luong Wai then was very dejected. He immediately shouted, "Sis, why are you calling me?" In his mind, he thought, she's calling right after going home with my brother. Unbelievable. Lam Bok pretended, "Of course, we're a couple, so it's normal to call each other frequently, right? Tomorrow I don't have class. Let's go on a date, darling." Luong Wai then was about to refuse date. "I don't." But then he reconsidered. "Wait, actually, I don't need to tell my brother about her. I just need to take pictures of her going on a date with someone else and send them to Juvu. I'll blur my face." After thinking it through, Luong Wai then immediately replied, "Sure, let's go on a date." Lam Bok happily said goodbye. "See you tomorrow. I'm so excited." In his heart, Luong Wai then was determined. "Just you wait. I'll find evidence that you're cheating." The next day, Luong Wai then went to the meeting place. He told himself, "Today I'll definitely get a picture of this woman cheating on my brother." On the way, two girls passed by attracted by his handsome appearance. They called out to him to turn around. "Hey, mister, would you like to have coffee with us?" Luong Wai then was extremely confused. He was about to speak up to refuse. I'm sorry, but Before he could finish refusing, the girls were so enthusiastic that he didn't know what to do. "Don't be shy. We can exchange numbers and become friends." A hand was placed on the shoulder of the girl who was about to ask for his number. Lam Bok's voice rang out from behind the girl. "Wait, talking to boys is boring. Why don't you talk to me instead? I'll love you more than he does." At this moment, Lam Bok's appearance was incredibly attractive. The girls were immediately drawn to her. Me too, please. Can I have your number, sister?" Seeing this, Luong Wai then silently evaluated in his mind. "She's so good at socializing. She attracts both men and women. Could there be someone else besides me?" Lam Bok turned back to look at Luong Wai then's thoughtful face, and she teasingly asked, "What's with that face? Are you jealous?" Luong Wai then was startled and immediately shook his head. "Not at all." Lam Bok pouted and pretended to say, "How strange. Didn't you say you liked me? Why are you saying not at all?" Luong Wai then was caught off guard by her words. He stammered to deny. That's not it." Lam Bok saw his flustered appearance and found it very amusing. She poked his chest with her finger. "Are you lying to me?" Lam Bok continued to tease. "It seems you don't really like me, do you?" Luong Wai then, flustered, stammered. Luong Wai then tried to calm himself down. He shyly said, "Of course I really like you." Lam Bok looked at his demeanor and found it extremely adorable. She smiled happily. "All right, I believe you. I'm very happy to hear that." Luong Wai then secretly sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "It's fine, I'm just testing her. She has been captivated by my charming beauty and has deceived Duvu. I'm doing this just to expose her true nature. I'm not doing anything wrong." As they walked and chatted, they decided to go watch a movie together at the cinema. Luong Wai then waited while Lam Bok went to buy popcorn. After Lam Bok finished buying, she turned and asked Luong Wai then, "Have you decided? What movie do you want to watch?" Luong Wai then immediately said, "Anything is fine with me. You choose." Wai then thought to himself, "Girls like romantic movies. I hope I don't fall asleep." Seeing this, Lam Bok then said, "Really? Then I'll choose this one if you don't mind." After they finished watching the movie, the two went to a cafe to chat. Lam Bok was very confident as she picked up a fork and analyzed. Being late is a fatal flaw for a cowboy. Only by being on time can you survive in this disease-ridden and chaotic West. "Can you live with me, Jessica? I'm already 2 hours late." Luong Wai then looked at her transforming into the cowboy character from the movie. And imitating his voice, he's incredibly similar. You can't help but burst out laughing, feeling that she's extremely interesting. "My stomach hurts. You look and sound just like those clumsy cowboys." Lam Bok also replied cheerfully, "It's easy. You could do the same if you watch the movie a few times. It's as easy as pie." Luong Wai then suddenly remembered and curiously asked, "Have you seen this movie before?" Lam Bok replied while eating a cake, "Probably 3 times." Luong Wai then exclaimed in surprise, "3 times? Don't you get bored? I've never seen a girl who likes unpopular American comedies." Lam Bok replied while eating her cake, "I like that kind of movie, especially comedies or science fiction. There are many funny situations in this movie, and the temperature is just right. There are also many interesting details that are divided and explained throughout the movie. So I always find something new every time I rewatch it." Luong Wai then spoke up and asked, "You also like science fiction? If you like comedies and sci-fi, then you must also like." Luong Wai then hadn't finished his sentence. Lam Bok already knew what he was going to say and immediately nodded. "Yes, I like that too." Then she immediately imitated a character from the movie. "Oh, Martin, I love you. Why are you pushing me away? Unexpectedly, they shared such similar interests. Luong Wai then caught on and also imitated the character from the movie that she had just portrayed. He acted along with her. I have to do this, Lemon. I'm not right for you. George is the one. I'm the product of love between two people. The two of them imitated the characters in the movie and then looked at each other and burst out laughing. Lambok laughed and said, "It's funny how his mother fell in love with him at first sight. Luckily, she still ended up loving the father." Martin almost ceased to exist. Luong Wai then laughed and said with interest, "I know the plot is very classic." Then Lambok smiled and said, "I'm very happy." Luong Wai then was surprised by Lambok's words. "Huh, what?" Lambok rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. "Finally, you laughed. Before watching the movie, you must have been thinking about something. Smiling suits you better." Luong Wai then suddenly felt embarrassed. His face turned slightly red. He thought to himself, "Oh no, I need to have evidence in hand. I almost forgot. Is this turning into a real date now?" Then Lambok suddenly remembered she opened her phone and said, "By the way, I'll save your number as Dan. You don't have to call me True anymore." Luong Wai then stammered, not knowing what to do. "Should I call you Huvai?" Lambok pretended to say, "Yeah, I don't really like names that sound like boys' names. Let's see, using a nickname would be cuter. Then call me my dear Bok." The name my dear Bok was like an arrow piercing Luong Wai Than's heart. His heart was now beating very fast. Luong Wai then shyly covered his face. "It's a bit. Just call me Bok. You can get to know me gradually. Next time, let's watch a different movie." Luong Wai then immediately replied, "Okay." He thought to himself, reminding himself, "Next time, I'll definitely take a picture." The next day, "Are you free in 2 days to watch a movie with me?" Upon receiving the message, Luong Wai then immediately replied me, "Is it the movie you often mention? Is it showing so early?" Lambok happily replied, "This is an early screening. I'll prepare tickets and snacks for us too. Love you so much, moi." A feeling of embarrassment suddenly came over her. Luong Wai then shyly replied, "Okay." But Lambok didn't miss the chance to tease her, sad, "I won't say moi anymore. Don't tell me you don't like me anymore." Luong Wai then flustered, replied, "No, I like you very much. So I also like you saying moi." Just at that moment, Luong Jiuvu approached from behind and called out, "Hey, Wai Than." His sudden call startled Luong Wai Than. He panicked, almost dropping the phone in his hand. Seeing his somewhat flustered attitude, Luong Jiuvu curiously asked, "What are you doing that you didn't hear me calling?" Luong Wai then hurriedly and nervously replied, "Oh, nothing. I was just playing a game." Luong Jiuvu nodded and said gently, "Dad's finished his work and wants to see us." Luong Wai then anxiously replied, "Yes, okay." In his heart, he thought he'll probably ask about that girl, but I should stay quiet until there's clear evidence. As soon as the two entered the company, the female employees immediately started buzzing with gossip. "Look, it's the chairman's grandson. I heard he just returned from abroad to take over the company. He's so handsome. It's truly inherited beauty from Chairman Luong's family. The beauty runs in the family." When they arrived at the chairman's office, the secretary announced, "Chairman Luong wants to see Jiuvu first." "Why then, please wait outside." Luong Jiuvu opened the door and asked, "Dad, why did you call me here so early in the morning?" Father Luong and the other directors saw him enter and greeted him cheerfully. "Jiuvu, come here and greet the uncles." Luong Jiuvu said softly, "Long time no see, Uncle Tran, Uncle Lai." He thought to himself that he had a bad feeling. One person in the group spoke up, "It's been a while, hasn't it? You've grown up very well, Jiuvu." Another person continued, "I just heard your father talk about your risky ventures in Y City. For someone so young, that's quite an achievement." Jiuvu smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, uncle. But compared to all of you, I'm just a small fry. No need to be so modest, Jiuvu. The uncles think you have potential. They want you to handle the project in the city." I agreed right away. "You won't disappoint the uncles, will you?" "Thank you, uncles. But I'm still not an official employee. I'm still an outsider. Perhaps it's not appropriate for me to handle such important matters." He thought to himself, "This cunning old fox can't be trusted. He won't let me have a moment of peace." Chao Tan Nguyen's warm voice spoke up. "How can you be considered an outsider? You'll be taking over the company in the future. Jiuvu, the company's problems are your problems." Luong Jiuvu surprised and coldly, asked Chao Tongwen. Why are you here? Father Luong raised his glass and said with a smile, Tongwen wanted to see you. It's also a chance for the family to get together. Chao Tongwen stupid ko lo. It's been a long time, since your 60th birthday. It's been almost 3 years, hasn't it? I thought you'd take over the company as soon as you returned. I didn't expect you to still consider yourself an outsider. Chao Tongwen walked over and patted his shoulder. He smiled meaningfully. Ju Vu, your grandfather has put a lot of effort into this company. He intends to entrust it to you. If you don't manage this company, who else can? Luong Ju Vu smirked. His eyes clearly showed contempt. He only mentioned it briefly. This matter will be discussed further after he returns. There hasn't been an official announcement yet. Father Luong, seeing the tension between the two, stepped forward and put his arms around both of them. But it's almost as good as confirmed. Ju Vu, you should learn more from Tongwen. He's been vice president for many years. He's very familiar with the board and will guide you through the work process. Everyone around also laughed and encouraged. Don't worry, we'll fully support Ju Vu. Don't be concerned. I'll help Ju Vu as much as I can. Father Luong nodded with satisfaction. Haga, Uncle trusts you, Tongwen. Luong Ju Vu looked at the harmonious scene before him and thought to himself, there's no escaping this now. Although Dad also had an implicit intention in this matter. But surely, this is an elaborate plan of Tongwen's. All right, let's see what the real purpose of this ambitious cousin is. Then he spoke up. Uncle, since you want me to work, I'll agree and do my best in the upcoming business trip. When will we leave? In a while. True Hu Vai received a call from Luong Ju Vu. She quickly picked up the phone and cheerfully answered. Hello, Ju Vu, what's up? Me. I'm on my way to school. Just bought some fruit. Huh, you're going on a week-long business trip. That's so sudden. Luong Ju Vu on this side sat comfortably on the sofa, loosening his collar. Yes, I didn't want this either. I was careless and tricked by that hyena. True Hu Vai on the other end wondered, hyena. What do you mean? Did you go to the zoo? Luong Ju Vu was amused by her naive question. Haha, of course not. It's just a metaphor. I'm leaving this afternoon. I'll probably be busy all week, so I'm letting you know in advance. On the other side in the office, Luong's father is grumbling at Luong Wai then. Have you investigated the girl yet? You're too slow. Luong Wai then awkwardly replies, somewhat flustered. Not yet. While talking cheerfully, Luong Ju Vu suddenly remembers. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you remember I once told you my dad would send someone to investigate you? She quickly answers, yes. Is that him? Luong Ju Vu smiles and says yes. They'll show up soon. They only know your school name, so they'll probably ask around. True Hu Vai feels excitement welling up inside. So what should I do? You're about to go on a business trip. We can't let them know this is fake. Should I avoid them? Luong Ju Vu ponders for a moment, then says no need. Maybe you can make them misunderstand. Tu hu vi wonder, mi sun dun. How? If you run into them, don't run away, but also don't admit anything. You can tell them something completely unrelated to confuse them. Hu Vai understands and replies, oh, I see. I get it. Luong Ju Vu smiles softly and says, don't worry. We haven't been exposed yet. They don't have bad intentions. They're just curious. Just maintain the situation until I return. True Hu Vai immediately becomes excited. A bright smile appears on her face. All right, don't worry. I won't let anything slip. Luong Ju Vu on the other end softly says, I'll leave everything to you then. See you in a week, True Hu Vai. She cheerfully replies, goodbye. Travel safely. After hanging up, Luong Ju Vu ponders deeply. His heart can't help but worry. Hu Vai might be happy, but she might still be scared if someone targets her. She might choose to give up. If I tell her about Wai Than's identity, she'll be under pressure and might accidentally reveal the truth in the end. If we do that, I can soothe her just enough to negotiate with Dad and Wai Than, as well as put their minds at ease. Suddenly, Chao Tongwen enters the room, a bright smile on his lips. He speaks up, you're talking to your fiancé before going on a business trip. Isn't it difficult for both of you to be apart for a week? I hope you won't pay attention to this matter. Why don't you introduce her to me so I can apologize properly? Luong Ju Vu immediately reacts, his voice decisive. That's not necessary. It's almost time, let's go. In his heart, he thinks he makes me sick. On the other side, after hanging up, True Hu Vai is very curious and wonders. He wants me to cause confusion, which seems difficult. But why did he make it sound so simple? She's really curious when suddenly a disciple appears out of nowhere calling, hey, over there. Zozu no Chu Hu Vi. The disciple speaks up, asking, Miss, do you know True Hu Vai? Hu Vai looked at him in surprise. Isn't this the person who had wholeheartedly helped Luong Ju Vu when he was in trouble? Her mind was full of questions. She didn't understand why he came to her at this moment. Maybe he was sent by Luong Juvu's father to investigate her. It's possible. It's a very reasonable explanation for why he appeared here. He deceived everyone. Fortunately, Luong Juvu didn't call out her name directly. Tae-2NAC noticed that she kept staring at him without answering. He repeated the question, "Do you know True Huvai?" When he saw her expression, he guessed that she definitely didn't know, but she seemed very close to Luong Juvu. After thinking for a while, True Huvai immediately put on a bright smile. Of course I know, because I am Huvai's cousin. What a coincidence. True Huvai confidently replied, I know you seem to be interested in Sister Huvai, but she's already engaged to Luong Juvu. Many people have asked me about her. I'll tell you something interesting. Her words made Tae-2NAC have different thoughts in his head. He suddenly realized that there were also others interested in Luong Juvu's fiancée. Immediately, True Huvai unexpectedly blurted out, True Huvai is actually a boy. Tae-2NAC thought to himself, I knew it. Then, he coldly said, I'm not interested in True Huvai's gender. True Huvai excitedly continued, it's shocking, right? A famous person like Luong Juvu getting engaged to a boy. Is this really the power of love? She turned to look at Tae-2NAC and asked, aren't you interested? She thought to herself, is the story I just told not shocking enough? Tae-2NAC then said, for some personal reasons, I'm a bit curious. Can you introduce me to him? True Huvai looked at him. He's a professional, must be paid very generously. Then she replied, you want me to introduce you? That's quite a high demand. It's not cheap. Tae-2NAC nodded and said, I see. How about I pay you this much? He held up 3 fingers. True Huvai looked at him thoughtfully. Not sincere enough, sir. She scoffed inwardly. $300 is far from enough. Tae-2NAC continued. Then double it. But actually, he thought to himself, it seems that $30,000 is not a small amount. Immediately, True Huvai waved her hand. Impatiently, she said, no. She pondered to herself, I'll name a price that he can't afford. Then she confidently said, I want 1,000 times that amount. Tae-2NAC heard this and became a bit worried. $300,000. It's just pocket change. But Tan has limited the amount I can withdraw. Besides, I've already used up all my savings to hire those people. ZXIN is always keeping an eye on me, so I can't hire a private detective to go around asking questions. And I can't borrow money from people around me either. How am I going to get enough money? I'll become a laughingstock if people hear about this. Damn it. Chizin felt extremely miserable because of his pride. Zhao Yue looked at his worried expression. She couldn't help but laugh inwardly. I knew he couldn't meet this requirement, and I've won. Then she immediately said, goodbye then, the deal is off. You can wait to meet him at the party 2 months later. Chizin was surprised. 2 months. I can't wait that long to teach Liang Yao a lesson. He immediately called Zhao Yue back. Wait, I can pay you that amount right now. But I have another request. Zhao Yue asked, what request? Chizin pointed to a building on the other side and said, see that building over there? Zhao Yue looked over and replied, that one. Isn't that the headquarters of Chi Han's entertainment company? That's right. You have to climb up there within 10 minutes. Do you want to see inside? It's very important for us. After entering the building, her eyes lit up as she looked around. Oh, I finally got to come inside this building. Lin Bai and I have always been curious about it, but the security here is too tight. Fans and outsiders are not allowed in. Chizin walked ahead. He turned back to look at her with a bright smile. Hey, follow me quickly. Zhao Yue nodded and followed. As they walked through the corridors, she couldn't help but notice the people around bowing their heads to greet him. Good morning, young Master Chi. Hello, young Master Chi. They all showed respect and deference. Zhao Yue was very curious inside, wondering what they were calling him. Liang Yao Wu had once said that someone like his father would not have any ill intentions towards me. That's why I followed him. But who is this person? Then, Chizin led Zhao Yue into the prop room next door, where people were bustling about preparing for a film shoot. The voice of a director rang out, are the props ready? Those who are working, hurry up. Time waits for no one, move faster. Suddenly, the director saw Chizin and was surprised. He turned and asked, young Master Chi, what wind blew you here? You didn't call me beforehand to welcome you. Chizin immediately said, don't mind me. Is this today's shooting scene? Yes, a newcomer and a few models will be shooting an advertisement here. They'll be here soon. Zhao Yue couldn't help but feel excited. This place is really spacious. I wish Lin Bai could be here to experience it too. I wonder if I'll meet any celebrities. Chizini waved for her to come over and spoke to the director. What a coincidence. You're the film director, right? I have a task for you. Then Chizini pulled Zhao Yue closer and told the director, "Use her as a model." Zhao Yue was surprised to hear this. She exclaimed in confusion, "Are you talking about me?" Chizini pointed at her with a confident expression. "That's right, employee. Get her in a suitable attire." The director immediately nodded and replied, "Of course, Mr. Chi. Take her to makeup." Zhao Yue felt confused inside, not knowing how to react. "Wait, is this what you're asking me to do?" Chizini just smiled. "Don't worry. You'll be paid as a model. We'll sign a contract and do many promotional activities. As long as you participate, you'll become famous as easy as pie. I guarantee you'll earn over 300,000. Zhao Yue couldn't believe her ears. 300,000 what? Wait, he thought I asked for 300,000. She felt dizzy. Who would ask for so much just to get information? Doesn't he think I'm a scammer? I thought he was just curious. This is getting more and more absurd. At this moment, Chizini turned to the director and said, "Prepare a contract and allocate some work sessions for her." ZXN doesn't need to know about this, right? The director immediately followed his words. "I understand. You want to promote her. We'll do our best." Zhao Yue felt confused, not knowing what to do. Could he really not be sent by Liang Yao? What's going on here? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Liang Yao was feeling uneasy, thinking, did someone call my name? I thought I heard something. Chizini sat waiting. He frowned, his eyes showing clear annoyance. Isn't this taking too long? The director standing nearby timidly explained, "Please give them a bit more time, sir. She'll be out soon." Chizini's impatience was evident on his face. "You said it would only take a few minutes. I'll fire you if she doesn't." Suddenly, the staff's voice rang out. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Chi." Zhao Yue, radiant after her economic makeup, stepped out. She timidly walked forward under everyone's gaze. Chizini turned to look at Zhao Yue and praised, "Not bad." The director also enthusiastically said, "Excellent. Mr. Chi, your eye is truly amazing. She has great potential." Then Chizini stood up and said, "All right, she's changed. Let's start taking photos." The director immediately replied, "Well, the newcomer isn't here yet. Why don't we take some test shots with a model first?" Chizini frowned. Dissatisfaction clearly showed on his face. "Still not here? Who exactly is this newcomer?" The director honestly explained, "Her last shoot was very far from here, so she arrived late." Chi Zimo's impatient voice sounded like it was about to explode. "That's the reason. I want her to come here right now. I don't have extra time." Zhao Yue looked at his demeanor. She thought to herself, how arrogant can he be? Tihan seems to be a family company. Many superiors belong to the Chi family. What kind of relationship does he have within the company? Then she spoke up. "Are you sure you want to use me as a model for this advertisement? Is this a joke?" Chi Zimo arrogantly replied, "Of course I'm sure. I always say what I want. Moreover, joking about such trivial matters is quite meaningless." Zhao Yue felt a chill in her heart. He's telling the truth, but I don't want to be a model. Not long ago, I acted like a thief stealing money, so now I can't refuse his offer. I have no other choice but to participate. Thinking this, she said to Chi Zimo's surprised face, "Since the new person hasn't arrived yet, let's follow the director's instructions and take some test shots." She confidently brushed her hair, her eyes determined. "I'll show you what I can do." A moment later, Chi Zimo held the camera, looking at the photos in it with disappointment. He angrily exclaimed, "This is completely unacceptable." Then he said, "What's with that stupid smile on your face?" Zhao Yue saw his angry expression and suddenly laughed, asking, "Am I that bad?" Chi Zimo angrily shouted, "Of course. Are you doing this on purpose?" Zhao Yue sighed. "No, I just don't photograph well." Thinking about this fact, she felt very heartbroken. That's the truth. The reason I can't become a model is because of this. Chi Zimo looked at the dejected Zhao Yue and thought to himself, it seems she's not lying. As an amateur, she hasn't been trained and doesn't have experience. Then Zhao Yue immediately spoke up. "If my photos are that bad, why don't we just cancel?" Before she could finish, Chi Zimo interrupted. "Don't worry, I'll find a way." He turned to tell the director, "Tell the photographer to find better angles during the next shoot. If her expressions can't be captured well, then shoot from the side. And also tell the marketing team that I want to recommend her. Arrange a few advertisements for her. Zhao Yue was completely surprised. Unable to believe her ears, she exclaimed, "What? Wait, since when did Chi-Han Entertainment standards become so low? You said my photos were unacceptable. Why are you still choosing me as a model?" Chi Zimo replied, "If they can't accept it, so what? The important thing is me. Chi Zimo will do whatever I want." Zhao Yue looked at his arrogant demeanor and thought, "This guy," she coldly said, targeting him, "just say you don't have money. That's why you're struggling so much with this issue." Chi Zin was struck right in his weak spot by her words. "That's not it. Lower your voice." Chi Zi tried to explain, "If I directly give you money, it would be really boring. But if you can do this job, you'll become rich and famous." While they were talking, an employee rushed in to announce, "Bad news. Fong Lei's manager just called. She said they're stuck in traffic in the west. A road in that area has collapsed, so vehicles can't pass through." Hearing Fong Lei's name, Zhao Yuyi was surprised. Fong Lei, an idol who emerged from a famous talent show. I remember she's a talented singer. It's a shame she has to debut as a solo artist. With Chi-Han behind her, the director approached with a worried face to announce, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, but it might take longer than expected. A small accident has occurred." Chi Zin angrily asked, "Why are there so many problems with her? Is she thinking about quitting?" The director felt cold sweat running down his forehead. Trembling, he replied, "Of course not, sir. Fong Lei is always punctual. This is just an unexpected situation. We'll send someone to pick her up." Chi Zin furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment before speaking. What a headache. "Wait, I have an idea. Let her be the main model in the advertisement. Anyway, she'll be signed to the company, so you'll be under our management. We don't need a talented person who's late for the photo shoot." What a brilliant idea. I'm impressed with myself. Zhao Yuyi, hearing this, was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "The main model? Me?" Meanwhile, the director was also taken aback by his words. But Mr. Chi Zin didn't let her refuse, cutting her off. "You don't often get this opportunity every day. No need to thank me." Zhao Yuyi's face darkened with anger. He appeared extremely arrogant and continued speaking. "If you want, just tell me Zhao Yuyi is." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yuyi immediately grabbed his collar. With a cold gaze and tightly pressed lips, Chi Zin fearfully exclaimed, Hey, it's not a big deal." Zhao Yuyi glared at him and said through gritted teeth, "Listen when I'm talking, you smartass. You haven't stopped talking since we walked in. Though you're not an employee here, you've been ordering everyone around without listening to any explanations. The only redeeming quality you have is your family background. You're even stealing jobs from employees. Your family may own this company, but that's not fair to the hardworking employees. Here, you're nothing but an arrogant brat. Look me in the eye, you spoiled rich kid." Her words were like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into Chi Zin's pride. He shouted, "How could you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am?" Hugh Vi let go of his shirt and turned to speak to the director. "Director, if the Western Road is blocked by a landslide, it will be very difficult to send a car to pick her up. Is there any other way?" The director replied, "You're right. It will take a long time for her to continue the journey. We need to use a faster mode of transportation." Tetu NAC, feeling disrespected, shouted, "Hey, don't ignore me." True Hugh Vi immediately interrupted him, her voice full of authority. "If you don't shut your mouth, I'll make sure you can't say anything at all." Tetu NAC thought fearfully, what's wrong with her? Why has she become so fierce? I'm the one giving orders here. I'm the one with absolute authority. How dare she insult me in front of everyone? I'll never let her get away with this. In the end, Tetu NAC had to drive True Hugh Vi to pick up Fuang Loi on a motorcycle. True Hugh Vi looked at her phone for directions. Then she gently said, "Drop me off at that intersection. I'll wait there for the director's convoy. You go inside and bring Fuang Loi back. Then we'll go by car. The makeup artist will wait for her in the car. We'll save a lot of time this way. Her manager has already sent me the address. Just follow the director and watch out for red lights." Tetu and AC cursed silently in his heart. Damn it, bastard. He sped up the motorcycle to release his anger. Back at Shi-Han's company after picking up Fuang Loi, the atmosphere in the room immediately became much more cheerful. The director smiled brightly. "I'm so glad you've arrived, Fuang Loi." Fuang Loi responded with a radiant smile. "Thank you, everyone. I'm very sorry for causing trouble for all of you." The director, concerned, noticed Fuang Loi's unwell appearance. "You don't look well. Is something wrong?" Fuang Loi nodded gently. "I'm fine, it's just..." But she was completely shocked and confused. "I didn't expect Chi to be one of the people coming to pick me up." Just then, True Hugh Vi stepped forward, her face beaming like flowers blooming in spring. "We're back. Mission accomplished. The director looked at True Hugh Vi with grateful eyes. Thank you so much for bringing Phuong Loi here. True Hugh Vi just shook her head lightly. No need to thank me. By the way, can I ask for your autograph, sister? I'm a big fan of your song. Of course. As she signed, she asked, she seems to be in a bad mood. Is it because of me? Hugh Vi turned to look at Tae-tu. No, he's been like that since we first met. In Tae-tu, NAC's heart, anger was silently building up like an uncontrollable fire. I can hear that. You know what? You dare tell Phuong Loi that I can write ancient songs. Just because you have information I want, you dare to boss me around with all these things. While he was grinding his teeth in hatred towards Zhao Yue, she gently continued speaking. Thanks to him, we were able to bring sister here. Sister Lei, hearing this, Chizin was stunned. Yue continued speaking. He's really a good person, isn't he? Chizin immediately reacted. Stop right there. That's not true. You were the one who forced me to go. Zhao Yue turned to him with a smile and said, but then you agreed. You really helped a lot. You cleared the way for us so Sister Lei could do her makeup on the way here. You said you didn't want to do it, but you did a great job. Just like last time, you're really reliable when helping someone. Hearing the praise, Chizin suddenly felt embarrassed. His ears turned red. He crossed his arms and cleared his throat timidly. I couldn't stand your helplessness, so I had to. Zhao Yue quickly interrupted. Let's give our Chi a round of applause. Everyone clapped in unison. Thank you, Chi. You're number one. Chizin didn't expect everyone to praise him like this and felt extremely awkward. He angrily turned away. Why are you asking everyone to clap? Have you lost your mind? Let's start the photo shoot. We don't have much time. Seeing his angry demeanor, Phuong Lei felt worried. Is he angry? Zhao Yue waved her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, he's just shy. You should change clothes for the photo shoot. Chizin, both angry and embarrassed, sat down on the sofa. He couldn't believe everyone clapped. Did they think he was a child? No one had ever treated him like this before. If it wasn't for wanting information, he would never forgive them. Zhao Yue came over with a bottle of water and handed it to him. What are you thinking? Are you thirsty? The journey is still long. Chizin coldly replied, I don't need you to do anything here. Why don't you go inside? Zhao Yue smiled brightly and said gently, I've already told them I won't participate in the advertisement. Hearing this, Chizin couldn't contain his surprise. What about that money then? I've helped as you requested. Zhao Yue calmly replied, relax. I'll introduce you to Zhao Yue for free. But give me a week. Chizin heard this and excitedly asked again. Really? That's great. I'll find Liang Yao's weakness in a week. I heard he's going on a business trip for a week. What a coincidence. Zhao Yue looked at Chizin's excited appearance and sighed. He seems happy. Somehow, when I look at him, he reminds me of my naughty 10-year-old cousin. I've honed my coaxing skills from those kids. Then she hesitated a bit before saying to Chizin, I need to tell you something. Tae Zunak's eyes were curious and suspicious as he asked, what is it? Zhao Yue said somewhat awkwardly, I noticed there's a scratch on my dress. I think it got torn while sitting on the motorcycle. Is this dress expensive? How much do I need to compensate? Tae Zunak glanced over. He saw that the dress was torn up to her thigh, revealing her fair skin. He suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly looked away. He pretended nothing happened and arrogantly said, what's there to worry about? It's just a dress. It's normal for clothes to get damaged. Chihan Entertainment can cover it. Hearing this, Zhao Yue exclaimed happily, really. Well, thank you in advance. I'll go change and watch the photo shoot. Are you coming? Tashunak declined. I'll stay here for a while. Zhao Yue nodded and left. See you next time then. Tae Zunak sat outside with his arms crossed. He thought about what she said and held his head in embarrassment. What the hell was she thinking? Why would she pull up her dress in front of a man like me? She was wearing stockings, but I still fell for it, didn't I? She must have had a dark intention from the start. He wondered to himself what her purpose was for doing that. Meanwhile, Zhao Yue, after observing the photo shoot with utmost admiration. Sister Loi is so adorable. I have to post a picture on Moments to show off. Liang Yao must be very busy now, so I'll tell him when he gets back. Liang Yao, on the other side of the city, was scrolling through her post. I'm at Chihan Entertainment. Have I reached the top of the world? He wondered why she was suddenly at Chihan, going to see her idol. The secretary's voice interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Liang, the meeting has started. Liang Yao renoded? Okay. I'll ask her later then. Entering the meeting room, he politely said to everyone, sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's begin now. At a party, Mr. Dong, holding a glass of wine, smiled and said, your speech at the meeting was very impressive. Yao, You really surprised me. Liang Yao smiled slightly and replied, "You're flattering me too much. Mr. Dong, I still have a lot to learn from you." Mr. Dong nodded with satisfaction. "You're young, capable, and yet humble. That's admirable. I like you more and more." Liang Yao politely bowed his head. "Thank you for your kind words." Right after that, Mr. Dong introduced a girl standing next to him. "You must be tired of talking to this old man. This is my granddaughter, Dong Jian. She's about your age. I believe you young people will have more in common to talk about." Liang Yao politely nodded. "Hello, Dong Jian. Nice to meet you, Miss Dong. But I have to..." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Chao Toningwen smiled and walked over to put his arm around Diu Vu's shoulder. "This must be Mr. Dong's beloved granddaughter, isn't she? She's as beautiful as they say." He leaned in and whispered into Diu Vu's ear. "Mr. Dong is a big shot in the city's business world. If you can establish a good relationship with him, our career here will be incredibly smooth." Luong Jiuvu was not particularly pleased. He frowned slightly. What a nuisance. He gently moved away from Chao Tan Nguyen's arm. Smiling, he said, "I'm sorry, there are a few people I need to talk to." "Excuse me, everyone." Leaving Chao Tan Nguyen with an annoyed look, silently thinking, this guy is really stubborn. After Jiuvu left, Chao Tan Nguyen cheerfully turned to Mr. Dong. "I apologize, sir. This is Jiuvu's first time hosting a meeting. He might be a bit nervous." Mr. Dong chuckled and waved his hand. "It's all right." Hearing this, Chao Tan Nguyen smiled brightly and gently raised his glass. "May I offer you a drink, Mr. Dong?" Jiuvu wandered around the party. He felt a bit annoyed and thought, Chao Tan Nguyen really hasn't changed at all. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Mr. Chao." Jiuvu looked in that direction and saw Mr. Chao, an older man who was completely drunk, forcing a young female secretary to drink. "Just one drink, come on." The secretary tried to refuse in a soft voice, her face showing a hint of fear. "I really can't drink, Mr. Chao." However, Mr. Chao wouldn't let it go. "We're at a cocktail party, you know? You should at least have one drink." Suddenly, a hand tapped on his shoulder from behind. Mr. Chao turned around angrily and shouted, "What?" But when he saw Luong Jiuvu smiling friendlily with a menacing aura behind him, he became scared. Jiuvu smiled and said, "Why don't you drink with me instead, Mr. Chao? We can open a few bottles and drink to our heart's content." Mr. Chao looked a bit frightened, his face changing color. He awkwardly apologized and quietly backed away, quickly leaving the scene. Jiuvu turned to the female secretary. "You're Chao Tan Nguyen's secretary, right? Why aren't you with him?" The secretary spoke with a trembling voice. "Thank you for helping me out of that awkward situation." She stuttered nervously with a shy voice. "Mr. Chao asked me to gather information on some people at the party." Luong Jiuvu looked at her sternly and advised, "If you go alone, you're likely to encounter unwanted situations. Go outside and get some fresh air." The secretary looked at him gratefully. "Yes, thank you." After they went out to the hotel corridor, Luong Jiuvu stopped and asked her, "Are you feeling better now?" The secretary walking behind him nodded slightly and replied, "Much better. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I'm really grateful to you." Jiuvu smiled and advised, "I'll give you some space. Try to stay close to Chao Tan Nguyen when returning to the party. Or if not, return to the room earlier." But just as he was about to turn away, she hurriedly called out, "Wait, Mr. Luong." Luong Jiuvu turned back and asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" The female secretary hesitated for a moment, then moved closer to him. "I have some important matters to discuss with you." Jiuvu maintained a cold gaze and asked, "What is it?" The secretary leaned close to his ear and whispered mysteriously, "A very important matter." After the party ended, the secretary returned to the office. Suddenly, the sharp voice of Chao Tan Nguyen rang out. "How was your conversation?" The secretary bowed her head and said, "Oh, you're back, Mr. Chao." Chao Tan Nguyen sat comfortably on the sofa, resting his chin and looking at her with piercing eyes. "I saw the secretary I trusted going outside with my cousin. As your boss, I'm very curious about your conversation." The female secretary gently adjusted her glasses. She maintained a calm demeanor as she replied, "As you said, Mr. Luong was very polite, but..." Chao Tan Nguyen sarcastically interjected, "But I guess things didn't go as smoothly as desired, did they?" His eyes glanced at her with an inscrutable look. His voice lowered. "Did you use the skills I taught you?" The secretary softly replied, "I did exactly as you instructed." Chao Tan Nguyen smirked with a sarcastic smile. "Is that so? Show me what you did then." The secretary hesitated, then slowly took off her vest, leaving her glasses neatly on the table. She moved closer and sat on his lap. Chao Tong-Nguyen smiled slightly with satisfaction. His eyes lingered on her face as he whispered, "Very good. You really look beautiful." Then, he leaned close to her ear, his voice full of teasing. "My cousin is such a fool to leave such a beautiful flower alone. Let me take care of you properly." And then the atmosphere became more intense than ever. The next morning, as sunlight filtered through the window, True Hugh Vi woke up in high spirits. She happily hugged her pillow, her voice cheerful on the phone with Luong Du-vu. "You'll be back in 3 days, right?" Luong Du-vu gently replied, "Yes, but I'll be very busy for the next few days, so I might not be able to talk to you until I return." He softly asked, "By the way, did anyone try to investigate you?" Hugh Vi immediately replied, "Yes, but don't worry, I handled him very easily. He doesn't suspect anything. I'll tell you more when you get back." Hearing this, Luong Du-vu said, "All right then, I'll get back to work now. Feel free to contact me anytime." True Hugh Vi laughed cheerfully. "Okay, I wish you success with your work." Before ending the conversation, Luong Du-vu's voice suddenly deepened. "Oh, one more thing." True Hugh Vi curiously asked, "What is it?" Luong Du-vu said softly, "Don't forget to think about me." That sweet and surprising "I love you" made True Hugh Vi's face turn red, and her heart flutter. She quickly hung up and silently scolded herself. He's saying those cheesy words again. Lam Bok, sitting next to her, had been eavesdropping on the conversation and let out a mischievous laugh. "Haha, True Hugh Vi's face is all red." She angrily shouted, "Were you eavesdropping?" Lam Bok covered her mouth, laughing teasingly. "Oh, come on, you exposed yourself. Don't blame me." True Hugh Vi immediately denied it. She shot her friend an angry glare, making Lam Bok burst into laughter. She cheerfully left. "I don't have class today, so I'll go out for a bit." True Hugh Vi pouted in exasperation. She's going out again. Where has she been going so often lately? It's so strange. While going down to the dormitory, Lam Bok thought to herself. Hugh Vi said Luong Du-vu will be back in a week. I don't have to worry about overlapping dates anymore. I can invite him out in the next few days without fear of anyone knowing. We just need to meet somewhere far from school. While passing through the dormitory courtyard, she suddenly saw a group of people gathering, whispering about a strange young man who was asking around. "I told you, I don't know her name. She's a cheerful girl with long black hair. She's a student here, don't you know her?" Lam Bok mused. A handsome, unfamiliar face. Wonder what he's looking for. A cheerful girl with long black hair. Sounds like Hugh Vi, but it can't be. She chuckled to herself. Turning away, she quickly walked off, as if saying, "Haha, it can't be. Oh, I'm gonna be late." After arriving at the meeting place, Lam Bok didn't hesitate to intimately hold onto Luong Wai-than's arm, making him both flustered and blushing. Luong Wai-than stammered, "Sister Bok, don't you think we're too close?" But Lam Bok just giggled. She tightened her grip on his arm. "Come on, we're a couple, aren't we? I just bought some tickets for a movie premiere in 2 days. Come with me, I'm free these days too." Hearing this, Luong Wai-than felt a spark of suspicion in his heart. Is she free again because Du-vu isn't here? If so, it's unbelievable that I'm dating her while Du-vu is working diligently. I need to quickly get some evidence. Seeing his hesitant demeanor, Lam Bok smirked to herself. He must have misunderstood me again. This is really interesting. Lam Bok gently pulled Luong Wai-than's hand. "The movie's starting. Let's go." In the dimly lit cinema, she didn't hesitate to rest her head on Luong Wai-than's shoulder. The warm and intimate feeling made both of them feel flustered. After watching the movie, they went for coffee in a cozy little cafe. Then they played shooting games at an arcade and won a big prize. Luong Wai-than looked at Lam Bok. He found her increasingly interesting. Her cheerful smiles and strong confidence made him even more attracted to her. As they were returning, it suddenly started pouring. Standing at the mall entrance, Luong Wai-than said, "It's raining heavily. I didn't expect the weather to change so quickly." Lam Bok was also surprised by the downpour. She nodded and said, "That's right, and our way home is far. We'll be soaked if we run out to call a taxi." Immediately, Luong Wai-than turned around and went back into the mall. "Let me go in and buy an umbrella." "Wait here for me, sis." Lam Bok called after him. "Wait, let me go with you." But he reassured her, "It's okay. I'll be back soon." Watching Luong Wai-than's back disappear, Lam Bok smiled softly, thinking he was so considerate. She felt warmth in her heart. While lost in thought, Lam Bok suddenly heard a voice coming from the group of people next to her. "I just want to borrow an umbrella. Friends should help each other, right? Your house is nearby. You don't need an umbrella." She glanced over. She saw a small student surrounded by two tall male students. The boy's face was full of worry. The little boy stammered, "But I have a cough, and I really don't want to get sicker." One of the tall boys shouted, "Give me that damn umbrella. Why are you being so difficult?" Seeing this scene, Lam Bok couldn't ignore it. She coldly shouted, "Hey, you boys there, what are you doing?" One of the tall boys turned around and saw her. He angrily shouted, "What do you want, lady?" Lam Bok just smirked, her voice full of sarcasm. "That little boy clearly said he has a cold and can't lend you his umbrella, but you're forcing your friend with violence. So you're not friends, you're just bullying him, aren't you?" Both tall boys looked at Lam Bok angrily and shouted, "It's none of your business, you tomboy." Hearing the word tomboy, Lam Bok's expression quickly turned cold. She clenched her fists and asked, "What did you just say?" After buying the umbrella, Luong Wai then walked out. He was surprised to see the crowd of people jostling to find shelter from the rain in the mall. He smiled softly and mumbled, "Today was so fun. We played all day and forgot to take pictures. We'll do it next time. But Juvu will be back in just 3 more days. It'll be hard for us to meet often." He squeezed the teddy bear in his hand and thought, "The first day we met, I didn't have a good impression of her. But after getting to know her, I realized she's really very cheerful. She cares for others and is also funny. I can understand why Juvu fell in love with her. If only she wasn't his fiancée. That would be great." Just as he stepped out, Luong Wai then looked around and called Sis Lam, "I've bought it." Suddenly, he stopped, surprised to see Lam Bok tightly gripping the neck of a tall male student, making him cough violently and groan. "Please let me go. You're the most violent woman I've ever met." Lam Bok maintained her cold expression, her hand still gripping the male student's hair and tilting his head. She smirked and asked, "What did you just call me?" The bullied male student panicked. His face turned pale as he stammered, "Oh, I meant you're a beautiful young lady. Please let me go." Lambekchuk sopti. That's more like it. "Now apologize to your friend, quickly." The male student immediately turned to the little friend he had just bullied. Then he squeaked out an apology. "We won't dare to do it again in the future." That scene surprised Luong Wai then. He asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Lam Bok waved her hand dismissively. "Remember to bring your own umbrella next time, kids." When Lam Bok turned back, Luong Wai then approached and asked, "What happened?" She quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just taught those kids a lesson. I've sent them away." The boy who was just protected happily hugged his umbrella tightly. "Thank you, beautiful big sister." Lam Bok smiled back, "It's nothing, little one. Next time if you encounter people like that, stand up and fight back, okay?" Luong Wai then standing beside, gently advised further, "If you're in trouble, it's best to tell your parents and teachers too, okay? It's getting late. Go home and have dinner with your parents." The boy nodded obediently. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, big brother and sister. Goodbye." After the boy had gone far, Luong Wai then turned to Lam Bok suspiciously. "Did you really intend to use that violent method to advise the boy?" Lam Bok laughed nervously. Her face showed a hint of embarrassment. No. I just gave the boy some advice that was a bit more practical." Luong Wai then looked at Lam Bok worriedly and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lam Bok laughed cheerfully, "Of course not. I'm very happy that you're worried about me." But when she leaned to take a step, she suddenly felt a sharp pain from her foot. Looking down, she discovered her foot was bruised. "Those kids must have stepped on my foot." She winced slightly at that. Luong Wai then exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, it's swollen up?" Lam Bok couldn't help but feel angry inside, muttering, "That little brat. How dare he step on a beautiful girl's foot so violently? I should go teach him another lesson." Immediately, Luong Wai then grabbed her hand and said seriously, "First, you need to get that treated." Lam Bok laughed and waved it off. "It's fine, I'm okay. It's just a small bruise. I could take care of it myself when I get home." But Luong Wai then insisted, "No way. We need to check if it has affected the bone. Let's go somewhere to treat the wound." Lam Bok wondered, "Where should we go now?" Luong Wai then didn't hesitate to say right away, "My apartment is right behind the shopping center. We can go there." Lam Bok blurted out in surprise, "Your apartment." When they both arrived at the apartment, Lam Bok sat down on the sofa. She quietly observed her surroundings and thought to herself, "It's really neat and clean." Luong Wai then grabbed the first aid kit, approached her, and said gently, "I have anti-inflammatory medicine here. But if the condition is serious, you must go to the hospital for a checkup." Lam Bok immediately shook her head. "It doesn't hurt much, I'm fine." Luong Wai then knelt down. He leaned in close to examine her wound, saying, "Be careful with this. If it hurts too much, just let me know, okay? Lambex mai teasing li. I like how thorough and decisive you are in taking care of me. Luong Wai then lowered his face and replied in an embarrassed tone, don't tease me. I didn't expect your leg to be injured this badly. Lam Bok watched intently as Luong Wai then applied medicine to her wound. Her voice suddenly became gentle. I'm used to things like this. You don't have to worry. She smiled slightly and asked, are you afraid because I look scary and violent? Luong Wai then shook his head, his voice full of sincerity. Not at all. I understand that you just wanted to teach those bullies a lesson. Even though you didn't really hurt them, I still feel very worried whenever I see you get injured. Hearing those caring words, she was surprised and stunned. Lam Bok's heart fluttered slightly. She said softly, thank you. After applying the medicine, Luong Wai then carefully bandaged Lam Bok's wound. While doing so, he reminded her, remember to keep the wound clean. It should be fine in a few days. As he was about to stand up to call a cab for her, suddenly, Lam Bok gently placed her foot on Luong Wai Than's thigh, preventing him from standing up. A look of confusion appeared on his face as he stammered, Mississippi Miss Bok, what are you doing? Lam Bok leaned down. Her eyes gleamed with natural seduction, causing Luong Wai Than's face to turn bright red with shyness and confusion, unable to utter a word. Luong Wai Than, with a flushed and flustered face, softly asked, Mississippi, what are you doing, Miss Bok? Lam Bok's cheeks turned pink, but her eyes sparkled with mischief. In a shy voice, she said, I think there are a few places that don't feel quite right. Could you check them for me? That question was full of ambiguity, causing Luong Wai then to doubt. Really? Where? Lam Bok gently stroked her chin. Where? Let me think. Suddenly, she became bolder, her feet gliding over his thighs. That daring move made Luong Wai then even more flustered. Wait, don't. His hands trembled. Lam Bok just slightly curved her lips in a smile. Are you sure? But your face seems to be saying something different. Luong Wai Than's face turned bright red as he stammered with difficulty. Please stop. When I brought you here, I didn't think about that at all. Lam Bok just leaned down and whispered in his ear, well, that's too bad because I've already thought about it. She moved closer and closer until their noses were almost touching. Luong Wai then couldn't keep calm anymore. He hastily blurted out, wait, but he couldn't stop her in time. Lam Bok had already pulled him close and planted a sweet kiss on his lips. A moment later, they pulled apart. Lam Bok asked softly, how about now? Do you have those thoughts yet? Luong Wai then held still for a few seconds. Then he immediately hugged her tightly. He whispered, damn it, you're so cunning. Although deep down, a voice kept telling him to stop. But when he looked deep into Lam Bok's eyes, that beauty and allure made all reason disappear like sea foam. He couldn't control himself, finally letting instinct take over. And they had a night full of passion and frenzy. At midnight, he woke up, sat up gently, took the phone from the bedside, and looked at the screen. Luong Wai then looked at Lam Bok, sighed softly. Lam Bok was still sound asleep, unaware. On the other side, Luong Jiu-Vu was in a meeting. He spoke up to ask the employees, that's where we'll conduct the project. Is everything clear? Does anyone have any questions? One of the girls sitting among the employees spoke up. After this, are you free, Mr. Luong? Why don't you come to the bar with us? Another girl immediately chimed in. We'll just call you Jiu-Vu, okay? Calling you Mr. Luong is too formal. Luong Jiu-Vu frowned slightly and politely replied, I'm sorry, but I still have work to do after this meeting. Another girl continued to persuade, come on, Jiu-Vu. We know a great place. Come with us, it'll be fun. The girls started chattering excitedly. That place is really amazing. Jiu-Vu, you won't be disappointed, another girl added. You'll find it very comfortable and relaxing. Luong Jiu-Vu, feeling a bit tired and not wanting to get involved, stood up and coldly declined. I'm sorry, but I have urgent work to attend to. Please enjoy yourselves. Just as he stepped out of the meeting room, Chow Tan-Nguyen was standing outside, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Oh, the meeting's over already. Luong Jiu-Vu looked at him coldly. You call that a meeting? It's just an afternoon tea to watch rich young ladies have fun. Chow Tan-Nguyen burst out laughing, his voice full of implications. Haha. But they're cute, aren't they? And their age is very suitable for you too. Luong Jiu-Vu didn't reply. His cold eyes stared straight at Chow Tan-Nguyen. I know what you're trying to do, Chow Tan-Nguyen. My patience also has its limits. He didn't say another word. He turned and walked away, leaving Chow Tan-Nguyen stunned, speechless. Before leaving, Luong Jiu-Vu only left one sentence. I don't need a week just to arrange work here. I've already booked a flight back for tomorrow. The rest is up to you. Chow Tan-Nguyen was stunned. He hurriedly called out, wait, Luong Jiu-Vu. As soon as he left the office, he glanced at his phone, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. Tomorrow, I'll give Hugh Vi a surprise. Chow Tong-Nguyen and the secretary watched him helplessly. They couldn't believe he was leaving. Did he realize something? The next day, True Hugh Vi exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe you stayed out overnight." Ha Lam Bok immediately asked curiously, "Did something special happen? Who is he? When did it start?" Lam Bok covered her mouth as she yawned, with a dreamy expression saying, "I'm so sleepy. Today I'll skip Ms. Lee's class." She thought to herself, "Anyway, we just self-study during that class." True Hugh Vi saw her changing the subject and immediately said, "Don't change the topic. Come on, Lam Bok." Lam Bok turned to look at her with an interested expression. "HM, you want to know?" True Hugh Vi curiously replied, "Of course. I'm eager to hear the gossip." Lam Bok immediately pointed at her and said, "Well then, after that, you'll tell me about your relationship with Luong Ju-vu, right?" True Hugh Vi, hearing this, immediately became flustered and stammered. Well, you know." Lam Bok looked at her with a meaningful smile, then winked. "You have to exchange information." Hugh Vi's eagerness to talk about True Hugh Vi's situation was immediately extinguished. Before she climbed into bed, Lam Bok said, "Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll introduce that guy to you." On the way to class, True Hugh Vi felt very curious. She wondered, "I'm curious who Lam Bok's boyfriend is. Do I know him? Or is it some guy from the club?" She thought, if she went out on dates before, I would have been so jealous. Juvu won't be back for another 2 days. Thinking of this, she suddenly startled. Wait, did I just think about Luong Juvu? Am I feeling lonely because Lam Bok is dating someone else? Or am I really confused about my own feelings? Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting her wandering thoughts. "Here you are." "Wait, great." It turned out to be Tae-2 in AC. He happily approached her. "I finally found you." True Hugh Vi was startled and looked at him. Tae-2 in AC. "What are you doing here?" Tae-2 in AC smiled happily and said, "I was looking for you." True Hugh Vi asked in surprise, "Looking for me?" Tae-2 in AC held up his phone. "Because you'll give me information in a few days, so I thought we should exchange contact information." True Hugh Vi was a bit hesitant, but then smiled awkwardly. "Haha, that's right. I was planning to let Diu Vu handle this after he returned." Then she gave him her phone number. Tae-2 in AC very seriously saved the number. He spoke up and asked, "So your name is Zhao Yue?" She stammered, "My name." "My name?" Immediately, Zhao Yue came up with an idea to tease. "My name is Zhao Xuewei." Chizin heard and thought, her name sounds quite real, it's hard to believe that's her name. Zhao Yue pretended to be shy, with blushing cheeks. "Yes, isn't it beautiful? I love it so much." Chizin coughed lightly, and then pretended to casually say, "Anyway, to thank you for the information, I can invite you to a party if you'd like." Zhao Yue asked in surprise, "What party?" Chizin immediately told her. Chihan Company is organizing a charity party next week. We'll invite some famous actors and singers, besides the talents in our company. For example, director Ma Xian, film emperor Yu Moyan, and others. Just hearing this, Zhao Yue's eyes immediately lit up. "Yu Moyan, I love his movies so much." Chizin heard this and immediately replied, "I can arrange a meeting with him if you want." Zhao Yue was extremely interested. "I can meet Yu Moyan." "Really? That's amazing. I'll go." Chizin smiled. "You should be glad you met me. Coincidentally, I have an invitation with me." Suddenly, Zhao Yue's phone rang. She immediately said, "Wait a moment, I have a call." She quickly picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Liang Yaowu. Are you back?" Chizin heard Liang Yaowu's name and was immediately surprised. "Why Liang Yaowu? Isn't he supposed to be away? If he's back, I should have known, unless he just landed." Then he heard Zhao Yue exclaim loudly, "No way, you're at our usual meeting place." Chizin saw Zhao Yue's expression as bright as spring. He couldn't help but feel jealous. "Of course I'm surprised. I thought I wouldn't see you for a few more days. I'm coming right now." Then, Zhao Yue immediately turned to Chizin and said, her face slightly flustered, "Sorry, something came up. We'll talk later. Goodbye." Chizin called after her, "Wait." But Zhao Yue had already left. Chizin clenched the ticket in his hand. He fell silent, pondering, why is Liang Yaowu meeting her right after he returns? At the meeting place, Liang Yaowu stood waiting, eyes fixed on his phone. He smiled unconsciously. "She's more surprised than I expected." Zhao Yue's voice rang out. Liang Yaowu saw her approaching. He smiled softly. That was quick. He raised his hand in greeting. "Oh, good morning, Yue." Zhao Yue immediately ran quickly towards him. Suddenly, Suddenly, she ran too fast. Unable to brake in time, she almost crashed into him. She managed to stop just in time, panting phew. Haha, I ran too fast. She turned away embarrassed, but still smiling. Welcome back, Wu. Liang Yao looked at her with gentle eyes. His lips curved into a bright smile. He thought to himself, it's good to be back. The two sat on the bench. Lung Ziu Wu Mai. He took out the photos he had taken during the trip. I was also quite busy, but I still managed to capture an interesting photo while meeting with clients. True Hu Vai looked at the photos with interest and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful. I expected a lot from such a historic city." She was captivated by each frame. "I know this place. Many people come here to take pictures. It's gorgeous." She turned to him and asked worriedly, "But you must have had to interact with many people during the trip, right? Did your OCD act up?" Don't worry. I know how to keep my distance. Besides, after your therapy sessions, I'm much better now. I see. It's good to hear that. Luong Jiu Vu looked at her gently and asked, "We haven't seen each other for almost a week. How about a date tonight?" True Hu Vai immediately answered quickly, "Sure." But when she saw his satisfied smile, she suddenly felt shy. "Oh, I have to go to class now." She quickly ran away. "See you later." Luong Jiu Vu thought to himself, "She's so cute." But neither of them knew that Tae-Tu and AC was standing behind them, overhearing their entire conversation. In the evening, True Hu Vai went to the meeting place. She adjusted her hair, wondering, is this outfit okay? She placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heart beating fast. Why am I so nervous? It's not like it's our first date, but perhaps it's because we haven't seen each other in a while. While she was still worrying, suddenly a voice called out, "Hu Vai." She turned around to see Luong Jiu Vu waving and smiling, saying, "Over here." True Hu Vai looked at him surprised and asked, "Did you drive?" Lung Ziu Vu Mai. "We're going to a place quite far away." Tu Hu Vi was Skudio. "Oh, where?" Luong Jiu Vu opened the car door for her and gently said, "It's a secret. All you need to know is this will be a perfect date." Luong Jiu Vu took her to an elegant restaurant with artistic paintings on the walls and soft lighting. Hu Vai held the menu, looking around with surprised eyes. "Wow, I've never been to such an elegant restaurant before." She felt like she had stepped into a different world, where everything was so luxurious. She looked at the menu and thought, it must be very expensive. I wonder if they have anything affordable. On the other side, Luong Jiu Vu said to the waiter, "I'll have these dishes and a bottle of wine." True Hu Vai also quickly ordered. Her face turned completely red. She felt a bit nervous eating such expensive dishes. The glass was filled with wine. Luong Jiu Vu saw through her worried expression. He softly said, "Don't worry. This restaurant belongs to my aunt. We can eat for free." Are we going to meet your aunt? Luong Jiu Vu raised his wine glass and said, "No, but she'll know we came here. So let's act like a loving couple." True Hu Vai smiled shyly. "I see. It's good to hear that." She thought to herself, "I knew Luong Jiu Vu was very rich when we went to the beach together, but it feels so different now. I started thinking about the gap between us and the enormous distance between both of us. We shouldn't have met from the beginning." Luong Jiu Vu noticed her pensive expression. He immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong? Don't you like wine?" True Hu Vai embarrassedly replied right away, "Oh no, that's not it. The wine is good. I'm just a bit worried inside. Am I sad about the distance between me and Jiu Vu?" "Wake up, True Hu Vai. You two aren't a real couple." Yet suddenly she blushed, wondering why she was thinking like that. "Oh my." She immediately raised her glass and gulped it down. Jiu Vu saw this and was shocked, calling out Hu Vai. Suddenly, she felt her head spinning. Luong Jiu Vu immediately supported her. A moment later, he shook True Hu Vai to wake her up. "Hu Vai, wake up." She leaned on his shoulder and hazily asked, "What's happening?" "Where am I?" Luong Jiu Vu sighed in relief. "You're awake. Thank goodness. You fainted after drinking a glass of wine. You scared me to death. I'm sorry. I should have asked about your alcohol tolerance first. I'll take you back to school." "No, I'm not drunk. I don't want to go back. I want to continue our date." Luong Jiu Vu smiled. All right. We won't go back." He softly apologized. "I just wanted to surprise you and make you happy." True Hu Vai dreamily leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "It's okay. I'm really happy now. But for a moment, I felt like you were very far away." Luong Jiu Vu didn't understand what she was saying. "How? I'm right beside you." Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and whispered, "Not this distance, it's something else. We're going to act like we're in love, but I want to understand you better. Also, to act as your fiancé. I want to say, At this point, she looked up at him. Jiu Vu hesitantly asked, "What do you want?" True Hu Vi immediately closed her eyes, moving closer to his lips. Luong Jiu Vu was flustered by her sudden action, but he immediately lifted Hu Vi's chin and thought, finally, you also, but unexpectedly. In her drunken state, True Hu Vi bit the tip of his nose. Inside, she was screaming with hunger. A piercing scream echoed throughout the garden. The next morning, True Hu Vi hazily woke up. She blinked, trying to remember what happened last night. Oh, last night I had a lot of fun. Luong Jiu Vu was now standing with his arms crossed, looking at her with a somewhat serious expression. I can explain. He took a deep breath and continued. I wanted to take you back to the dorm after you passed out, but I couldn't contact your roommate, so I brought you here. He paused for a moment and asked, anyway, do you remember what happened before you lost consciousness? Hu Vi scratched her head embarrassedly. Haha, I don't remember clearly, but we shouldn't live in the past, right? Luong Jiu Vu glanced at her. How could I forget you kissing me so passionately in front of everyone? Zhao Yue immediately exclaimed upon hearing this. I didn't. We were alone there. Oh, I realize I've misspoken. She fell silent. Liang Yaowu immediately pointed at his injured nose. He laughed cheerfully. You're right, it's my fault. But you were really passionate, Zhao. Yue, she said gloomily. I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. I had no ulterior motive in doing that. Liang Yao lowered his voice. It's all right, but I want to confirm. You said you wanted to act as my fiancé. Did you mean it? If so, we can continue practicing in a more intimate way. Zhao Yue was embarrassed, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Liang Yao immediately pretended to be sad and said, so you didn't mean it. Ouch, my nose hurts. Seeing this, Zhao Yue immediately exclaimed, wait, that's not it. Then she stammered embarrassedly, I really want to help you so we can practice. As they spoke, they both moved closer to each other. Just then, the door opened, and a familiar voice rang out. Yao, are you home? Liang Yao immediately felt annoyed as the atmosphere was ruined. Damn it, everything was about to go smoothly. It's Ishin. Yue said she had dealt with the investigator, so they probably don't know each other's identities yet. Should I introduce them to each other now? Yue might feel pressured meeting my family before she's ready. He turned to look at her worried expression. He gently kissed her forehead and said softly, the bathroom is over there. Wash your face to freshen up. We'll continue when I get back. After he left, Zhao Yue embarrassedly touched where he had kissed her. We still have to continue. When Liang Yao went outside, Liang Ishin immediately asked, Hey Yao, why didn't you tell me you were back? Liang Yao replied indifferently, I came back yesterday. I didn't tell you because you were busy with other things. He looked at him and asked, why are you here? Liang Ishin hesitated. I have something to say. Liang Yao immediately asked, what is it? Another movie. Ishin continued, no. Suddenly, the sound of water came from the bathroom. Ishin heard it and asked, is there someone else here? Liang Yao immediately replied, yes, sister-in-law is here. Come to think of it, you've never met her before. Now is not a good time, but I'll introduce her to you another day. So what did you want to tell me? Hearing this, Liang Ishin's face darkened. He unconsciously gripped his phone tightly. He tried to smile and replied, nothing important. I just wanted to check on you. I'll get out of your hair now. Goodbye. Liang. Yao looked at his strange behavior with suspicion. What did you want to tell me? After leaving the apartment, Luong Wai then hesitated, unsure whether to delete the recent photo. Are you going to give it to your brother? Finally, she decided to press delete. She felt a heaviness in her heart. Luong Jiu Vu stood dazed, thinking to himself, strange, I've never seen her like this before. Did something happen while I was away? I should follow and ask her. At this moment, Hu Vi in the room, not hearing any more movement, stepped out to check. What's wrong? Jiu Vu. He turned around startled and replied, I'm sorry, Hu Vi. There's something I need to do. I'll be right back. Hearing this, she curiously asked softly, hey, is there something urgent right now? Jiu Vu smiled gently at her. No, it's not. Everything's fine. Seeing this, she didn't ask anything more. All right, anyway, thanks for lending me the shirt. Jiu Vu approached and gently replied, don't mention it. It suits you well right now. Hu Vi then spoke up. Can I borrow your phone? Mine is charging. Do you want to call someone? Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly. She explained embarrassedly. Actually, I wanted to order some food. Hearing this, Jiu Vu also spoke up awkwardly. That's right. You didn't eat much last night. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Hu Vi exclaimed in surprise. Leave it to you. Duvu directly rolled up his sleeves and confidently replied, I'll have it done before you know it. Soon after, a table full of food was laid out. Hugh Vi exclaimed in amazement, Wow, it looks delicious. It's just some simple dishes. We can have lunch for the next day too. Hugh Vi ate them with great appetite. But seeing Duvu just sitting on the side, she spoke up, Aren't you eating? This is too much for one person. Come on, eat with me. Hearing this, Duvu smiled slightly, all right. He calmly opened his mouth, Hugh Vi saw this and was confused. Then she reacted intensely, What are you doing? You want me to feed you? He calmly replied, Weren't you going to do that? You said you wanted to act as my fiancé. I thought you wanted to practice interacting with me as a couple. Sorry for misunderstanding. Hearing him say this, she felt a bit guilty. It's okay. At this moment, she thought to herself, he's right. I promise to help, but I'm being too cautious. I might blow our cover if I'm not serious about this. Then she directly exclaimed, You're right, I should be more proactive. Hearing her say this, Duvu felt a bit smug. She gathered all her courage and shouted, Let's do it. Hugh Vi directly brought a piece of food towards him. Duvu smilait d'appui. Then I'll accept your offer. Thank you. Suddenly, she moved closer to him. The two were very close to each other, making him feel a bit shy. Is this natural enough? Hugh Vi casually exclaimed, I'm imitating couples in romantic movies. Is this performance adequate? That's good. You're doing great. Both laughed with delight. Great. We finished eating. Shall we continue? Continue what? He calmly replied, What we were doing before we were interrupted. Hearing that, Hugh Vi suddenly blushed a little shyly. Duvu looked at her and smiled with delight. Meanwhile, at a karaoke place, in a spacious VIP room full of noise and commotion, everyone was hand in hand with a woman except for one person sitting in the middle, looking sad and not caring about his surroundings. Seeing this, Chang Guintan asked, Why do you look so dazed? Is someone making you worried, Chi? Hearing this, Chi Zmo glared at him in annoyance and snapped, Get lost. Chi Zmo's mood was extremely unpleasant at the moment. He frowned, clearly showing his dissatisfaction. Why do you care if I'm in a bad mood? Zheng Jing, sitting next to him, looked at him. He smiled lightly and then spoke to comfort him. Don't say that. Just tell me who has upset you. If needed, I can help you deal with them. Chi Zmo took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. Zheng Jing saw him like that and said, This isn't like the honest and straightforward Chi I know. Look at you, drowning in sorrow while we're hanging out. Has someone hurt you? Chi Zmo was hit right in the heart. He angrily blushed and snorted. Don't say such nonsense. I don't even like her. Zheng Jing laughed and said, I was just teasing you. But it seems I guessed right. Then he picked up his phone. Come on, there's nothing to be sad about. I'll cheer you up. Chi Zmo looked at his demeanor and pouted skeptically. What are you planning to do? Then he called two beautiful women to entertain the guests. Hello, I'm Alina. I'm Van. The friends around exclaimed, Wow, where did you find these beautiful ladies? Zheng Jing replied, I have my ways. Then he turned and winked at Chi Zmo. Listen, Chi, all girls are the same. Chi Zmo looked at the two girls standing in front of him and exclaimed, The same. He indifferently drank a can of beer, then coldly said, You two, lift up your skirts. Zheng Jing asked in surprise, So you have a thing for legs, huh? Come on, show Chi. The girls immediately replied yes. Then they obediently stood in front of everyone and gradually lifted their skirts. Zheng Jing beckoned the two girls closer, then put his arm around Chi Zmo's shoulder. How's that? I'm good to you, right? Or should I choose one of them for you? The short-haired girl named Alina walked towards Chi Zmo. Then she sat on his lap and said gently, Mr. Chi, let's have some fun together. Then she took Chi Zmo's hand and placed it on her thigh, then whispered, I can do many things to make you happy. Chi Zmo coldly said one sentence. Not like her. She gasped in surprise. Then Chi Zmo immediately pushed her away. Zheng Jing saw this and exclaimed, Hey. Chi Zmo stood up indifferently and said, I'm bored. Let's go. Trinkin, I only hang out with you because of your father's business with my family. So stop forcing your perverted interests on me. It's disgusting. Jinking was furious. He stood behind, cursing. What did you say? Damn it, stand still. The two NAC ignored him. He coldly turned around and walked away on the other side. Luong Juvu and True Hugh Vi sat on the sofa, chatting now that breakfast was over. True Hugh Vi was very serious, looking a bit worried. I'm ready to do it. No need to rush. Let's review the results of our efforts. We've tried holding hands, putting hands on shoulders, and hugging. But real couples don't warn each other before doing these things. We need to be intimate naturally, so we don't expose the truth in front of everyone. True Hugh Vi nodded slightly upon hearing this. Right? So how can we practice again? Luong Jiu Vu smiled and said it's easy. We just need to get used to it. Then he stood up. He took her hand gently and said, let's go over there. True Hugh Vi softly replied, oh, okay. See, we start with holding hands. Imagine if we're at a party. Some things might happen next. For example, I might say, let me introduce you, this is Uncle Lee. Then I'll put my hand on your shoulder. You just need to nod. That's enough. If someone wants to offer you a drink, I'll say, sorry, she can't drink. He demonstrated the gestures, looking very authentic. True Hugh Vi nodded, I understand. You're right. Doing this makes us look more like we're really in love. If you didn't have OCD, I would think you do these things often. Luong Jiu Vu smiled slightly. I'm just trying my best. Then True Hugh Vi asked, so what about hugging? Is there anything else? He hesitated and asked, after hugging. Then he immediately moved forward to kiss her. He gently lifted her chin, softly saying, then it's kissing to prove we're really in love. True Hugh Vi's hand tightened slightly on his shirt. Luong Jiuvu looked at her and said, easy, right? A series of actions he hadn't finished saying. True Hugh Vi was a bit embarrassed. She nervously said to him, I need time with the last step. I need to practice more. Luong Jiuvu inwardly prayed it wouldn't happen, but outwardly he tried to stay calm and said, all right. Then he moved closer, hugged her waist, and kissed her, thinking to himself, we can do this many more times. In True Hugh Vi's mind at this moment, it was very chaotic, divided into many factions. Confused thoughts rushed through like a storm in her mind. The serious Hugh Vi faction said, gather around everyone. Can anyone tell me the current situation? The food-loving Hugh Vi faction immediately chimed in, eyes shining like two lamps. Tonight I want to eat noodles. The fun-loving Hugh Vi faction said, next week we'll go hiking. I need to go home and pack for the trip. Meanwhile, the studious Hugh Vi mumbled in the corner. Her eyes never left the thick book she wanted to read. True Hugh Vi maintained a stern, strong expression and shouted, it's all useless. Can someone over there tell me what happened? The other Hugh Vis around her remained silent, heads bowed in shame. True Hugh Vi called out to the Hugh Vi in love. She whispered, I think we're starting to like Diuvu. All the other Hugh Vis around her widened their eyes like children hearing shocking news. True Hugh Vi confidently said, I knew you could feel it. Then she put her arm around the Hugh Vi in love and shouted, she's right, we true Hugh Vis have fallen in love again. They quickly chimed in unison, cheering. Congratulations. Well done. Lam Bok, observing True Hugh Vi from afar, seeing True Hugh Vi's rare, serious demeanor, thought to herself, I rarely see her this serious. I wonder what she's thinking. Then Lam Bok stood up and cheerfully announced to the class, class is over. Let's go. Didn't you think the professor was funny today? Hugh Vi, lost in thought, was startled. Huh? Lam Bok pretended to say. His beard had a piece of tomato sauce on it. It was so obvious. True Hugh Vi turned to look at Lam Bok. Really? How did I not notice? Lam Bok covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes bright and mischievous. I knew you were just pretending to focus. Hugh Vi's face turned angry. You tricked me again. Lam Bok then asked, so what were you thinking about during class? True Hugh Vi blushed, slightly flustered. Please don't make fun of me, but honestly, I think I really like Diuvu now. Lam Bok covered her mouth in surprise. Oh, didn't you say you didn't like that fiancé? I can't believe it. True Hugh Vi embarrassedly replied, that's enough. You know what I mean? Lam Bok laughed and said, sorry, but I really don't know what happened between you two. Do you think this is the right time to confess? Hugh Vi looked down confused. I don't know. I need to think more. Lam Bok, seeing her friend's worried expression, smiled to herself, thinking, I knew Hugh Vi liked Luong Diuvu. You could say he likes her too. I think they'll realize their feelings for each other soon. She thought to herself, I wasn't planning to tell Wai the truth because I was afraid she'd get in the way. Maybe I should tell her now. On the other side, Luong Jiu Vu was reading a report, but his mind was filled with thoughts of yesterday's moment with True Hugh Vi. Remembering, he unconsciously smiled. He covered his face. Come on, why am I acting like a newbie? This is embarrassing. Hugh Vi might be starting to like me. We might be right for each other. Suddenly, Chao Tonning Nguyen appeared with an annoyed expression, walked in, and shouted at Luong Jiu Vu. Then he slammed a pile of documents on the table. Why did you give the project to a small company instead of Mr. Dong's family? Mr. Dong questioned me after you left the city. In the document I gave you, I clearly wrote this is a project that could be given to the Dong family already. Luong Jiu Vu calmly glanced at him. You wrote it, but I deleted it. Chao Tonning-Wen was suddenly shocked. What? Why did you delete it? Luong Jiu Vu rested his chin and smiled slightly. It's simple. From my research, the Dong family may lead the industry in the city, but that's because Mr. Dong started his career early and monopolized the market. They have several hundred subsidiary companies. All of them are interconnected. The chaotic group relationships lead to numerous risks. Of course, the Dong family has resolved these issues. But imagine if we gave the project to such a conglomerate. If something happens in the future, it would end in enmity rather than friendship with their family. Chao Tonning-Wen was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then he covered his mouth and laughed. Haha, as expected. No one can investigate or choose companies as well as you. I'll report to Uncle when he returns. I'll tell him to bring you to the company to replace me. I'm ready to step down at any time. Luong Jiu Vu indifferently replied, no need. I've already told my father. I'll only be in charge until the project is completed and handed over. And I won't officially join the company nor replace your position. Besides, reporting would be difficult for you. Moreover, whenever something happens to me, you've always been obedient to her from childhood to adulthood. That woman, I mean my mother. Chao Tonning-Wen became angry upon hearing this. Show some respect. Aunt cares about you because of your own interests. Luong Jiu Vu sighed. Yes, you're so obedient that I wonder who's the real son here. Chao Tonning-Wen angrily turned to leave. No matter what, I won't give up until you join the company. Let's go. He turned back and said to the secretary, did you hear that? Tan Fai remained silent, but Luong Jiu Vu said, oh, I'm sorry. Because the city project is too complex, I asked Ms. Tan for help. Weren't you informed? Deputy Director Chao, he frowned. Chao Tonning-Wen frowned and looked at Tan Fai. Did you tell him everything? Why betray me? Tan Fai frankly replied, I only did what you told me to do. Get closer to young Master Luong. He angrily left, cursing. After he left, Luong Jiu Vu looked at her and asked, but I'm still curious. Why did you leave Tonning-Wen and come to help me? Did he treat you badly? Tan Fai coldly replied, he was good to me. High salary and generous bonuses. Good in bed too. Luong Jiu Vu wondered, then why? Tan Fai continued, he'll be 30 next year, but he still hasn't thought about getting married. His mother is worried. She told me to keep an eye out for someone suitable for him. At this point, she paused a little before continuing. If you think about it, I'm a promising candidate for Mr. Chow. I just need to try a bit harder to make him realize it. Then she lifted her glasses, smiling at Liang Yaoyu. Liang Yaoyu heard this and laughed awkwardly. Haha, I see. I hope you two will be together in the future. In his heart, he thought, I understand. So Chao Chengyuan has become the target. It's scary. I really feel sorry for him. Zhao Yue was in a dream at this moment, dreaming about how she confessed to Liang Yaoyu. She shyly said, I like you, Yaoyu. Liang Yaoyu softly replied, really? I feel the same way, Yue. Then the two embraced each other. I love you, they said, and then they kissed. Lin Bai watched Zhao Yue smiling in her sleep. Him a little constantly mumbling, kiss, kiss. She couldn't help but laugh. Look at that smile. She must be having a beautiful dream. But then she thought, Xiaoxin isn't replying to my messages. Is she avoiding me? Should I go to her place? A bell rang. Zhao Yue received a new message. She stretched slightly. Who could be contacting me so early? Isn't Yu supposed to be busy these days? Who else could it be? She opened the message. Huh. The invitation to the charity party has been delivered. I'll wait for you at the intersection of Tantan Road in half an hour. She was stunned for a moment. What invitation? She suddenly remembered. Ah, the place where I can meet Du Mo Yin. Then she hurriedly ran off. I should change quickly. Oh my God, I can't believe I get to go there. After arriving at the meeting place, she saw Qizine sitting on a bench waiting for her. She immediately called out loudly, Qizine. As she ran up to him, she panted, sorry for keeping you waiting. Qizine glanced at her and smiled slightly. You arrived faster than I thought. This place is quite far from your school, isn't it? Yue said while catching her breath. Well, anyway, because... Then Qizine handed her the invitation and said softly this. The invitation to meet the celebrity. Zhao Yue's eyes immediately lit up when she saw it. That's right, thank you so much. But he didn't give it to her and said, wait, before I give this to you, you should fulfill your promise first. Tell me who Zhao Yue is. Zhao Yue hesitated. While on the other side, Lin Bai went to Yi Shun's house to find her. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. Why? Is no one responding? Is she not home? Yi Shun was standing in front of her house, very hesitant. She was still standing there pensively, reading the messages she had sent her. Suddenly, her phone rang. Liang, Yi Shun anxiously turned off the ringer. The air fell silent again. Lin Bai, standing outside the door, heard this and immediately became curious. Open the door. You slept with me, and now you won't open the door. How dare you? Luong Wai then. Hearing that, he immediately blushed, unable to believe it. He quickly opened the door and said, Enough, stop knocking. Lam Bok saw him come out and smiled brightly. Oh, look who finally decided to open the door. You've been avoiding me, making me sad. Luong Wai then heard this and looked at her embarrassed. But why did you shout that out? Aren't you embarrassed, Miss Bok? Lam Bok laughed. Why? It's the truth, isn't it? Wai then sighed. Forget it. Let's go inside and talk. Seeing his demeanor, Lam Bok immediately asked curiously, Why are you suddenly so serious? Are you planning to abandon me after sleeping together? How could I? Luong Wai then immediately said, Stop joking around. I know where you were yesterday. Lam Bok was slightly puzzled. Yesterday I was in the dorm, wasn't I? Wait, if he's talking about Hu Vai. I remember he. Wai then immediately looked at her. He coldly said, You were with your fiancé. Isn't that right? I know you've had another lover during this time. Saying this, Luong Wai then looked a bit sad and continued, I also have a secret you don't know. My real name is Luong Wai then. I'm the younger brother of Luong Juvu, your fiancé. I hid my identity and approached you to investigate because Juvu didn't tell me anything about you. I'm sorry for lying. Hearing Luong Wai then speak, Lam Bok pondered a bit. He apologized and told me the truth. This means he hasn't actually met true Hu Vai. Thinking of this, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Is it because Luong Juvu hid it too well, or is this guy too pure? Oh no, I want to tease him more. This is too interesting. She suddenly giggled. Luong Wai then saw her laugh and felt embarrassed. Are you laughing? I knew it. This means nothing to you, right? I genuinely like you even though I know what kind of person you are. Saying this, he looked sad. Tears suddenly fell. I still like you. Hearing these words, Lam Bok's heart raced. Luong Wai then wiped his tears and continued, But I don't want to deceive you anymore. I don't want this to continue. I hope you'll treat Du Vu well in the future. Before he could finish, Lam Bok interrupted. Are you sure you want to give up? That's not a good idea. Luong Wai then didn't quite understand what she meant. He let out a small gasp and hesitantly asked, What do you mean? Lam Bok then walked to his side. You know I'm a woman who easily changes her mind. What makes you think I'll be satisfied with just one man? Let me tell you something. Even if you leave, there will certainly be other guys. Before she could finish, Luong Wai then immediately grabbed her hand. He held it tightly, making Lam Bok uncomfortable. No, I forbid you from having anyone else. Lam Bok continued to tease. Oh, why not? Luong Wai then asked back, Why are you doing this? You already have a boyfriend. Lam Bok pulled her hand away and chuckled. Whatever I do with my life, if it doesn't concern you, I've given up, remember. It ends here. I had a lot of fun. Goodbye. Then she turned and walked away. Suddenly, Luong Wai then hugged her from behind. He lifted her up and carried her inside. Lam Bok said worriedly, Calm down. Let's talk this through. Are you listening to me? Then he put her on the bed. Lam Bok asked, slightly embarrassed, What are you trying to do? Luong Wai then took off his shirt. He replied in a deep voice, Doing what you want. He immediately pressed himself on top of Lam Bok. Lam Bok teased, Why did you say you gave up? Luong Wai then growled, Instead of letting you go find someone else, I'd rather do this myself. I'll make you forget everything when you're in my arms. Then I'll drag you along to make up for our mistakes. He immediately kissed her lips. Lam Bok chuckled softly. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. In her mind, she thought, looking forward to the moment you know the truth. Will you be happy or angry? I'm a worse woman than you think. I want to see more. I want to see how you look when you're worried and jealous. On Hu Vai's side, Tae-tu NAC waved the invitation in front of her face. All right, tell me, who is true Hu Vai? When you tell me, I'll give you the invitation. You won't go back on your word, right? Hu Vai didn't know what to do. She hesitated. Luong Ju Vu had worried that people would easily see through them. But now it's okay to tell him, right? She sighed. All right, I'll tell you the truth. True Hugh Vi is suddenly, Tae2 NAC exclaimed, oh, what a coincidence. She immediately turned and asked what. Tae2 NAC pointed over there and said, look over there. That guy in front of the crowd, isn't that Luong Juvu? It really was him. True Hugh Vi peeked out from behind a tree. He was wearing a suit. Is this where Juvu works? Tae2 NAC, standing behind her, said, he's the young master of the Ming Vu group. Where else would he work? True Hugh Vi was surprised. The Ming Vu group, that huge and famous company. What do you mean by young master? Tae2 NAC replied, he's the chairman's grandson, and will take over the company in the future. You didn't know? True Hugh Vi was stunned. The chairman's grandson. She thought to herself, he never mentioned it. I never asked either. I knew there was a gap between us, but I didn't expect him to be related to the Ming Vu group. I had decided not to think about it anymore. But even with OCD, he could easily find someone to be his contract girlfriend. Tae2 NAC observed True Hugh Vi's expression. He thought to himself, perfect, everything is going smoothly. Now if I can just suddenly... True Hugh Vi saw many girls approaching Luong Juvu. She thought, oh no, are they flirting with him? But it doesn't look normal. Dieu vu Simon Gris. This is the main entrance of the company. A lot of people are watching. It would be terrible if that happened. I have to go help. Chi Xin, standing behind, immediately pulled her shoulder back and said, wait, where are you going? We're not done yet. Zhao Yue replied, I have to go help him. I'll be right back. Chi Xin responded very calmly. Help? You think he can't handle a few women like that? Zhao Yue said, there's a special reason. Chi Xin immediately replied, because he has OCD, right? Zhao Yue surprised. How do you know? She thought to herself, strange. Didn't Liang Yaowu say, few people know about this? Chi Xin chuckled and said, oh please, do you really believe that? The young master of the Mingwu group, who has participated in countless entertainment activities, how could he not be able to touch others? It's just an act. Look, he's having fun with those beauties now. Suddenly, he looked to the other side. In his heart, he cursed, damn it. Over there, among those girls was his sister, Chi Zixin. He exclaimed in his mind, sis, what are you doing here? Wait, why are you chasing them away for Liang Yaowu? No way. Now you're shaking hands. You're going astray. Suddenly, Chi Xin saw her walking to the other side. He immediately called out, hey wait. Liang Yaowu's voice called out from behind. Liang Yaowu asked in surprise, Yue, what are you doing here? Zhao Yue looked at him thoughtfully. Liang Yaowu asked in surprise, did someone bring you here? Then he quickly let go of Chi Zixin's hand. Zhao Yue angrily said slowly, so it's true, you lied to me. You're such a bastard. Then she immediately punched him hard in the stomach. Liang Yaowu painfully clutched his stomach, coughing, cough, cough. Yue, it's not. I can explain. Zhao Yue angrily ran away, not forgetting to curse, bastard, you fraud. Blatan Lia. Chi Zixin came to help Liang Yaowu and asked, are you okay? She thought to herself, Yue, so that's his fiancée. Are they having a fight? Suddenly they heard laughter, haha. Serves you right. Chi Xin came over, smirking. Must hurt a lot. I feel sorry for you. Chi Zixin frowned and asked him, why are you here, Xin? Wait, those two girls earlier looked familiar. Aren't they new employees at our company? Did you arrange this? Liang Yaowu, standing beside, was holding his stomach and coughing. Cough, cough, he thought it hurts so much. She's still so strong. Did my internal organs rupture? Oh God, she must be really angry. Damn. Chi Xin looked nonchalant and calmly replied, it's because he's two-timing. He's dating that girl, even though he already has a partner. Chi Zixin glanced at Chi Xin and said, what do you mean? She's Liang Yaowu's fiancée, Zhao Yue. Chi Xin was stunned upon hearing this. He was extremely shocked and shouted, what? She's Zhao Yue. But she said she was Liang Yaowu. Oh crap, I'm sorry, Miss Chi, but I have to go now. We'll talk later. Chi Zixin ignored her younger brother. She turned to Yao Yu with concern and asked, are you really okay? Why don't you wait a little longer? Yao Yu immediately replied, no, I need to chase after her and explain. Meanwhile, Chi Zimo was standing behind, secretly preparing to sneak away. But Chi Zixin immediately grabbed his shoulder. Liang Yaoyu ran off to find Zhao Yue. He looked around, searching, where are you, Yue? I just saw her, so she couldn't have gone far. She must have gone back to school, right? On this side, Zhao Yue was sitting on a bench. She mumbled, where are you looking? I can't believe it took you so long to chase after me. Liang Yaoyu turned around and saw her. He immediately shouted, Yue. He hurried over, saying, I can explain, Yue. Zhao Yue interrupted, sit down and then we'll talk. Liang Yaoyu hesitantly sat beside her. Okay, he thought to himself, strange. She's suddenly so calm. The atmosphere around the two was completely silent. In his heart, Liang Yaoyu thought, no, I should explain first. Liang Yaoyu spoke up, Before he could explain, she turned to him and asked worriedly, "Is your stomach okay? Does it still hurt? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you so hard." Liang Yaoyu was a bit surprised. I'm fine, but why are you? Zhao Yue looked at him and said, "Weren't you going to explain? Go ahead." Liang Yaoyu then became flustered. Right? Let me tell you, I used to have OCD, but I'm cured now. What happened at the barbecue restaurant was a rare occurrence. I lied to have you pretend to be my fiancé in front of my grandfather, but I mainly wanted to spend more time with you. I was going to explain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for lying. Hearing this, Zhao Yue said, "All right, I understand. You didn't have much choice. Your family was pressuring you." Liang Yaoyu saw her smile. He then said, "So Yue." She interrupted him. After all, who could be stupid enough to refuse becoming the fiancé of the young master of Mingwu Group? At this point, she laughed to cover up her anger. Liang Yaoyu saw this and became a bit scared. Zhao Yue looked at him with a smirk. "You know, there is such a person right here." "Oh wait, that's me." Yaoyu saw her expression and trembled. "Her face is so scary." He spoke up, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Yue stood up, waving her hand. "Enough, don't say anything more. But I want to know, why did you look for me as soon as you returned?" Liang Yaoyu replied, "I just wanted to see if you were doing well. You're my only neighbor friend." Zhao Yue then asked, "Really? You didn't come to seek revenge?" He heard this and was confused. "Revenge? What do you mean?" Zhao Yue then began to explain to him. "I had a dream, and in that dream, you stood under the big tree in front of the house and told me, 'I will come back to take revenge on you.' I'm sure it wasn't just a dream. Maybe I don't remember clearly because it's been so long, but I'm certain you said that before you left. I can forgive you, but you need to tell me if I'm the one who caused your OCD. If so, what did I do to make you hate me so much?" Liang Yaowu was silent for a moment. Then he turned his face away and said softly, "It's not because of you, and I've never hated you." Zhao Yue looked at him pensively. Then he turned and left. "It's hard for me to trust you again, you liar on this side." After the two siblings returned, Qi Zi Tan immediately pinched Qi Zi Zhong's ear hard. He cried out in pain, "Ouch, it hurts." Qi Zi Tan immediately warned him, "You think Mr. Liang is deceiving you just because he went to see that girl as soon as he returned. Then you said those girls came to flirt with Mr. Liang, and then you brought that girl to see how he had changed his heart. Do you know how much trouble you've caused for Mr. Liang and his fiancée?" Qi Zi Zhong immediately exclaimed, "But I didn't know she was Zhao Yue. She deceived me first." Qi Zi Tan let go of his hand, then glanced at him and said, "You had bad intentions from the beginning. I heard you booked a ticket for an outsider the day after tomorrow. Is it for her? Tell me, Zi Zhong, do you like her?" Qi Zi Zhong immediately pouted, turned his head away and denied, "No, I don't." Qi Zi Tan calmly said, "You're my brother. I know you too well. You're banned from going out until the party." Qi Zi Zhong immediately cried out, "But I haven't given her the invitation yet." Ifitan immediately interrupted, "No buts. You've already caused trouble for Mr. Liang. I'll give her the ticket." Qi Zi Zhong immediately thought, "Oh no, she's really angry now." Then suddenly Qi Zi Tan turned back and said, "Anyway, the good news is you'll be her companion at the party. This is a good opportunity, so do your best to express yourself. I believe in you." Qi Zi Zhong immediately denied again, "I told you I don't like her." Qi Zi Tan ignored him. She sighed inwardly, "I hope he gets rejected soon. That will save us from all this trouble." In the evening, Zhao Yue was sleeping when she received a message. "Oh, it's Lin Bai. Is she staying out overnight again? Seems like things are still good with her boyfriend. Yao hasn't contacted me since then. Does that mean the contract is over? He said he used to have OCD. Judging by his behavior, it must be related to me. Why didn't he tell me? Could it be?" At this point, she teared up. "Am I just a substitute to him?" The next morning, Zhao Yue put the box her mother sent on the table and opened it to look inside. She sighed, "I cried last night, so my eyes hurt so much now. This isn't like me at all. I need to cheer up. I should pack for the mountain climbing trip. Luckily, Mom just sent me a bag. What's in here? Isn't this the old album?" Then she picked up the album. She sat on the bed, looking at it nostalgically. "There must be photos from my elementary school days in here. Mom used to nag me because she couldn't find it. She must have put it in here when cleaning the storage room without noticing." Then she flipped through each photo in the album. "I look like a boy. No one could say I was a girl. Suddenly, she was surprised. Huh, what's this? Luong Juvu and me. Why am I in the hospital? She thought to herself, then remembered, wait, I remember being in the hospital once. But I don't remember why. Mom said it was because I was mischievous. I had snuck out to climb the mountain behind the town in the middle of the night with a friend. Then I fell and hit my head, so I had to stay in the hospital for a few days after that. She stroked the photo. Luong Juvu was standing next to the bed crying. So I went climbing with Juvu. Climbing. She was very puzzled. Why did we climb the mountain at that time? On the other side, Tae-Tu Tan was walking to school. The female students looked at her and whispered, look at that. Is she a former student? She's so beautiful. Her appearance is incredibly elegant and pretty. True Hyuvai was also sitting nearby. She was calling her mother on the phone. Mom, why are you repeating yourself again? Can't you tell me more about what happened? I know it was a long time ago, but can't you try to remember? All right. I know you're busy playing mahjong. I'll call back later. Goodbye. She hugged the album and thought to herself, Mom doesn't remember anything. Looks like I'll have to try my luck elsewhere. Suddenly, Tae-Tu Tan walked towards her and asked, are you True Hyuvai? Hello, I'm Tu Nakshasitoy. Tae-Tu Tan. Nice to meet you. True Hyuvai was dazzled by her beauty. Nice to meet you. Is there something wrong? She thought to herself, so bright is she a star. Tae-Tu Tan said softly, this must be what 2NAC promised you. Then she handed True Hyuvai an invitation card. I can't accept this invitation. I haven't told him yet. But Tae-Tu Tan immediately interrupted her. It's okay. He knows you're True Hyuvai now. How does he know? Tae-Tu Tan explained, I was there yesterday too. I told him. If you remember, I was the one who shook hands with Mr. Luong. Hearing this, True Hyuvai immediately remembered and said, oh, it's you. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. His intentions weren't good from the start. Don't worry about it. You should accept what he promised. Hearing this, True Hyuvai shyly accepted the invitation card and said, thank you. May I ask about your relationship with Juvu? Tae-Tu Tan explained, Mr. Luong and I are. Our families are friends, so we've known each other since childhood. True Hyuvai asked further, can you tell me what he was like as a child? Actually, it's been a while since we've met. We were separated before meeting again. I really want to know how he lived after we lost touch. But he doesn't say anything about the past. Tae-Tu Tan thought to herself, so they argued about this. She thought for a moment and said, I don't know much about him either. But let me think. We've known each other for a long time, but only met at a few parties. The first time we met was probably when we were about 11 or 12 years old. Mr. Luong lived quite reclusive. He stood in a corner even at his close friend's party. He looked like he was rejecting everyone's approach. A few years later, he became more sociable. He no longer stood in a corner and refused to talk to people. It seems he had changed a lot, but I think that change was only superficial. I didn't notice any real difference in him until he returned from abroad and announced he had a fiancée. I think you're the reason for this. True Hyuvai felt embarrassed and hesitantly said, thank you, Miss Tae. Please tell Tae-Tu NAC that I'll attend the party, and I'm very grateful for the invitation. Tae-Tu Tan nodded and said, I'll pass on the message. Goodbye. True Hyuvai also waved goodbye. Suddenly, Tae-Tu Tan spoke again. Oh, and I only care about Mr. Luong as a friend. I don't have any special feelings for him, so don't worry. That's all. See you at the party. True Hyuvai was completely stunned hearing this. She thought to herself that she had never thought that way. Although she asked her to care, when she did, it was so thoughtful and cool. Chao Tan-Ing-Wen frowned and asked, Tan-Fai, what did you agree with Luong Juvu? Why are you now his secretary? Tan-Fai pushed up her glasses and replied, you misunderstand, Deputy Director Chao. Young Master Juvu didn't make any agreement with me, nor did he give me anything. I'm just helping him for a short time. Chao Tan-Ing-Wen immediately lost his composure hearing this. Don't lie to me. You told him about me. Tan-Fai calmly replied, I'm just doing my job. You told me to approach and gain his trust. Telling him the truth was the fastest way. Chao Tan-Ing-Wen was very upset. He said irritably, Hi, you're still as stubborn as ever. Forget it. I don't care anymore. I've never been an excellent secretary for you. You probably won't forgive me for betraying you. Perhaps it's time for me to leave the company. Once I'm done with young Master Juvu. Chao Tan-Ing-Wen was surprised to hear this. Leave. He immediately said, wait, why do you want to leave? I was just a little angry. Not really, just a bit angry. I'm not kicking you out. Tan Phi looked apologetic and said, thank you for taking care of me all this time. I will remember your kindness. Chao Tan and Nguyen immediately became flustered. Are you listening to me? Luong Ju Vu sat on the sofa, watching the two of them talking to each other. He thought to himself that the guy was being teased. How could he not know the true face of the secretary after all this time? She's quite skilled. Or Chao Tan Nguyen is too naive. Mr. Luong sat reading the newspaper on the other side of the sofa. He glanced over and said, Tan Phi has been Tan Nguyen's secretary for almost 4 years now. It seems there will be some new developments soon. He glanced at his son and smiled. You always opposed Tan Nguyen, but this time you've helped him a lot. Luong Juvu indifferently replied, it's just a coincidence. He smiled and said it's all for the sake of benefits. How everything ends is also it's been a while since I've heard anything about my daughter-in-law. Luong Jiu Vu heard him mention True Hu Vai. He immediately became gloomy. Then, pretending to be calm, he smiled and said everything is fine. He said the treatment is going smoothly and he will return soon. Then I'll introduce her to everyone. Suddenly, Mrs. Luong came down the stairs and spoke up. Really? I thought you made up that girl to deceive him. It seems that girl really exists, huh? Luong Jiu Vu was surprised that his mother had returned. It's been a while, Mom. Mrs. Luong looked at him reproachfully. If you were willing to contact me more often, we would have met more frequently. Luong Jiu Vu immediately said, I didn't know you were back. I wasn't surprised when he said you weren't there when I called this morning. You should have told me. I could have picked you up. Mrs. Luong walked gracefully towards the father and son. The flight was quite early, and I didn't want to bother you. So I asked Tan Nguyen to pick me up. Last week, the doctor said your father was recovering well, so I came back. I couldn't stop worrying about the company when leaving it to your father to manage. Luong Jiu Vu smiled and said, I'm glad he's feeling better. How long will you be staying, Mom? But in his heart, he thought, so that old fox called me back without saying the reason was because she had returned. Mrs. Luong coldly asked him, next week I'll be going to Why Then. Why didn't she come with you? Luong Jiu Vu immediately replied, Why Then doesn't know you're back, and thought there wasn't anything important. She went out with friends. Hearing this, Mrs. Luong frowned slightly. Partying. On the side, Mr. Luong broke out in a cold sweat. Mrs. Luong turned and called out, honey. Mr. Luong immediately startled. Then he put down the newspaper and smiled awkwardly, asking, What is it, dear? Mrs. Luong glanced at him. What do you think? Didn't you promise me that you'd bring Why Then to intern at the company? Why is it that you let him rest and have fun while I was away? While Luong immediately became worried and stammered, actually. Then he cast a pleading look towards his son. Save me, son. Luong Jiu Vu, standing behind, spoke up to explain for his father, don't blame Dad, Mom. Ethan is still in school. There's no need to force him. She turned to look at him coldly and said, What do you mean? He's your brother. He'll be your support when you take over the company. Just like Tan Nguyen, so he needs to be trained. Of course, if your fiancé was as capable as Ms. Tay, we wouldn't have to worry so much. He only heard this much and didn't know what to say. Then he quickly changed the subject. Mom, you must be tired from taking care of him for a while. You should rest. I'll go first. She immediately called for him to wait. There's an invitation to Tae Han's dinner party tonight, but your father and I can't go. You'll represent the family and attend. Luong Dieu vu nodded. All right, I understand. In his mind, he thought, I was planning to visit Hu Vai tonight. I guess I'll have to postpone it. I wonder if he's still angry. That evening, the party was held on a large yacht. True Hu Vai stood next to Tate 2 in AC. She was overwhelmed by the surrounding scene of this extravagant luxury. Oh my, this is amazing. I didn't expect the party to be held on a yacht. I must be dreaming. The beautiful scenery around made True Hu Vai extremely excited. It's amazing. It's my first time on such a luxurious yacht. So that's why you came to pick me up this afternoon. Tae2 NAC standing beside her smiled softly. It's nothing. Actually, Taehan has been hosting parties on yachts for nearly 10 years. Famous figures in the industry will attend. True Hu Vai was very surprised to hear this. Does your family own this yacht? Tae2 and AC heard this and became a bit flustered. No, this yacht is rented. True Hu Vai chuckled. Oh, still impressive. Then she smiled happily and said to Tae2, see, besides, I'm really happy to be here. Thank you. Tae2 and AC looked at her, his ears slightly red. Don't mention it. After all, I was the one who caused trouble for you first. Just consider this as my apology. although you also lied to me. True Hugh Vi heard this and said, I'm sorry. How can I make it up to you? Tae-2 NAC immediately rested his chin on his hand and looked at her, then smiled and said, you want to make it up to me. Sounds good. Don't regret it then. It turns out he was lost in thought. Seeing Tae-2 NAC in a daze, Hugh Vi immediately waved her hand in front of his face and said, hey, Tae-2 NAC, wake up. Tae-2 NAC calmed down and said, well, anyway, you don't need to be grateful for me bringing you here. I'm just trying to make it up to you. Do you want? Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yue immediately said, you really are a good person. Thank you. Then she went inside to the party. The luxurious yacht party. I've arrived here. Chizine disappointedly followed behind her. Inside the party, there were many celebrities attending. Zhao Yue looked at everyone and softly exclaimed, wow. As expected of Chihan Entertainment Company, there are so many familiar stars. Chizine, standing behind her, thought to himself, what am I thinking? I can't believe I wanted to kiss her. Suddenly, Zhao Yue noticed a family of 3 who looked extremely beautiful. Chizine introduced them. That's the family of the movie king, Du Moyen. Do you want to go say hello? I remember you said you really like him. He turned and saw her in a daze. Zhao Yue was extremely excited. Her eyes welled up with tears. Please give me a chance to take a picture with him. You'll have my eternal gratitude. Cheesy nodded, all right, but isn't that a bit too extreme? After that, she got to take a photo with the movie king's family. She looked at the photo on her phone, so excited that she shed tears. She screamed with joy. Chizine softly said to her, I thought you'd only take a photo with Du Moyen. Didn't expect you'd take one with his whole family. Zhao Yue looked at the photo happily and replied, Mr. Du is close with his wife, so he'll look more elegant and handsome if we all take it together. Chizine softly said she was indeed a devoted fan. Suddenly, a man approached and said, hello, here's the number card and instructions for tonight's auction. Zhao Yue asked in surprise, what auction? Chizine casually replied, this is an annual event. You'll need this to participate. Why don't you take one? Zhao Yue took the auction number 68. Is this a real auction? I'm curious what will be auctioned. Then the MC immediately announced, welcome, guests, to the party on the luxurious yacht of Chihan Entertainment. This is the time for the auction. The profits earned will be entirely donated to support charitable activities. The first item is the latest luxurious 2-story yacht model sponsored by Manhwa. Its description is printed in the handbook. The starting price is 5 million renminbi, with each basic increment of 1 million renminbi. Or you can propose your own starting price. We have 6 million renminbi from number 28. Yue heard this and was surprised. This is a luxurious private yacht. If the money raised goes to charity, does that mean this is a free sponsorship? Chizine, standing next to her, nodded. Everyone here can afford to buy 1 or 2 of these yachts. It's just PR for the Liang family. Zhao Yue heard this and immediately turned to ask, wait, the Liang family. Mingwu Shipyard. This yacht is. Chizine immediately cut her off. Oh no. He thought to himself, oh no, I don't want to mention anything related to him today. The Luong family's yacht. That means he might be here tonight. Tae-2 NAC, standing next to her, silently cried, scolding himself. I'm such an idiot. Then he smiled and changed the subject. Don't think about it anymore. There are so many people here. You probably won't run into him. I'll go get some drinks. I'll be right back. True Hugh Vi nodded and said thank you. Then she wondered if she should go with him. Suddenly, a staff member bumped into her, causing her hand holding the number paddle to raise up. Suddenly, the MC immediately said, now we have 16 million from number 68. Does anyone bid higher? 16 million once. True Hugh Vi heard this and was extremely confused. What? Does he think I raised my number? The MC continued, 16 million twice. I think we'll know the owner of the yacht soon. True Hugh Vi was very confused. Oh no, I have to explain? Wait a minute, the MC was about to say 16 million twice. Then he immediately called out, we have 17 million from number 72. It seems someone is determined to get this yacht. True Hugh Vi hugged the number paddle and sighed. Phew, that was close. Then she thought to herself that she couldn't afford it, even if she sold everything she had. The MC continued to announce, 17 million once, 17 million twice, 17 million going. Suddenly, Luong Duvu from behind her grabbed her hand, holding the number paddle. He said, Number 68. 30 million. BMC immediately shouted, "Oh my." Number 68 is willing to buy for 30 million. True Hu-Vi turned around. She was surprised to see Luong Ju-vu. Luong Ju-vu smiled softly and said, "If my fiancé wants something, of course I have to step in." The MC continued, 30 million once. Does anyone bid higher? Hu-Vi immediately pulled her hand away from Luong Ju-vu's, panicking and shouting, "Stop! Wait! I don't!" Luong Ju-vu leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Should calm down." He whispered softly, "Shouting now isn't a good idea. People will notice us. You don't want extra attention, right?" The MC continued to announce, 30 million twice. People around looked at the two of them, whispering and discussing. Then the MC immediately shouted loudly, "Number 68 will be the owner of this luxurious yacht. Congratulations." True Hu-Vi worriedly turned to look at him. "What's wrong with you, Ju-vu? Your company donated that yacht. Why did you buy your own product at such a high price?" Luong Ju-vu smiled gently and replied, "Because I want to make my fiancé happy." True Hu-Vi replied irritably, "I told you to stop. I'm still mad at you. I won't play the role of." Tae-tu when AC approached, holding 2 glasses of wine in his hands. He shouted, "What are you doing here?" Lung Ziu-vu fell on no inside, but tried to stay calm, smiled and said to Tae-tu and AC, "Huh, you're really funny. Hu-Vi es mi fiancé. Why was she invited by an outsider like you?" Chi-zin angrily replied, "I invited Yue here. Leave her alone." Zhao Yue, sensing trouble, immediately tried to mediate. "Hey, don't argue." Chi-zin angrily continued, "Do you still need to ask? Because she doesn't want to go with you. Someone doesn't know how to love a woman standing apart." Liang Yayu heard this and smirked. "Oh, is that so? I wonder what you mean by saying that." "Chi, don't talk to me." Chi-zin angrily said, "I'm done talking to you. Here's your drink." Zhao Yue Liang Yaoyu immediately snatched the wine glass from his hand. He angrily shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Liang Yaoyu coldly looked at him. "You're famous for your high alcohol tolerance, right? Interested in having a few rounds together?" Chi-zin frowned upon hearing this. "Huh, you don't know what you're getting into." "Gladly." Zhao Yue looked at the two and thought to herself, "Why do I have an uneasy feeling?" The three went to an empty table and sat down. Surrounded by various types of alcohol, Chi-zin asked, "So, what should we start with?" Liang Yaoyu calmly replied, "Start with what you usually drink." Chi-zin immediately raised his hand. He chose a bottle of regular wine and 3 high-proof bottles. "Let's see who finishes first." Liang Yaoyu smiled and replied, "All right, let's begin." Zhao Yue looked at the two with great concern. "Do I have to sit here all night watching them drink? It'll be boring, but I don't want to wander around alone." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What are you two doing?" Zhao Yue saw Chi Zieten approaching. She immediately exclaimed, "Ah, Miss Chi." Chi Zieten, holding a glass of wine, came over and asked softly, "Someone said Zine requested a large amount of alcohol, so I came to check. What are you two doing?" Yue replied, "They suddenly wanted to see who drinks better. I couldn't stop them." Chi Zieten tilted her head and asked her brother Zine. Chi Zine very boldly answered, "Liang Yaoyu proposed this, Zieten. I'm not the one who started it." Liang Yaoyu, sitting opposite, replied, "Don't worry, Miss Chi. We're just having a friendly exchange." Chi Zieten looked at the two and then said to Zhao Yue, "They'll probably be here for a while." Zhao Yue sadly replied, "Yes, I was planning to explore the yacht before that." Chi Zieten immediately said, "I'll take you." Zhao Yue's eyes lit up hearing this. "Really? Thank you, Miss Chi." Zieten nodded. "Don't worry about it, and you can call me Zieten." Zhao Yue happily followed Chi Zieten. "Okay, you can call me Yue too." Then the two of them went for a walk around the yacht and ate together, having a great time. Zhao Yue stood at the ship's railing, thoroughly enjoying herself. She even spread her arms like in Romeo and Juliet. After having fun, the two returned. Zhao Yue cheerfully laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, we're back. Guess what She suddenly saw someone and collapsed, falling down. One person rests their chin on their hand, struggling. Disciple Tan sighs. "I guess these two can't hear me anymore." She wonders, looking at the empty liquor bottles on the table. "I wonder how much they drank." Then Tae-zi Tan approaches, looking at Tae-zi and AC passed out drunk on the sofa. "I've never seen Z and AC drunk before. He must have drunk a lot." On the other side, Zhao Yue is scolding Liang Yaowu. "Are you a child, Yaowu? Why did you force yourself to drink when you can't handle it? I don't think you can even stand straight now." Liang Yaowu is so drunk he's hugging his head, not saying anything. Suddenly, Chi Tan calls out to Yue. Zhao Yue turns and asks what's wrong. Chi Tan says, leaving them sitting like this isn't comfortable. Let's take them back to their rooms. I've arranged a room for you and Mr. Liang since you two are a couple. Go to the room and rest. Zhao Yue hears this and feels a bit flustered. One room. She worriedly carries him back to the room to rest. After arriving at the hotel room, Zhao Yue immediately lays him down on the bed. She's exhausted and says, you should lose some weight. I almost broke my back. Liang Yaowu lies on the bed and softly calls out, drink. Drink water. Zhao Yue pouts. I'm pouring it now. If you knew things would turn out like this, you shouldn't have drunk so much. She approaches Liang Yaowu and pats his face. Wake up, Yaowu. Drink some water. But he only stirs slightly before turning his face to the other side. Ugh, it's too noisy. The glass of water she's holding spills due to his movement. Zhao Yue angrily exclaims, it's spilled all over your shirt. You're the one who wanted to drink water. Liang Yaowu remains passed out drunk. Unaware of anything, Zhao Yue angrily walks away. Forget it. I'll go find Zitan and get another room. But then she remembers him. He'll catch a cold if he sleeps in wet clothes. Then Zhao Yue uses all her strength to pull him up. Wake up, Yaowu. Take off your wet clothes. Are you listening? Liang Yaowu remains motionless. Zhao Yue becomes extremely angry. She immediately shouts, damn it, I said take off your wet clothes. Take them off. Suddenly, Liang Yaowu grabs her wrist. He pulls her down, surprising Zhao Yue. Liang Yaowu becomes alert. He smirks, you're bolder than I thought, Yue. You want me to take off my clothes for you. Then she's pinned down on the bed by him. Zhao Yue is very flustered. No, it's not that. You're wet. I don't want you to catch a cold. That's all. If you don't believe me, look at your chest. Liang Yaowu touches his chest. It's wet. Zhao Yue says, see. Now get up and, suddenly, Liang Yaowu interrupts her. So you care about me. I'll take off my clothes so you won't worry. His face turns redder. Zhao Yue is extremely embarrassed. She panics, let go of me first, then take them off, okay? Wait, stop. Liang Yaowu remains indifferent. No matter how much she screamed, he continued to take off his shirt. She kept yelling, stop right now, don't take it off. Suddenly, Liang Yaowu said coyly, I can't undo the buttons. Can you help me, Yue? Then he took her hand and placed it on his chest. Zhao Yue was startled and gasped. No way. Liang Yaowu started to act coquettishly, come on. Zhao Yue closed her eyes tightly and shouted, no, let me go. But perhaps because she used too much force, the shirt suddenly ripped open. With the sound of buttons popping off, his muscular body was revealed. Zhao Yue silently exclaimed, oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Liang Yaowu embarrassedly covered his chest. He softly called out, Yue, you're so naughty. His appearance at this moment looked extremely perverted. Zhao Yue was both embarrassed and angry at him. It wasn't me. It was just an accident. She pushed him away and said, that's enough. I'm leaving. Get out of my way. Suddenly, he hugged her and buried his face in her stomach. Zhao Yue asked, Liang Yaowu, what are you doing? Yue, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Yue softened at this moment. She then asked him, then tell me what happened. Liang Yaowu replied softly, I don't want to. Zhao Yue immediately asked back, why not? It concerns me too. I have the right to know, don't I? Liang Yaowu hesitated slightly. I'm afraid you'll be angry or sad. At this point, he stopped speaking again. Zhao Yue then asked her what. Liang Yaowu finally looked straight into her eyes and whispered, hate me. Zhao Yue was very surprised. Why would you worry that I'd hate you? Liang Yaowu said very sincerely, because I like you. I really, really like you. Zhao Yue was silent for a moment. She put her hand on his cheek. Then she held his face and kissed him. The next morning, the sound of water came from the bathroom. Liang Yaowu was lost in thought under the shower. Last night, I confessed to her while drunk. I thought Yue would be shocked, but she kissed me, then left. It's late. You should rest. I'll sleep in another room. Thinking of this, Liang Yaowu clenched his fists. Is she still angry with me? What did that kiss mean? Was it a goodbye kiss? I don't think so. But what if she cancels her promise the next time we meet? What if she completely hates me and doesn't want to see me anymore? Then I have no choice but to say it. Back home, Yaowu changed and went to the company. Leaving the room, he encountered Liang Yishin and called out Yishin. Yishin was surprised and called Yaowu. I didn't know you were home. Liang Yao explained. I went to Chihan's party and just came home this morning to change clothes. I haven't seen you for days. Where have you been? Liang Yishan replied softly. Nowhere special, really. Just at school and at home. Liang Yao nodded. All right. Mama's been asking about you for days. You should go apologize, or you'll hear her nagging. Luong Wai then immediately replied, Are you planning to go back to the apartment? Luong Ju Vu checked his watch and said, No, it's closer to the office here. I'll stay here and finish work tomorrow. I have something important to do. I'm about to be late. See you later. Suddenly, Luong Wai then asked, Hey, what are you doing tomorrow? Luong Ju Vu smiled and said, I'm going hiking. Luong Wai then felt a bit uneasy inside. He frowned and asked, Hiking? I thought you hated it. Luong Ju Vu immediately said, I'm planning to challenge myself. Goodbye. Then he turned and left. Luong Wai then felt a bit confused. He always refused to go hiking. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. It was a message from Lambok. Can we reschedule? Tomorrow is only club activities. He thought to himself, can't meet tomorrow because of the hiking activity with the club. Tomorrow. Then he mumbled to himself, I see. Ju Vu changed because of her. Suddenly, his mother stood behind him and asked, because of whom? Luong Wai then was startled. He awkwardly turned off his phone and put it in his pocket. Mom, you're back. She frowned. Yes, but I'm leaving in a few days. How have you been lately? Luong Wai then felt a bit guilty. He slightly turned his face away and replied, pretty good. She looked at her son with a serious expression. Really? I heard your father asked you to investigate Ju Vu's fiancée. How's that going? Luong Wai then hesitated slightly and replied, she's normal. Hearing this, she said, don't mumble. I'm not as clueless as your father. What's the deal with that woman? Is it about money or something? Luong Wai then suddenly lost his composure. He immediately objected. No, she's not like that. She looked at her son's face and guessed. You're getting worked up. It seems you're in contact with her. Tell me, what kind of person is she? Luong Wai then stammered she. She. In his mind, he thought, come to think of it, she's exactly as Mom described. She's not after money, but two other things. She's violent and two-timing. She even admitted it. But why do I have this feeling that it's not like that? On the other side, Tru Hu Vai, Lambok, and other club members were hiking. The sky was blue, the trees were green. The weather was perfect for hiking. Looking at the scenery around made everyone very excited. Tru Hu Vai enjoyed the atmosphere and said softly, so much has happened lately, I need to rest. Suddenly, Lambok pulled her shoulder and said, Hey Hu Vai, look who's over there. Tru Hu Vai was surprised. She turned and saw Luong Ju Vu standing there, waving at her. Huh, Luong Ju Vu. He called out softly, Hu Vai. Tru Hu Vai walked towards him and asked, Why are you here? Don't tell me you're dressed like that to go hiking. Luong Ju Vu replied, I was planning to, but I've been working all night, so I don't have any energy left. So I'll wait for you. We'll talk after you get back. Okay. Tru Hu Vai hesitated, then quickly responded. We'll talk. Luong Ju Vu smiled softly. All right, sounds good. Tru Hu Vai then warned him in advance. But you'll have to wait a long time. After all, we're going on foot. If you don't want to wait, go home and rest. Luong Ju Vu gently said, Don't worry. I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes. Then he watched the silhouette of the girl he secretly loved and smiled as she climbed the mountain. Green trees cast shadows all around. Everyone walked excitedly. Lambok spoke up and asked, Hey Hu Vai, what did you argue with Luong Ju Vu about? It's been days, and you still haven't made up. Weren't you together on the yacht yesterday? Tru Hu Vai pouted and said, He lied to me, but I forgave him yesterday. Lambok was surprised, really. You're still mad at him. You came all this way, and you're not even smiling. Tru Hu Vai replied a bit sadly. He's still keeping secrets, and I'm really upset, so Lambok immediately asked curiously, What's he hiding from you? Is he cheating? Or did he give you 5 million and ask you to leave? We're best friends, right? We should get through this together. Tru Hu Vai glanced at her friend and asked, What are you thinking? Ju Vu isn't that kind of person. Hearing this, Lambok chuckled and nudged her. Oh my, look at you. You're still defending him even when you're mad. Tru Hu Vai immediately changed the subject. Stop teasing me. How are things with your boyfriend? When are you planning to introduce him to me? Lambok winked and said, That'll have to wait. We're still madly in love. Tru Hu Vai worriedly reminded her. Don't go too far. Remember that junior who confessed to you before. You like that guy, but you teased him to the point he cried in front of everyone. Lambok laughed and said, I teased him because I wanted to know if he was serious. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's go. True Hugh Vi was about to remind her to restrain herself, when suddenly she noticed an abandoned house. Lambok said, "That's a wooden house, very rare in this developed mountain area. It must have been left behind because they didn't have time to demolish it." True Hugh Vi looked at the wooden house. Suddenly, she remembered the dream she used to have frequently. "Hugh Vi, don't go." While she was lost in thought, Lambok, walking ahead, called back to Hugh Vi, "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go." True Hugh Vi snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Oh, okay." But she still turned back to look at that abandoned wooden house. Was I just imagining things? Then she quickly ran to catch up. After a while, everyone rested on the hillside. The two sat back to back drinking water. "Phew, I'm tired and thirsty." True Hugh Vi handed water to her. "You didn't bring enough water because you wanted a light bag, right? Here, drink this." Lambok immediately took it. "Huh, you're the best." "Hugh Vi, look over there." Hugh Vi looked surprised. "What is it?" "Look at that bastard chairman. He's flirting with the new member again. If you hadn't told me what he did, I would never have imagined he was that kind of person." True Hugh Vi frowned and said, "He looks charming on the outside. Maybe I should warn the juniors." Then Lambok curiously asked, "By the way, what were you thinking when you saw the wooden house earlier?" True Hugh Vi shook her head. "Nothing, I just found that wooden house familiar." Lambok then said, "I remember you used to live near the mountains. Is it familiar because you used to hike when you were young?" True Hugh Vi pondered. "Maybe, but it's been a long time since I went hiking. I feel like I've forgotten something important." Lambok immediately put her arm around her and smiled. "What are you worried about? If you're curious, we could check it out when we go down the mountain. You should choose to walk down instead of taking the cable car, right?" Hugh Vi nodded in agreement. Lambok smiled, as expected. "If it were me, I'd choose to rest. I really admire your perseverance." True Hugh Vi laughed cheerfully and replied, "Come on, hiking on foot is more fun." Lambok said happily, "I bet you like to enjoy the fatigue, don't you?" Then the two chatted happily with each other. After resting, everyone continued hiking. True Hugh Vi walked behind Vanton and this junior girl. "Don't go. Don't you like it? Stop, please stop." True Hugh Vi looked at the two in front of her and frowned slightly. "I warned her, but it seems she doesn't care. Are all students this brave nowadays?" Suddenly that girlfriend cried out, "Oh, it hurts." Vanton immediately supported her. "What's wrong?" She pretended to be weak and replied, "I think I twisted my ankle." "Oh, it hurts so much." Vanton immediately said gently, "If you walk, it will hurt more. I'll wait for you. We can take the cable car." Then he turned and kindly asked True Hugh Vi, "What about you?" True Hugh Vi immediately smiled awkwardly. "I'll walk. You should have her ankle checked." She thought to herself, they're just making excuses to be alone together. Their roundabout way is quite in sync. Vanton achieved his goal and said, "All right, wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Be careful." In the end, she was left alone again. True Hugh Vi looked around for the abandoned house while hiking. She thought she remembered where it was. Found it. She went closer to the house and touched the door. Why does it feel so familiar? Could it be related to my hospitalization after going hiking with Dieu Vu when I was young? I need to go down the mountain quickly to tell him. Then she was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly stepped on a piece of wood and slipped. Down below, Luong Dieu Vu was still standing. Lambok ran over and called out, "Hey, handsome guy." Luong Dieu Vu saw her and politely asked Miss Lam, "Where is she?" Lambok cheerfully said, "Just call me Lambok. I came down by cable car, but Hugh Vi and two others walked down. You'll probably have to wait longer." Luong Dieu Vu nodded and said, "Thank you, miss." But he felt a bit strange and worried inside. Why do I have a bad feeling? On the other side, True Hugh Vi stepped on a log and fainted. After waiting for a long time, Luong Dieu Vu felt a wave of anxiety inside. He turned to Lambok and said urgently, "It's getting dark. I have to go look for him." Without waiting for an answer, he rushed along the trail, running and calling out loudly, "Hugh Vi." But only echoes responded, empty among the treetops. A feeling of fear rose up as he silently prayed, "Please, please let nothing happen to Hugh Vi." Childhood images suddenly appeared in Luong Dieu Vu's mind when he and True Hugh Vi climbed mountains together. Back then, Hugh Vi complained irritably, "Honestly, why are you so slow? If we keep going like this, the temple fair will be over by the time we get there." The little boy Luong Dieu Vu, with a weak red face, "I'm sorry, it's just that you're going too fast." True Hugh Vi pouted, both scolding and teasing, "You're 2 years older than me, but you're weaker than me. So you should go home before your parents find out you snuck out." But Luong Dieu Vu firmly shook his head, his eyes full of determination. "I don't want to go back. I want to explore the temple fair. I'll try my best to catch up, please." Seeing this, True Hugh Vi softened, grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Alright, because you let me play with your teddy bear, I'll take you with me. Luong Jiu Vu was happy then, smiling brightly, repeatedly thanking Huvai. The two children stepped into the bustling temple fair together, surrounded by laughter and chatter, bright lights. Luong Jiu Vu looked around, eyes wide with delight, exclaiming, "Wow. So this is the temple fair. It's beautiful and lively." True Huvai pulled his hand, a mischievous smile on his face. "I'm gonna buy some candy. Do you want some, Vu?" Luong Jiu Vu, with a slightly timid look, replied, "Yes, but there are too many people. I'm afraid I can't squeeze through." True Huvai suddenly chuckled and said, "All right, wait for me over there. I'll go buy it. Don't go anywhere, okay?" Luong Jiu Vu obediently nodded. "I'll wait for you." Luong Jiu Vu stood waiting obediently in a corner, his eyes following the bustling crowd at the temple fair. Suddenly, a voice sounded in front of him. "Hey, little boy." A woman approached. She smiled, but her face clearly showed weakness. Occasionally, she coughed dryly a few times. Luong Jiu Vu saw this and asked worriedly, "Ma'am, are you all right?" The frail woman replied, "I'm not feeling well, and I've lost my friends. Could you help me, dear?" Luong Jiu Vu hesitated a bit and answered softly, "But I'm waiting for my friend." The woman continued to persuade, "Please, little one, I'm really not feeling well. My friends must be nearby." Finally, Luong Jiu Vu softened and nodded. "All right, I'll take you to your friends." He thought to himself that he'd only be gone for a moment. It should be fine. The woman smiled gently and said, "Thank you, dear. Her friend is lost on the other side. You're such a kind boy." Luong Jiu Vu smiled innocently and naively in response. "It's nothing. Helping others is the right thing to do." Meanwhile, in another corner of the fair, True Huvai had just bought a bag of candy. She held up the candy bag and called out loudly, "Vu, I bought candy." But when she looked around, she couldn't see Luong Jiu Vu anywhere. True Huvai, confused and worried, called out even louder, "Vu, over here." Luong Jiu Vu followed the woman, getting further and further away from the light and cheerful sounds of the crowded fair. The further he went, the more uneasy he felt. "Ma'am, where is your friend?" Before he could hear the answer, suddenly, two strange men appeared from a dark corner. Luong Jiu Vu looked at them, feeling a sense of unease, and asked softly, "Are they the friends you're looking for?" The woman, with a smile still on her lips, gently replied, "Yes, thank you, dear." Hearing this, Luong Jiu Vu felt his heart tighten. He immediately took a step back. "Then I'll go back now." But the woman held his shoulder tightly. Her voice was sweet but contained. A hint of threat, "You've helped me a lot already. I want to thank you. My house is nearby. Why don't you come and have some cake? It's cream cake." Luong Jiu Vu felt scared and stammered, "No, thank you. I'm waiting for my friend." However, the woman wouldn't let go. She pulled his hand to go. "Let's go eat cake, little boy." He cried out, "No, I don't want to." Just then, True Huvai ran over. She quickly grabbed Luong Jiu Vu's hand and shouted, "Vu." Luong Jiu Vu saw his friend, his voice trembling with relief. "Huvai." The woman, now looking at True Huvai with cold eyes, her smile suddenly turning icy, asked, "Who are you?" True Huvai was startled a bit, but quickly regained composure and replied, "I'm his older brother. I want to eat cake too, Grandma." The stranger led the two children to an abandoned house hidden in the mountains. True Huvai called out, "Grandma, we finished the candy, but we're still hungry. When can we have cake?" Meanwhile, Luong Jiu Vu stood beside her, his face clearly worried. The woman smiled maliciously. "I'll ask the others. You two can play here, but don't be too noisy or else there won't be any cake." True Huvai nodded, appearing obedient. "Yes, we won't make noise." The woman thought to herself, "The stupid child only knows how to eat, it's fine. At least boys sell for more than girls." The man beside her saw her going out and asked quietly, "Why are you going out?" She frowned and replied, "The kids are too noisy." "Is Dinga back yet?" The man shook his head. This afternoon, he couldn't get through the crowd at the temple. Plus, there were staff checking. "We'll probably have to wait until the festival ends." Luong Jiu Vu felt uneasy at this moment and whispered to True Huvai, "Huvai, I feel like these are bad people." True Huvai was startled, then frowned and scolded, "Silly, of course they're bad people." She sternly reprimanded, "I told you to wait there. Why did you leave? If I hadn't come back in time, you would have been kidnapped without anyone knowing." Luong Jiu Vu cried, tears rolling down his cheeks. I'm sorry, Huvai. But if you knew, why didn't you shout to let everyone around know?" True Hugh Vi, though equally worried, was taken aback by her friends crying. She replied, "There are too many of them. The teacher said if we shout like that, they'll pretend to be our parents and scold us, making us both get hurt. So I wanted to make them less alert and find a chance to escape. That's why I have a plan. You go and knock on the door, knock knock." The woman opened the door with a smile. "Are you asking for cookies again? I've told you, you'll have to wait to eat cookies." Jiu Vu grabbed Hugh Vi's hand, tears streaming down. "Don't leave me here alone. I am scared." True Hugh Vi then pointed to herself and said, "No, ma'am. I need to use the bathroom, but my little brother doesn't want to be alone. Could you watch him for a moment?" The woman then held Luong Jiu Vu tightly. Her voice was gentle, but concealed a commanding tone. "Take the boy out to pee." The man standing nearby nodded. True Hugh Vi smiled cheerfully, turned back to instruct Luong Jiu Vu, "Behave yourself, okay?" Luong Jiu Vu, with rising anxiety in his heart, "Don't be gone too long. I'll wait here." The woman bent down with a coaxing tone. "All right, don't cry. I'm here with you. There's nothing to be afraid of." Luong Jiu Vu ne vous fit replier? "Yes. Thank you, ma'am." The woman wiped the boy's tears. "You're so cute. Not like your brother at all. Your skin is so soft and white. It's a shame," she said while gripping Luong Jiu Vu's shoulders tightly. "If only you were 7 years old. If only you were a few years older." Hearing this, Jiu Vu was scared, his eyes filled with tears. Suddenly, she was startled by an unusual noise outside. "How dare you trick me?" The woman immediately panicked and rushed outside. "Hey Lu, what's wrong?" At the same time, True Hugh Vi grabbed a wooden stick and hit the woman in the face, then shouted, "Let's go, Vu." The woman's painful cry rang out. "On my nose. Ah, it hurts. You damn kid." The remaining man immediately rushed out, asking worriedly, "Are you okay? Sister Fuang? Has that brat come back and taken the other one away? Why are you just standing there? Catch them." Luong Jiu Vu anxiously looked back and cried out in panic, "They're chasing us. What should we do?" True Hugh Vi pulled Jiu Vu's hand and shouted, "Just run." Both of them dashed into the night. True Hugh Vi pointed to a gap and said, "Crawl in here." The little girl looked at Luong Jiu Vu with determined eyes. "You hide here. Remember, don't come out no matter what happens." Luong Jiu Vu worriedly asked, "What about you? Aren't you hiding?" True Hugh Vi immediately replied, "No. I'll lure them away." Luong Jiu Vu felt scared and stammered, "It's too dangerous." True Hugh Vi reassured him, "I'm fast, they won't catch me. Don't worry, I'll come back for you." She ran to another spot and shouted loudly, "Hey, you stupid evil person, I'm over here." That man, hearing the shout, angrily yelled, "Damn it. You little brat, I'll kill you." Luong Jiu Vu stood in the bushes, hugging himself tightly, worried for his friend. There, up ahead, split up and cornered in the middle. Suddenly, a scream from True Hugh Vi rang out. Panic and fear filled the air. Luong Jiu Vu sat still in the bushes, his heart constantly worrying about True Hugh Vi. The kidnapper immediately panicked when he saw True Hugh Vi fall. She fell. "There's so much blood. What do we do now? How should I know? I only meant to shoot at those two. I didn't want to kill them. Bury her. No way. We'll be murderers. Just leave her there. If anyone finds her, they'll just think she fell while playing around." The other man sighed, "That's right. But what about the other one? Forget about it. It won't survive long if lost in here. Let's go." He immediately ran to find True Hugh Vi, calling out in desperation, "Hugh Vi, Hugh Vi." When he reached a rock outcrop, Luong Jiu Vu stopped. He looked down and saw True Hugh Vi lying motionless on the ground, her head hid against a rock. He couldn't hold back his tears, crying and calling for help, "Hugh Vi, Hugh Vi." Luong Jiu Vu's bodyguards had started searching. Finally, they found the two children. "We found them. Call an ambulance." After returning home, Luong Jiu Vu panicked, crying and calling for his mother. "Mom, how's Hugh Vi? How's Hugh Vi?" His voice was sobbing, expressing overwhelming concern. His mother reassured him with a gentle look, "Hugh Vi is fine." The doctor said, "Luckily, it's just an external wound." Hearing this, Luong Jiu Vu felt somewhat relieved and quickly went to visit True Hugh Vi at the hospital. When she saw the little boy crying, True Hugh Vi wondered, "I don't remember what happened." "What's wrong, Vu? Why are you crying?" "Mom, Dad." Luong Jiu Vu stood beside, comforting. "Do you really not want to tell Hugh Vi the truth?" Luong Jiu Vu replied worriedly in a weak voice, "Yes. I don't want Hugh Vi to remember that scary thing." One day, True Hugh Vi came to invite him to play. "Let's play together during the break, okay?" Suddenly, Luong Jiu Vu said in a low voice, his face heavy with thoughts, "I have to go now." In his heart, he thought, with so many friends, Hugh Vi will soon forget about me. I will take revenge. I will definitely come back for revenge. So please don't forget me when I return to the present. Zhao Yue slowly opened her eyes. Liang Yaowu worriedly supported her with trembling hands. She softly called out to Wu. Liang Yaowu immediately responded. What's wrong? Does it hurt anywhere? Suddenly, Zhao Yue exclaimed. I'm sorry I didn't come back to you. Liang Yaowu was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled gently. His eyes were warm and full of comfort. It's okay. I'll come back to you. He quickly carried her down the mountain on his back. His heart was full of relief and joy. Zhao Yue was admitted to the hospital for a few days to monitor her health. Lin Bai sat beside her and said softly, When Liang Yaowu carried you down the mountain, we were scared to death. Luckily, nothing happened to you. You should be more careful. Zhao Yue felt guilty. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Lin Bai sighed with relief. We were worried, but Liang Yaowu was completely freaking out. You should have seen the panic on his face when he ran to find you. Thinking of this, her eyes became gentle and warm. I know. A moment later, Liang Yaowu walked in and asked, Are you feeling better? Yue. Lin Bai quickly stood up and said cheerfully, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I'll give you some privacy. I'll go buy some fruits, okay? Zhao Yue replied, Okay, thanks. When Lin Bai left, Liang Yaowu came closer and asked, Are you feeling better? Do you want some water? No, Yue pulled his hand. I'm fine. Sit down. Liang Yaowu looked at her gently and replied, Okay. He asked with concern, Does your head still hurt? Yue shook her head. No, the doctor said it's just a superficial wound, and I'll be fine after some rest. Thanks to that, I remembered things from my childhood. Liang Yaowu smiled. I see. I don't want to tell you about those things. Even though many years have passed, I still clearly remember the terrible and helpless feeling whenever I think about it. His voice lowered. I even developed a fear of physical contact. I was anxious about physical contact with people for a long time, so I didn't want you to remember those memories. Zhao Yue looked at him with worried eyes. It must have been difficult for you to face it alone. Liang Yaowu nodded. Yes, but it was my fault. I involved you. Suddenly, Zhao Yue said, You're wrong. Liang Yaowu was surprised. Zhao Yue looked straight into his eyes. You didn't know she was a bad person. She took advantage of your kindness. You didn't do anything wrong. Liang Yaowu looked at her gently and smiled. Thank you. Then he held her hand. Thank you for saving me back then. I've always wanted to thank you, and I like you, Yue. Will you accept me? He then gently kissed her hand. True Hugh Vi immediately smiled and replied, Of course. Their faces drew closer to each other. The room fell silent. Dieu vu du vies face. With his eyes closed, he slowly leaned in towards her. Suddenly, a phone rang, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. Luong Dieu Vu awkwardly said, I'm sorry, but I have to take this call from my family. I'll be quick. True Hugh Vi sighed. Take your time. I'm not expecting anything. After Luong Dieu Vu left, she covered her face, feeling the heat on her cheeks. They must be very red. Dieu Vu's voice echoed from outside. Next week. It's so sudden. All right, I understand. Goodbye. She startled and asked Luong Dieu Vu if everything was okay. Luong Dieu Vu replied that it was his father. He said his grandfather had just finished his final checkup and his health was stable. In other words, he would be coming home next week, and the birthday celebration dinner would be held next week. True Hugh Vi was stunned for a moment. Next week. Then she understood and immediately shouted, What? The dinner next week is a whole month earlier. That means we don't have much time to prepare anymore. Luong Dieu Vu quickly reassured her. Calm down, Hugh Vi. True Hugh Vi became very flustered. How can you be calm? We're about to lie and announce our engagement in front of 300 people. Luong Dieu Vu winked. You can think of it another way. You might not be my real fiancée, but you're my real girlfriend. True Hugh Vi glared at him angrily. She said in a low voice, Do you want to experience what it's like to have a relationship end after just 5 minutes? No. Luong Dieu Vu quickly tried to appease her. I'm sorry. True Hugh Vi was very serious. At first, you tricked me. You wanted me to pretend to be your fiancé, to deceive your grandfather, and stop the family's pressure to marry. We'll attend the dinner party. We need to prepare quickly and make it go smoothly. Luong Dieu Vu then came up with another idea and said, But I have an idea. Why don't we get engaged for real right now? Hugh Vi became very angry. She prepared to punch him. Luong Dieu Vu fearfully replied, I'm just kidding. Then he gently kissed her forehead to calm her down. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Lam Bok stood outside the room waiting. She overheard their conversation. She smiled softly and understood, pretending to be engaged. Hugh Vi couldn't tell me the truth, but it seems from now on, it's become real. So they'll announce it at the family dinner next week. It seems the time has come. After being discharged from the hospital, True Hugh Vi and Luong Dieu Vu went abroad to prepare clothes and outfits. She knew choosing the right outfit for that dinner was very important, but she couldn't help thinking, do we really need to fly to Europe on a weekend like this? Is this what weekends are like for rich people? Then she said, but I don't understand how you have my passport. Are we really flying abroad this time? Luong Juvu smiled and said he visited her parents. Your mother gave it to me. She even told me about the time when everyone went on a trip abroad. I haven't told your mother about your hospitalization. Don't worry. True Huvi pouted and looked at him closely, saying, wow, you and my mom seem closer than normal. That's proof that your mother likes me. She kept talking about wanting me to be your son. Then she immediately asked, I remember, where will we buy clothes? Luong Juvu pointed to a very large store. Over there. Both of them walked into the store, which was decorated very elegantly and eye-catchingly. After they finished shopping, on the way home, True Hu Vi turned to Luong Juvu and asked him, I didn't think you'd prepare so many outfits and accessories. After trying them on, it's already dark. Luong Juvu held her hand and smiled gently. That's how you found something you like. True Hu Vi felt her heart tighten. In the end, it's not the main issue. Anyway, you bought everything, and I don't want to know how much you spent. Luong Juvu smiled with his eyes and replied, because everything suits you. You'll have spare clothes if you encounter any problems during meals. True Hu Vi then said, even so, there's no need to prepare 8 sets. Suddenly, a desperate cry rang out, help, help, that guy stole my wallet. True Hu Vi immediately chased after the thief, without any hesitation. Luong Juvu hurriedly called out to her, Hu Vi, wait. He couldn't stop in time and quickly chased after her. The thief saw someone chasing him. He angrily cursed, damn it, go to hell. Then he pulled out a knife. True Hu Vi saw it and thought a knife. Luong Juvu pulled her back from behind. Hu Vi, step back. He immediately lunged forward. Without hesitation, True Hu Vi cried out in panic, Luong Juvu. The knife fell to the ground with a thud. Luong Juvu held the thief tightly, pinned him to the ground, and scolded, quiet. The thief struggled but couldn't escape from his grip. Let me go, he roared. A moment later, the police subdued the thief and took him away. Luong Juvu turned to her and asked worriedly, are you okay, Hu Vi? I'm fine. Luong Juvu looked at her expression and asked in surprise, what? Why are you looking at me like that? True Hu Vi smiled. I'm just thinking about how handsome you were. You subdued that thief so easily. You're no longer the crybaby you used to be. Now you're a hero. Hearing this, Luong Juvu gently said, no, maybe I've become stronger than before. But you were the one who wanted to stop the thief with me. You're the real hero. Always have been. Hu Vi looked at him shyly, then grinned and said then we'll be a hero couple. Luong Juvu hugged his chest, sighed, and shook his head as if begging. Don't act so impulsively in the future. You scared me. True Hu Vi patted his shoulder. Okay, I'm sorry. Later, the two returned to the hotel. True Hu Vi silently cursed, damn, what's with this sudden rain? I'm soaked. We finally finished taking notes, but then it suddenly rained. We can't even go out for dinner now. What bad luck. Luong Juvu was taking off his jacket. Seeing True Hu Vi standing nearby, he smiled lightly and said, you should go take a shower and change into dry clothes. I'll go order some food. True Hu Vi was about to say, okay, I'll go shower, when suddenly she saw him take off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. Luong Juvu said softly, it's cold enough. I'm sure you don't want to catch a cold, Hu Vi. Luong Juvu's call startled her. True Hu Vi quickly turned away, flustered. Oh, it's nothing. Then she quickly ran off. I'm gonna shower. Juvu stood there bewildered, not understanding. True Hu Vi was extremely embarrassed, telling herself, calm down. Calm down, True Hu Vi. We've stayed overnight together before. You can do this. But then she remembered Luong Juvu's muscular and strong physique. The feeling of confusion rose up again. Damn it, can I really do this? No way. I need expert advice. Immediately, she picked up the phone and called Lambok. The other end of the line rang out, hello. Luong Juvi quickly said, Lambok, it's Hu Vi. Lambok on the other end was very annoyed. Don't you know what time it is now? It's midnight. Why aren't you sleeping? True Hu Vi lowered her voice, apologized, and said, I'm not at home. I'm abroad with Juvu Lam Bok. Hearing this, spoke in a drowsy voice. I won't ask why you're abroad because your boyfriend is rich. I'm very sleepy. What's the matter? True Huvi whispered softly. I'm sharing a room with Juvu again. I'm worried I can't control myself. Lam Bok exclaimed in surprise. You're worried you can't control yourself. True Huvi sighed. That's right. Lam Bok chuckled and said, why am I not surprised? Let's get straight to the point. You two are lovers now, right? I'm sure he'd be very happy too. True Huvi replied embarrassedly. I'm just worried things are moving too fast. After all, we've only been together for a short time. Lam Bok encouraged her. Huvi, you like him, don't you? True Huvi hesitated for a moment, then replied yes. Lam Bok continued, I'm sure he likes you too. Think about it. You've known each other for a long time, and even after being separated for years, you still attracted each other after meeting again. From now on, you belong to each other. Just follow what your heart tells you. True Huvi seemed to have an epiphany. She smiled softly. I understand. Thank you, Lam Bok. A moment later, click, the sound of the bathroom door opening rang out. True Huvi peeked out and saw Luong Ju-vu wearing a bathrobe and talking on the phone. When he saw her come out, he immediately asked, Huvi, are you done? I just ordered dinner. You must be very hungry. I've ordered some easy-to-eat dishes. Or do you want something to drink? Huvi looked at him shyly and replied hesitantly, I'll turn on the hot water. Do you want to shower together? Luong Ju-vu was startled upon hearing this. The phone he was holding fell straight to the ground. True Huvi saw his phone fall. She was about to move closer to pick up his phone. Luong Ju-vu immediately covered his face and signaled her. Stay right there. Even though I don't know what's happening, please don't joke like that anymore. She immediately moved closer and laughed, saying, You think I'm joking? Don't you expect anything? She looked at him and thought to herself, his confused expression looks so cute up close. Luong Ju-vu blushed with embarrassment. Then he coughed lightly at him. Well, I do expect some things, but I don't want to make you feel forced when you're not ready. So don't. Before he could finish, True Huvi immediately interrupted. But I'm ready. Luong Ju-vu froze. The dark demon inside him cheered. Then True Huvi pouted and said, But if you don't want to. Before she could finish, Luong Ju-vu immediately wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her up. He said in a deep voice, Of course I want every moment with you. I want to keep you in my arms. Even though I try not to scare you, it's driving me crazy. Then he buried his face in her chest. True Huvi, tickled by him, burst out laughing. Haha, how embarrassing. He looked up at her and asked, Can I? Huvi shyly replied yes. Then the two immediately embraced each other. Wonderful, finally I can. He carried her into the bathtub. The two entwined inseparably. Then he buried his face in her chest. True Huvi said shyly. Wait. Luong Ju-vu said hoarsely. It's okay. Just let me. He kissed all over her body and then gently rested on her shoulder. Huvi, I like you. True Huvi immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and replied, I like you too. They spent a passionate night together. The next day, when she returned to the dormitory, True Huvi showed Lam Bok the clothes she had bought. Lam Bok was delighted. So beautiful. These must be very expensive. I can't believe your boyfriend took you abroad just to buy clothes. True Huvi turned and replied, He said it's a family tradition. Wait, you know, Lam Bok then said, That day, you two talked so clearly. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. How are your preparations for the dinner in a few days coming along? True Huvi, a bit worried, said, Don't mention it. I feel nervous thinking about the crowd that will be there. Lam Bok smiled. Let me guess. If the announcement is made without you there, people will think you're a boy. True Huvi pouted. Of course. There's someone with the same name as me living nearby. We were in the same class in elementary school, and the teacher kept mixing us up. Lam Bok reassured her, Don't worry. You and Luong Ju-vu are really in love. You won't have any problems with the family. True Huvi was a bit worried, but the engagement is still fake. Ju-vu's grandfather is very conservative. He wants to witness Ju-vu's engagement and take over the company while he's still alive. I know Ju-vu doesn't want to. He just wants to please his grandfather. So I'm not sure if I should lie. Seeing her worried expression, Lam Bok gently held True Huvi's hand to encourage her. I've said this before. Listen to what your heart tells you. True Huvi nodded. All right. Lam Bok smiled brightly and said, It's also time to introduce my partner. True Huvi was very excited to hear that. Her eyes lit up. Really? Who's this mysterious guy? Lambok said, but not now, because I'm still in a bet. If everything goes well, you'll meet him soon. Think of it as a big game of cards. True Huve, was puzzled. A bet. What do you mean? Lambok smiled softly and said, you'll find out soon. On the other side, Luong Duvu frowned, his eyes full of worry. He said, the main door and windows are all locked tight. You're not going anywhere. Not answering calls, not going to school. Are you not going to explain what's happening? Hey, I'm talking to you, why then? Luong Wai then was lying on the sofa, silent, not answering. After a while, he softly replied, I'm fine. Just leave me alone. Luong Duvu frowned as he looked at him. His eyes cold, he said, you're not fine at all. I'm a bit worried. I've never seen you so lifeless like this, and acting so strange too. Then he turned to leave, saying, if you say so. You know grandfather is coming back soon, right? Remember to come for dinner. Suddenly, Luong Wai then sat up immediately, his face serious, and said, wait, Duvu, do you like her that much? Luong Duvu frowned, puzzled, with his strange looker. He pondered, you mean Huvai? Then he immediately said, of course. Why are you suddenly asking this? Luong Wai then turned his face away slightly, sadly replying, I was just asking. No particular reason. Luong Duvu smiled softly and said, all right, just come talk to me whenever you want. See you later. Looking at Luong Wai Van's demeanor, he thought to himself, is he heartbroken? I've been too busy to have a chance to talk. I'll ask after dinner. Meanwhile, Luong Wai then was deep in thought. He didn't know what to do now. The 2NAC was walking on the street. His whole body was glowing. He was even wearing silver bracelets that sparkled brightly. He ran his hand through his hair, thinking, I haven't contacted her since last night. It's surprising that she reached out first. She must be attracted by my looks and talents already. No matter how many times he thought about it, I'm still better than that Luong Juvu. Suddenly, True Huvai's voice rang out. Tae-2, NAC, you're here. I thought I'd arrive earlier than you. Tae-2 NAC's heart raced when he saw her. He stammered, what a coincidence, I'm free right now too. He thought to himself, it's only been a few days, but she's even cuter now. Then he bashfully asked, so why did you want to see me? True Huvai smiled and said, I have something for you. I recently went abroad and bought this to thank you for helping me get on the yacht. Tae-2 NAC smiled confidently and waved his hand. It's nothing. I can't believe you went through the trouble to buy me a gift. Before he could finish, True Huvai handed him the gift bag and added, this is a gift for Tan. Could you give it to her for me? Tae-2 NAC pouted, thinking to himself, so it's not just for me. True Huvai smiled and said, thank her for me, okay? Tae-2 NAC immediately asked why. What did she do for you? True Huvai cheerfully replied, thanks to her, Duvu and I quickly made up. I really want to thank her. Before Tae-2 NAC could understand what she said, Tan helped you. He suddenly burst into tears. True Huvai, seeing this, asked worriedly, why are you crying? Are you hurt somewhere? What's wrong? Tae-2 NAC cried louder like a child. Hey Kick, True Huvai asked confusedly, say something, what's wrong? 10 minutes later, Tae-2 NAC finally calmed down. They sat on the bench. True Huvai patted his shoulder. Are you okay now? Do you want to go to the hospital? Tae-2 NAC thought to himself, how embarrassing. Then he said quietly, I'm fine, just had a sudden headache. True Huvai asked worriedly, is it something serious? Tae-2 NAC replied sadly, I just realized something. He looked at her and thought, I realized I've liked her recently, but I didn't want to admit it. He blamed himself, I'm such an idiot. I can't believe I just realized it when it's already too late. True Huvai didn't understand what Tae-2 NAC meant. Don't say that, you've helped me so many times. You're a good person. Tae-2 NAC pursed his lips, thinking, a good person. She keeps calling me that, but I'm not arrogant and tyrannical, stubborn and impulsive, stupid and incompetent. Those are the words people usually use to describe me. He smiled. I've changed because of you without even knowing it. True Huvai asked curiously, what do you mean? Tae-2 NAC put on a fierce expression. If Luong Juvu does anything to hurt you, just tell me. I'll make his life a living hell. True Huvai laughed and said, ha, you look just like my friend right now. Do you often teach misbehaving students a lesson? Tae-2 NAC looked at her optimistic and cheerful demeanor. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, in the past, I would have done anything to satisfy my selfish desires. But now I just want to protect this smile. Perhaps this is when you truly love someone on the company's side. Tan Fai saw Liang Jiayu approaching and immediately bowed. "Good morning, young Master Jiayu." Liang Jiayu coldly said. "Hello, is my father in there?" He thought to himself, recently, I've been spending all my time with Yue and haven't been to the office. Luckily, I finished my work beforehand. Tan Fai immediately replied, "Mr. Liang is in a meeting outside, but someone is waiting for you in the office." Liang Jiayu wondered, "Waiting for me? Who? Oh, never mind, I can guess." Then he immediately went into the office. Thinking to himself, I understand, he would definitely come to the company first. Indeed, as he predicted, Liang Jiayu seriously said, "Welcome back, grandfather." Grandfather Liang turned to look at him. "You don't seem happy to see me." Liang Jiayu smiled and said, "That's not true. I've been waiting for you to return in good health." Grandfather coldly said, "Spare me. You're just worried I'd come back and force you to get married." Liang Jiayu sighed softly. "I know I can't fool you, grandfather. If you could reduce the pressure, I will fulfill my duty to you, grandfather." Grandfather coldly said, "You don't need to worry about me. You're grown up now. When I was your age, I had already married your grandmother. I never made the family worry about me. But I heard you already have a fiancée. I'm relieved. I'm looking forward to meeting her." Hearing this, Liang Jiayu smiled and said, "You like her?" Suddenly, grandfather laughed loudly. "I'm not so sure about that, unless she has extraordinary beauty and an angelic voice like your grandmother." Seeing his grandfather like this, Liang Jiayu sighed. Here we go again. Then grandfather advised him, "Listen to me, Jiayu. I'm truly happy." Liang Jiayu stepped forward and held his hand. "Yes, grandfather. You're the one I cherish the most because you resemble your late grandmother the most. You're smart and strong. I just hope you have a happy family. I know you can take the company to another level. Once you can do that, I can rest easy and meet your grandmother." Liang Jiayu immediately replied, "Don't say that, grandfather. Didn't you always say you want to hold your great-grandchildren and show them the empire you've built? You'll surely live a long life." Outside, Liang Jiayu's mother arrived. "Young Master Jiayu has already gone inside, ma'am." Mother Liang nodded. "I know. It's better to let them meet. After all, Jiayu is the grandson he loves the most." "Did you bring the documents I need?" Tan Fai immediately handed them over. "Here they are, ma'am. I've also arranged the personnel as you requested." Mother Liang nodded. "All right, thank you." Tan Fai formally replied, "I'm just doing my job. May I ask who this is?" "You've been interested in this person for a while now." She remembered Zhao You's appearance from the past. "I came to visit Jiayu." Miss Liang thought about this. She smiled softly and said, "Jiaoyu's close neighbor friend." Inside the document was Zhao You's file. After reading it, she also said this was a surprise she wanted to give her. Today, Zhao Yue was busy preparing for an important event. "Oh no, I'm going to be late." She hurriedly asked Lin Bai, "Have you seen my phone?" "Lin Bai, I'm about to be late." Lin Bai immediately handed her the phone. "Here it is." Zhao Yue took it, said thanks, and hurried off. Lin Bai reminded her, "Don't forget, I'll be waiting for you here, Yue." Zhao Yue was surprised and said, I'm not sure when I'll be back. You don't need to wait for me." Lin Bai replied, "It's okay. Just remember, I'll be waiting for you. Good luck." Zhao Yue nodded and said, "See you later." After that, she quickly went down to where Liang Jiayu was waiting. The two immediately got in the car and drove to the party venue. They stopped in front of a tall building. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Zhao Yue was worried. Liang Jiayu hugged her shoulders and encouraged her. "That's right, it's time. Are you ready? Yue, just be like us." Zhao Yue bit her lip and looked at him. Jiayu could clearly see the tension on her face. He immediately reassured her, "Relax. Just do as we practiced. After we get through tonight, everything will be fine." Zhao Yue frowned. "Easy for you to say." Liang Jiayu gently hugged her to comfort her. "Don't worry. Everything will be okay." She angrily punched him lightly in the chest. Liang Jiayu clutched his chest and let out an ouch. "Zhao." Yue took Liang Jiayu's arm and went inside. She curiously asked, "Is this your house? It's so big, and there are so many people." Liang Jiayu gently reassured her, "You don't need to worry about them. I'll let you know when you need to handle something." Actually, he's quite easy to talk to. Then, he saw Zhou Qingyuan and Qin Fei standing next to each other. He turned to her and said, "Ready, Yue?" "They're here." Zhao Yue was surprised. "So fast." Liang Jiayu replied softly, "This guy likes to pay attention to me." Zhou Qingyuan approached, smiling, "You're late, Jiayu." He kept asking where you and Weishan were. Liang Jiayu walked over and smiled, saying, "We got stuck in traffic. I'll go greet him, and Weishan will be here soon." Zhou Qingyuan glanced at Zhao Yue and asked softly, "This must be your fiancé." "Hello, I'm Diao Yu's cousin, Zhou Qingyuan. This is my secretary, Qin Fei." Zhao Yue nodded and replied softly, "Hello, I'm Diao Yu's fiancé." She thought to herself, so this is his troublesome cousin. Zhou Qingyuan smiled and said, "You have an interesting name, Miss Zhao. I thought Diao Yu made it up when I heard him say your name, but it seems this is her real name." Suddenly, Tan Fai standing next to him coughed softly and said, "Sorry, my throat hurts so much." Chao Toningwen immediately asked anxiously, "Your throat hurts. I'll go get you some water. Wait here. Don't drink alcohol, okay?" Then Chao Toningwen immediately ran to get water. Luong Juvu watched this scene and didn't know what to say. Then Tan Fai told him to go. "You can go greet the old man now." Luong Juvu smiled, waved his hand in thanks. True Huvai saw this and curiously asked, "Isn't it your cousin's secretary? Why is she helping you?" Luong Juvu softly replied that it was an exchange. True Huvai wondered what kind of exchange Luong Juvu then answered, "You should know. She's a scary woman." True Huvai pleaded, "Come on, tell me." Suddenly, Luong's mother came over. "Qu'est-ce que vu?" Luong Juvu responded modeur. True Huvai looked at Luong's mother's demeanor. She unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "Is that Juvu's mother? She looks so serious. When I was little, I didn't meet her much, but I just assumed she was a good person." Then Luong Juvu introduced his mother. "This is the cold lady who told me that grandfather kept asking where I was. So go greet him and then come see me." Luong Juvu was a bit confused, not understanding but still nodding and saying yes. True Huvai anxiously asked if he had passed the test. Luong Juvu watched his mother's figure leave and said, "I'm not sure anymore, but let's go see grandfather." Then the two of them walked towards his grandfather. The person sitting in the wheelchair next to him was his father. Luong Juvu politely greeted, "Hello, grandfather and father." Grandfather looked at Luong Juvu and asked, "Ah, Juvu, is this your fiancé? Come here, let me take a closer look." Grandfather smiled very kindly and waved his hand. True Huvai saw this and felt her anxiety lessen somewhat. She thought to herself, "Juvu's grandfather looks so gentle." She politely replied, "Hello, grandfather and uncle. I am Juvu's fiancé, True Huvai." Luong Juvu's father, standing nearby, secretly sighed in relief, feeling glad in his heart that this was a woman. Grandfather looked at True Huvai for a long time, then suddenly shouted, "Excellent! Perfect!" True Huvai was startled by his sudden outburst. After that, he laughed and explained, "Haha, sorry for startling you." Juvu kept hiding as if he were someone scary. "But on the contrary, you're a beautiful young lady." In his heart, he thought, "Even though your name sounds a bit boyish." Luong Juvu put his arm around Huvai and replied to his grandfather, "I told you were overthinking, grandfather." Then grandfather looked at True Huvai and instructed, "Don't be shy, Huvai. Feel at home. Everyone welcomes you." True Huvai shyly replied, "Yes, thank you, grandfather." Grandfather smiled softly and said, "Welcome. From now on, we're family." After meeting grandfather, Luong Juvu smiled and said to her, "See, there's nothing to worry about. Grandfather is a good person." Seeing her silent, he asked, "What's wrong, Huvai?" True Huvai replied with a hint of melancholy, "It's nothing. I just feel guilty for lying to him. He must be hoping you'll be happy. Do you think it's right not to tell him? What do you really think?" As Luong Juvu was about to answer her, someone suddenly approached, tapping him on the shoulder. "There you are." It had been a long time since Huvai had seen him, and he wondered who it was. Luong Juvu turned around, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you?" The friend pointed at his own face and smiled, saying, "It's me, don't you remember? You must have forgotten me, because it's been so long. Even though I clearly remember that I was the one who got hit on the head." Luong's mother came over and said, "You don't recognize him. He was always looking for you when you were little. He even saved you once." The friend patted his head and laughed, replying, "I don't remember doing that either. I've just heard about it." Luong Juvu frowned, not understanding, and asked, "Saved me? Mom, what are you talking about? I don't even know who he is." Luong's mother exclaimed and said, "You still don't remember? How disappointing. He's the one you've always been thinking about. Your childhood friend who played with you, True Huvai." Surprisingly, his name was exactly the same as hers. Both of them were stunned. Childhood friend, the one you've always been thinking about, True Huvai. They both thought it can't be him, right? Luong Juvu immediately said, "Mom, you're mistaken. He's not that true Hu Vai. Luong's mother very seriously insisted it was him. He lived in that area. The name is the same, and it's also normal that he doesn't remember anything because he was hit on the head. Most importantly, he looks exactly like the version from when he was little. They both felt it was indeed a coincidence. Very similar to the childhood version of true Hu Vai. The bangs, the carefree appearance. Luong Ju Vu then spoke up, "Wait, Mom, let me introduce this person to you." Luong's mother frowned and asked why. He immediately introduced, "This is my fiancée, True Hu Vai, also my childhood friend who saved me." She immediately frowned and said, "What do you mean? She's a girl. Why would you call her?" The friend standing beside laughed loudly and said, "You're little Vi. I thought you looked familiar. You've grown up now, haven't you?" True Hu Vai, seeing this, also laughed nervously. "Haha, you've grown too, Big Vi." Luong Ju Vu suddenly turned and asked, "You two know each other?" True Hu Vai replied, "Yes," and the friend continued, "Know each other. We live near each other, and we're in the same class in elementary school. The teacher called us Big Vi and Little Vi to distinguish us. Thinking back, you were just like a boy back then. We even fought a lot, remember? Those were beautiful times." Hearing this, Luong's mother frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "Same name and behave like a boy." True Hu Vai smiled happily. "Long time no see, Mrs. Luong." Luong's mother frowned and held her forehead, sighing. "I can't believe I made such a huge mistake. I always thought you were a boy. I was even sure when I hired a detective. Yet it was all wrong." Hearing this, Luong Ju Vu understood and asked, "So that's why you came back early? Didn't you hear Dad mention the name of my fiancé?" Mom sighed with boredom. "Recently, I've been competing with your father for work, so he's been avoiding me. I don't want to interfere in your love life. I thought I'd eventually meet the girl. Then I'd teach that old man a lesson." On the other side, Father Luong was drinking water and coughing slightly. "Mom," Luong immediately apologized sincerely to Zhao Yue. "I'm sorry, Yue. I made a mistake." Zhao Yue smiled and replied, "It's all right, Mrs. Luong. Don't worry about it." Then she took her hand. "No, it was my fault for not caring about you too. So, have you remembered what happened?" Zhao Yue nodded and replied, "Yes, I remember everything now." Mrs. Luong said softly, "It took Diao Yu some time to get over that. I've always wanted to see you two reunite. I want to thank and compensate you. I'm glad you've started over from where you left off." Zhao Yue was touched and thanked Mrs. Luong. Then she took her hand and said, "Just tell me if he bullies you or anything. I'll teach him a lesson." Luong Jiaoyu, standing nearby, interjected, "Mom, what are you saying? I'm not that kind of person. Besides, Mom, you should compensate the young man you brought for your mistake." Mrs. Luong nodded and turned to the young man, saying, "You're right, I'm sorry." The young man said it was all a misunderstanding and smiled, saying, "It's okay. Can I stay here longer? The food here is so good." Luong Jiaoyu nodded. "Of course, order whatever you want," he exclaimed excitedly. Great. After talking with Mrs. Luong, she thought to herself, it took Jiaoyu some time to get over it. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "May I have everyone's attention, please? The birthday person has something to say." It turned out to be Father Luong, pushing Grandfather towards them. Grandfather waved at Zhao Yue. Luong Jiaoyu stood beside her, reassuring her, "Let's go. It'll be over soon." Grandfather smiled encouragingly. "Don't be shy. I just want to introduce you to everyone." Then he announced to everyone, "Thank you for coming to my birthday party. I want to officially introduce her to everyone." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait." It was Luong Yishun running over. He panted and shouted at Zhao Yue. He yelled, "Please don't love my brother." Grandfather Luong frowned and asked, "What's going on, Yishun?" Mrs. Luong, also not understanding what he meant, asked, "What are you saying, Yishun?" Luong Jiaoyu frowned and turned to ask his younger brother, "What do you mean, Yishun?" Zhao Yue then asked who that was. Luong Jiaoyu replied, "My younger brother, Luong Yishun." He approached with determination and said, "I'm sorry, Jiaoyu. I want to meet your fiancé because Dad asked me to. Since then, I've been meeting Zhao Yue. I don't want to ruin your relationship, but I really wanted to tell her about my feelings." Then when you were about to continue, you couldn't see Lam Bok anywhere. So you asked where she was. I wanted to tell her that I could give up everything. Luong Ju Vu then asked, "I don't understand what you're saying." Luong Wai then said that Miss Bok is also True Hu Vai. "Where is she?" True Hu Vai wondered. "Is Miss Bok?" Then you remembered Lam Bok's strange behavior this morning. "Just remember that I'll be here waiting for you." Suddenly you understood. This woman has a tendency to tease others. But is this something she would actually do? Then True Hu Vai spoke up, "Luong Wai then. If I'm not mistaken, this is a misunderstanding." Luong Wai then frowned and asked her, What do you mean by misunderstanding? Who are you? True Hugh Vi immediately reassured, calm down. Let me explain. Wai then looked at her thoughtfully as Hugh Vi continued. I'll tell you everything about her. After understanding everything, Luong Wai then went to the front of the dormitory. Sweat drenched his face as he looked up. Looking towards Lam Bok's room, he called out loudly, Miss Bok, I know you're in there. Can you hear me, Miss Bok? All the female students who heard the call immediately poked their heads out. Not understanding, they asked each other what's going on. Who is he calling for? Who is he looking for? Below, Luong Wai then continued to call out loudly, Miss Bok. Lam Bok had been sitting downstairs waiting for you for a long time. She spoke up, all right, stop shouting. If you keep this up, the whole school will come here. Lam Bok said softly to him, I didn't expect you to actually come here. It seems you know the truth now. Luong Wai then looked at her and said, yes, I know everything now, Miss Bok. Why do you keep teasing me like this? Lam Bok laughed cheerfully and replied, I told you I'm a bad woman, didn't I? Luong Wai then shouted, don't say that. I want to know, did you tease me because you don't like me? Was it a lie when you said you liked me? Lam Bok immediately replied, it's completely the opposite. I teased you because I really like you. I always tease the people I like. It's a bad habit, just like me. I can't change it. Luong Wai then frowned and asked, can't change it. Lam Bok pondered for a moment and then replied, maybe you find it hard to understand. I'm sorry, but this is who I am. Strange and complicated. I'm sorry for everything that happened. You don't need to forgive me. So this is really goodbye. Can you forget about me? Lam Bok was about to leave when Luong Wai then immediately shouted, wait, you said you can't change your habit of teasing people you like, right? Lam Bok turned back surprisingly and replied, yes. Luong Wai then ran towards her. That means if you still tease, you still like them, then please keep teasing me. I truly like you. If the price to be with you is being played with, then I can accept that. Please go out with me. Lam Bok sincerely asked her seriously, how could she do that? I can't even tell if what you're saying is true or false. Luong Wai then expressed his feelings very firmly. I really like you. I'll accept everything about you, Lam Bok. Lam Bok was touched hearing that. She smiled, crossed her arms, and said indifferently, all right. But I have to ask the other guys. Do they agree to let you join? Luong Wai then was startled hearing that. Then he became confused and worried, saying he wouldn't lose. In the end, you can only look at me. Lam Bok laughed and said, I'm just kidding. Then she opened her arms. I'm looking for a boyfriend. Wonder if anyone's interested. Luong Wai then was overjoyed hearing that. He immediately ran over and hugged Lam Bok. I'm here for you. True Hugh Vi received a message from Lam Bok, you've met my boyfriend. I'll explain in detail when you get back. True Hugh Vi sighed after reading it. I knew it was all Lam Bok's doing. Looks like she'll never change this bad habit. My dear, you're gonna have a tough time ahead. True Hugh Vi sighed and said, I'm sorry. I even scared your grandfather. Luong Jiu-Vu smiled and said, it's okay. It was just a misunderstanding. Luong Jiu-Vu continued to tell her, I'll explain the situation to grandfather. True Hugh Vi immediately called him back. Wait. Luong Jiu-Vu wondered what's wrong. True Hugh Vi grabbed his wrist. I've been thinking, but is it a good idea to deceive grandfather like this? You didn't tell me the truth because you were afraid of hurting me. So you chose to face it alone all these years. Now you're sacrificing again for grandfather's happiness. Do you really want to hurt yourself again for the people you love? Have you ever thought that hurting yourself also hurts those you love? Luong Jiu-Vu pondered upon hearing that. True Hugh Vi continued, grandfather loves you very much. I'm sure he'll understand. After being persuaded by her, Luong Jiu-Vu nodded. All right, I'll tell grandfather. In the banquet hall, Chao Tonning-Wen walked over with a bottle of water and handed it to Tan Fai here. Drink some water with electrolytes. Tan Fai said, thank you, but we're at a party, so I'll have some wine. Chao Tonning-Wen immediately said, wine? No, you forgot what condition you're in. Tan Fai frowned. Mr. Chao, I've told you it was just a misunderstanding. Chao Tonning-Wen panicked. I didn't misunderstand anything. You accidentally dropped the paper, and I read it all. It clearly stated that you're preg. As they were talking, they suddenly heard grandfather's loud voice. What did you say? You don't want to take over the company. What does that mean? Explain. Everyone looked towards grandfather. What's wrong? It seems grandfather is very angry. Luong Jiu-Vu bowed his head and replied to his grandfather. I am sorry, grandfather. I know you've always wanted me to take over, so I didn't want to disappoint you and have been preparing. Grandfather frowned and asked him, why do you suddenly not want to take over anymore? Luong Jiu-Vu pondered and then softly replied, because I realize this isn't the life I want. I don't want a life that's already been planned out. I'm sorry, grandfather. I want to explore the world like you did when you were young. Hearing this, grandfather fell silent for a moment. Then he turned away and sighed. All right, I overlooked your thoughts because I wanted you to take over the company as soon as possible. That was my mistake, but I'll keep the right to take over for you. Your parents can still work. They can run the company for a few more years. Whenever you want to take over, just come back. Hearing this, Luong Jiu-Vu smiled and thanked his grandfather. Then grandfather immediately asked, "But why did you wait until now to say this?" Luong Jiu-Vu was about to answer. Hu Vai encouraged me to express what I think. True Hu Vai approached and sincerely said, "I'm sorry, grandfather. I just want Jiu-Vu to be happy." Grandfather smiled kindly. "No need to apologize. It's a good thing when young people have their own thoughts. We should be grateful for this. You found yourself a good wife, Jiu-Vu. From now on, I can rest easy knowing you two are happy. When should we meet the in-laws to discuss the wedding date? We should choose an auspicious day." Hearing this, the two immediately became flustered. Luong Jiu-Vu quickly said, grandfather, there are a few things we need to tell you, but don't be angry with us. Actually, we're not engaged yet. True Hu Vai explained further. I have a relationship with Jiu-Vu, but as his girlfriend, not his fiancée. At this point, grandfather became very angry and shouted, "How dare you joke about such matters? This is too childish. Why are you two wasting time dating? You belong together. Get married right away." Parents, Luong spoke up to advise, "Dad, don't force them if they're not ready yet." But grandfather continued loudly, "Why not? I know it. They will turn the birthday party into an engagement party. Bring the in-laws here right away." Luong Jiu-Vu worriedly said to his grandfather, "You just praised us for having our own thoughts a few seconds ago. Besides, Hu Vai is still in college." But grandfather was very stubborn and said, "It's different from when I married your grandmother. She was also still in college then." Luong Jiu-Vu replied, "That was many years ago. You can't compare things from back then to now." Grandfather angrily said to Luong's parents, "How dare you talk back to me? I'll make sure to hold my great-grandchild, but you're deceiving me." True Hu Vai looked at the elders and said, "Grandfather looks so angry. What should we do now?" Luong Jiu-Vu said, "He's causing a scene. We don't have any other choice." Then he said to his grandfather, "I was wrong for lying to you, but there's still hope for you to hold your great-grandchild." Hearing this, grandfather immediately asked, "What do you mean by that, grandson?" Luong Jiu-Vu looked towards Tan Phi and Chao Tong-Nguyen, saying, "He means that." Then he communicated with Tan Phi through eye contact. "You understand what I mean, don't you, Miss Tan?" Tan Phi exchanged glances with him, thinking, "Oh no, this is my plan B. I didn't plan to use it so soon." Luong Jiu-Vu tried to convey, "Please help me get out of here. I owe you one last time." Tan Phi sighed and replied. She approached grandfather Luong. "Hello, grandfather. I'm Mr. Chow's secretary." Grandfather immediately asked, "What's the matter?" Tan Phi very sincerely said, "Please forgive me for meeting you in these circumstances. I know someone like me isn't worthy to attend this party, but I want the baby in my womb to meet its great-grandfather." Chao Tong-Nguyen, standing behind, hearing this, immediately exclaimed, "I knew it. You're pregnant." Tan Phi was extremely angry inside, silently cursing him as an idiot. Then Tan Phi continued, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chao. We're not compatible. I'm not worthy of you. Please let me leave." Chao Tong-Nguyen was extremely panicked. He immediately cried out, "No, I'm not an irresponsible man. Let's get married." Tan Phi, "I'll talk to my parents." Grandfather, hearing this, thought Tong-Nguyen is his grandson, so this child would be his great-grandchild. Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. He never expected to become a great-grandfather so soon. Grandfather laughed happily and said, "Family background isn't an issue these days anymore. Why don't you tell the family about this, Tong-Nguyen?" Then he turned to ask Tan Phi, "Isn't that right? Don't worry, I'll take care of you." True Hu Vai seemed to understand everything. She chuckled and said, "Ha, is this part of the plan?" Luong Jiu-Vu replied, "I was taking a gamble, but fortunately it went smoothly. Anyway, he loves children." Hu Vai tilted her head and asked him, "Do you feel lonely? You're always the center of attention." Luong Jiu-Vu sighed a little, but it's worth it to see him happy. True Hu Vai then asked, "What do you plan to do after you're free?" Luong Jiu-Vu calmly replied, "Let me think. I'll have to think about my career, future, and prepare wedding gifts for my little cousin. But more importantly, I have to fulfill a promise to someone about a vacation." True Hu Vai was stunned hearing this. Luong Jiu-Vu continued, "But I'll have to wait until she graduates. That's the promise. a promise to be with you. Then the two laughed happily together. They spent very romantic holidays together, side by side, traveling the world together. And after there was a grand, happy wedding. The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like, a share to motivate me to make more videos. Remember to subscribe to watch the next episodes.